Today, we take a look at one of the most dangerous and secretive gangs to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. The Johnson Gang is the collective name for a group of Romanical criminals from Cheltenham and Gloucestershire who specialised in stealing fine art and antiques from English country houses over a period of 20 years. The goods the gang stole are estimated to be worth anywhere between £30 million and £80 million. The gang were sentenced to a total of 49 years in prison in August 2008. The Johnson Gang comprised of Ricky Johnson, who was born in 1954, his sons Richard Chad Johnson, who was born in 1975, and Albie Johnson, who was born in 1983. Other members included Daniel O'Loughlin, who was born in 1976, and was the nephew of Ricky Johnson, and Michael Nichols, who was born in 1979, the boyfriend of Ricky Johnson's daughter. In addition to the thefts from stately homes, the gang were involved in thefts from shops, cash machines, and metal merchants. In 2005, the BBC made a documentary about the family called Summer with the Johnsons, in which they spoke about their love of such pursuits as hair coursing and bare-knuckle boxing. They denied having burgled any country homes, but Ricky Johnson said, "I would like to make it clear to the people out there, to the police and the rich people, if I feel the need when I have got to rob a stately home, I will do so. I will rob it and hope I don't get caught. But I will only rob your house if I feel the need and I have got to feed my children and nobody is helping me achieve my goal. I feel I have got the effing right to rob the lords and the sirs and the ladies." The Johnson Gang are believed to have been operating for a period of more than 20 years. The most spectacular and lucrative thefts occurred in a period between April 2003 and June 2006. The gang staked out properties for several weeks before the crimes were committed and used 4x4 vehicles to ram heavily bolted gates. Notable thefts include Waddesdon Manor on the 10th of June 2003, a National Trust property and former Rothschild family residence near Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire. Goods including 100 antique gold snuff boxes worth around £5 million were stolen. These boxes belonged to a charity that belonged to the Rothschild family. On the 24th of October in 2005, Warnford Place in Sevenhampton, Wiltshire, the home of Formula One motor racing tycoon Paddy McNally and the former home of James Bond creator Ian Fleming, was burgled and items worth more than £750,000 were taken. The thieves removed heavy steel bars from the drawing room and windows and bypassed the manor's security system. On the 1st of February 2006, the gang perpetrated their biggest theft when they burgled Ramsbury Manor, the home of Harry Hyams near Marlborough in Wiltshire. The theft is believed to be the largest domestic burglary in the United Kingdom. Prosecutor Paul Reed said that this has been described as the most valuable domestic burglary ever committed in this country. The collection is described as priceless. There is a difficulty in putting a value on antiques, and antiques, some of them being very precious and very rare, but it is tens of millions of pounds. In October 2005, the police forces of Gloucestershire, Thames Valley, Warwickshire and West Mercia pooled their resources under the name Operation Hall. The police spent weeks examining CCTV footage, mobile phone records and images from speed cameras as they investigated 116 offences, ranging from country house burglaries to cash dispenser thefts. In April 2006, detectives discovered an underground bunker of field owned by an associate of the Johnsons gang near Stratford-upon-Avon. Inside were a number of black bins containing straw and porcelain, which was linked to the Ramsbury Manor burglary. Police arrested Ricky Johnson and Daniel O'Loughlin in June 2006 for the theft of metals worth £360,000. Mr Johnson and Mr O'Loughlin were convicted at Bristol Crown Court along with 8 other associates in September 2007. They were all found guilty of conspiracy to commit burglary in August 2008, following a month-long trial at Reading Crown Court. Richard Chad Johnson and Daniel O'Loughlin were both jailed for 11 years. Michael Nichols was given 10 years. Albie Johnson, aged 25, was jailed for 9 years, and Ricky Johnson was given 8 years. Despite the convictions, the antiques that were worth tens of millions of pounds have yet to be recovered. Passing sentence, Judge Christopher Critchlow said, "Little of the property has been recovered and is no doubt well hidden in the countryside or passed on for disposal." Since the arrests, only 3 items have been recovered. 2 clocks, including a Benjamin Villamy bracket clock which aroused the suspicions of an auctioneer, and a 17th century portrait by Abraham van Diepenbeck, stole from Ramsbury, which was found in May 2008. Since the arrest in 2006, Thames Valley Police have seen a 90% reduction in offences attributable to the group. And across all areas, there has been a dramatic decrease in country house burglaries and in cash machine and metal thefts. After a crime spree that spanned 20 years in and around southern England, the Johnson gang had netted around £80 million, and that attracted the attention and efforts of 5 police forces. The gang that was behind the biggest single burglary in British history were finally jailed. "You are," said Judge Christopher Critchlow, "a lawless group with no respect for people or the law." He did not need to add that they were also very good at what they did. Between 2003 and 2006, members of the 15-strong, forensically aware gang committed more than 100 separate crimes, ranging from stealing antiques from stately homes to lifting thousands of pounds worth of construction metals and knocking off cash machines. Their most lucrative haul, however, was taken from Ramsbury Manor, home of the reclusive property tycoon Harry Hyams, on February 1st, 2006. At 10:30 that night, the gang rolled through the grounds of the Wiltshire mansion in 2 stolen 4x4s. After tying metal poles to the front of a Subaru estate car and ramming their way through a window, they helped themselves to more than 300 museum-grade pieces, including an 18th century barometer and a 17th century Dutch table clock valued at £500,000. By the time they drove off into the darkness after tripping the alarm on a silver cabinet, they were £30 million better off. As a consequence of the robbery, Mr. Hyams, the man who built the Centre Point, one of London's best-known landmarks, fell 49 places in that year's Sunday Times Rich List. Whilst almost half of the items were recovered a few weeks later in an underground shelter, many had been badly damaged. Although the gang burgled 12 stately homes and antique shops between April 2005 and April 2006, the story behind their audacious 5-county crime wave can be told only now after Judge Critchlow lifted the reporting restrictions that had been put in place for legal reasons. "This must be one of the most serious cases of burglary ever to come before the court," said Judge Critchlow. "Aggravating features include the burglaries being staged at night. They were at isolated homes and people were often at home whilst they happened. They were all well planned and executed. They were sophisticated. Little has been recovered, no doubt hidden in the countryside or passed on for disposal." Ricky Johnson, Chad Johnson and Mr. O'Loughlin were cleared of stealing snuff boxes worth £5 million from Waddesdon Manor, home of the Rothschild family, after Judge Critchlow ruled that some prosecution evidence could not be included. But at a trial at Bristol Crown Court, 12 members of the gang, including Chad Johnson and Mr. O'Loughlin, were jailed for a total of 38 years for conspiracy to burgle or steal metals. The order banning reporting of this case was lifted after Mr. O'Loughlin pleaded guilty to burglary, in which a cash dispenser containing nearly £55,000 was torn from a wall in a co-op shop in Stanford, in the Vale, Oxfordshire, on New Year's Day in 2006. He was given a 66-month sentence for the burglary by Judge Critchlow, sitting at Guildford Crown Court, to run concurrently with the jail term for the country house raids. Police had long suspected the involvement of the Irish-born travelling family, but the financial and geographical scale of the thefts was so immense that 5 forces, Gloucestershire, Wiltshire, Thames Valley, Warwickshire and West Mercia, came together to pursue them in an investigation known as Operation Hall. The gang all had previous convictions for offences, including burglary, deception and handling stolen goods. Chad Johnson was jailed for marrying an heiress twice his age, stealing her £250,000 inheritance and leaving her bankrupt. In October 2006, more than 100 officers carried out dawn raids on the Johnson clan and arrested 14 people. Detective Superintendent Mark Warwick from Thames Valley Police, who led the joint investigation, said that the convictions and long sentences handed down spoke for themselves. He added that most importantly, members of the public in the 5 police areas are now able to live without the fear of crime inflicted on them by this organised criminal network. In some cases, the results of their gratuitous violence and threats inflicted on vulnerable people in their own homes has had an impact that the victims will never recover from. It is these people who have my utmost sympathy. News of the convictions will not represent the West Country's family's first brush with the media. 3 years ago, the BBC broadcasted a documentary called Summer with the Johnsons, which chronicled the clan's everyday life. The programme also offered the family a chance to defend itself against allegations that it had been involved in the Waddesdon Manor burglary. In it, Ricky Johnson admitted to an awful lot of robbing over the years, but denied burgling country homes and even offered to help the Rothschild recover their stolen property. His words, though, contained more than a hint of defiance and a caveat. "I would like to make it clear to the people out there, to the police and the rich people like Lord Rothschild. If I feel the need when I've got to rob a stately home, I will do so. I feel I've got the effing right to rob the lords out there. On June the 10th, 2003, the gang broke into Waddesdon Manor, the National Trust property and home of the Rothschild family near Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire. Snuff boxes worth $5 million were taken. On April the 9th, 2005, the gang broke into Woolley Park, home of the former Lord Lieutenant of Berkshire, Sir Philip Wharton. On July the 29th in 2005, the gang broke into 3 shops in Worcestershire with TVs, crystal, china and kitchenware being taken, and items worth £140,000 stolen. On October the 12th, 2005, the gang broke into Ombersley Court, Droitwich, Worcestershire, the home of Lord and Lady Sandys, and took a carriage clock worth £1,000. On October the 21st, 2005, the gang broke into Ramsbury Hill House, Marlborough, and goods worth over £26,000 were taken. On October the 24th, 2005, the gang broke into Formula 1 tycoon Paddy McNally's home at Warrenford Place in Sevenhampton near Swindon, and left with a £750,000 haul. In October 2005, in Gloucestershire, Thames Valley, Warwickshire and West Mercia, police start Operation Haul. On November the 8th, 2005, a library window was smashed at Spetchley Park, Worcester, but the gang left empty-handed. On November the 10th, 2005, the gang took Royal Derby china stolen from the Caravan Park in Tenby Wells, Worcestershire. On November the 16th, 2005, the gang broke into Stanton Harcourt Manor, Witney, Oxfordshire. Antiques, jewellery and porcelain worth £50,000 were taken. Albie Johnson breaks both legs jumping from a window, however. On February the 1st, 2006, Harry Himes' mansion, the Ramsbury Manor in Wiltshire, was broken into by the gang. Antiques worth tens of millions of pounds were stolen in what was called Britain's most valuable domestic burglary. On March the 25th in 2006, a bunker connected to the gang is found with goods from Ramsbury Manor found in a field near Stratford-upon-Avon. On April the 25th in 2006, Woolley Park was raided again by the gang. This time, £50,000 worth of silverware, trophies and clocks were taken. From May to June in 2006, high-value metals worth £360,000 from 6 businesses in Berkshire, Warwickshire and Gloucestershire were stolen by the gang. On June the 17th, 2006, arrests were made during a burglary at Bamfurlong Industrial Park, Staverton, Gloucestershire. And lastly, during October the 10th to the 12th, 2006, police make a series of arrests in a huge operation known as Operation Haul. What are your opinions on the Johnson gang? Do you think the sentences were too harsh or not harsh enough? What do you think about Mr. Johnson's statement that if he has to rob a lord or a lady, even Lord Rothschild, to feed his family, that he will do so, and that he feels entitled to do so? Please don't forget to let us know what you think in the comments down below, and as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a group of 4 who helped hide 2 men and speed from Oxford after they carried out a savage murder have been jailed. The quartet included the former partners of Christopher Lemonius's killers, Otman Lamzini and Carlos Spencer, and a woman who went to the Blackbird Lays house dubbed Conspiracy Central by prosecutors. They helped Mr. Lamzini and Mr. Spencer flee from Oxford in the wake of the murder. The 3 men were at large for 4 months. Jailing Kamesha Bennett, McMahon, Corinne Forbears and Barry O'Lolan at Oxford Crown Court, Judge Ian Pringle QC said, "Let the message go out loud and clear. Those who assist those suspected of committing serious offences, and it can go no more serious than murder, are likely to lose their liberty." Mr. Lemonius, 27, was chased by a gang to a house on Jourdain Street. He was hacked to death by a group who were armed with machetes, golf clubs and pieces of wood. During the killer's trial, it was suggested that one motive for the attack could have been revenge. One of those responsible for Mr. Lemonius's death was assaulted in the weeks leading up to the murder. In the wake of the murder, a cover-up operation was launched to try and hide the true extent of the night's events. 4 men were later given life sentences after they were convicted of Mr. Lemonius's death, while a 5th was jailed for 10 years for manslaughter. 3 women and 1 man were the latest to appear before the Crown Court in connection with the case. Corinne Forbears, 30, was at a house in Astrop Lane, dubbed Conspiracy Central by prosecutors, in the wake of the killing, along with a large number of others. Within 5 minutes of police arriving at the murder scene, her phone had called a mobile belonging to 33-year-old Sasha McMahon, the girlfriend of Otman Lamzini. Miss McMahon allowed Otman Lamzini to stay at the night at her house. The next day, she used Mr. Forbear's telephone to make a hotel reservation, then drove Mr. Lamzini there. He was picked up by Barry O'Lolan, 44, and driven to London, where he was visited by his girlfriend on at least 2 occasions in the months following the killing. Carlos Spencer's then partner, Kamisha Bennett, 27, picked him up after the murder. He stayed at her home for 3 to 4 days. Phone records showed she had accessed the Oxford Mail website regularly in the wake of Mr. Melonius' death. She was aware he had travelled from Oxford to Birmingham and had given him new phones. Sentencing the group, Judge Pringle said he had given anxious consideration to the fact all 4 were dedicated parents. There had been delay in the case being sentenced, and they had remained out of trouble. However, he concluded that appropriate punishment could only be achieved by immediate imprisonment. Christopher Lemonius, a man of just 27 years old, was pursued and they savagely attacked by a gang of young men in the back of gardens and an alleyway in Blackbird Leys in Oxford, the judge said. There is no doubt that they intended to carry out a very violent murder. Witness heard them say as much. A machete, knives and large stick were used to carry out the murder. In due course, a jury at this Crown Court unanimously convicted 4 men of his murder and 1 of his manslaughter. All of the suspects in the ensuing police investigation following the murder were identified. 2 of them, Carlos Spencer and Otman Lamzini, were not arrested for 4 months. It was in part because of the behaviour of U4, who provided crucial assistance to both of them in avoiding being arrested by the police or ensuring that any incriminating evidence was disposed of. Miss McMahon Headington pleaded guilty on a basis to perverting the course of justice. Sophia Dower, mitigating, said her client was utterly ashamed of the decision that she took. She added she knows that she's let herself down and her family down, whom she is very close to. Miss Forbes of Stratworth Path, Oxford, Miss Bennett of Three Fields, Oxford, and Mr. O'Lowlin of Sandy Lane were found guilty of perverting the course of justice. All were said to be remorseful and all had children who would be affected by their incarceration. Their lawyers asked the judge to consider imposing suspended sentences. Judge Pringle sentenced Miss Bennett to 9 months in prison, Mr. O'Lowlin and Miss Forbes received 6 months, and Miss McMahon was jailed for 4 months. So what are your thoughts about this quartet of former partners who helped Mr. Lamzini and Mr. Spencer avoid police detection until they were later caught and arrested? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at 3 crooked brothers that have been ordered to repay more than £1 million after they channeled drugs cash into family bank accounts. The Birmingham trio used their ill-gotten gains from the sale of heroin to buy luxury cars and build an overseas villa. But now they've been told to pay back £1.3 million or face more time behind bars. Sakander Riaz, formerly of Belchers Lane in Bordesley Green, was jailed for 13.5 years in 2016 for his part in a £4 million heroin smuggling plot, which saw the drugs smuggled from Pakistan in children's clothes. His brothers, Asif and Saqib, were jailed for 5 and 4 years respectively in March 2018 for money laundering, after detectives found that they had passed crime profits through their own bank account. Some of the drugs money was used to pay off the mortgage and upgrade the family home, and to buy luxury cars fitted with personalised number plates. Investigators from the West Midlands Regional Organised Crime Unit, or ROCU, also found images on Saqib's phone having shown overseas villas under construction, while £80,000 in cash was also uncovered during a search of the family home. And at a Birmingham Crown Court on Monday, February 25th, a judge ordered the brothers to repay £1.3 million or face more time behind bars. They must repay £400,000 in the next 3 months, or Sakander, Asif and Saqib will go on to spend an extra 36, 18 and 4 months behind bars. The rest of the debt will hang over them for life, and police can seize any cash or assets they accrue in the future. ROCU Detective Chief Inspector Ronan Tuer said around £500,000 was paid into the family bank accounts, despite them having not declared any income. They were making high-end purchases, extending their home and making major improvements, all funded through the drug money and others suffering. Officers from the ROCU's Regional Asset Recovery Team launched a Proceeds of Crime Act investigation into a bid to claw back money and assets that the crooked family had amassed through their criminal enterprise. It's important that police go after offenders even after they've been convicted in order to recoup any ill-gotten gains and illustrate our determination that crime doesn't pay. The money recovered through POCAs is used to pay for crime prevention and crime fighting schemes, plus local community projects. Sakander Riaz was one of 7 men involved in the heroin smuggling scam that saw drugs concealed in packages shipped in from Pakistan, including consignments of children's clothing. In 2016, the group were jailed for a combined total of almost 70 years. What do you think about Mr. Riaz's story and the improvements he made to his own family at the cost of others' addictions?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how police are hunting two women dubbed the Rolex Rippers have released new CCTV images of their prime suspects. The duo are believed to have targeted at least 21 elderly men and their expensive Rolex watches in affluent areas and close to exclusive golf clubs in southern England. The latest victim, a man in his 90s, was approached outside his home next to £2,000 a year Parkstone Golf Club in Poole, Dorset. Two women asked him to sign a petition and then one of the women thanked and hugged him and removed his watch without him realising. It was only a few minutes later that he noticed his Rolex had been taken. Dorset police have now released grainy CCTV images of the two women and of a grey Toyota they are believed to have used to make their getaway. Dark-haired women, who are described as Eastern European, are dressed in casual clothes and leggings, with one of them apparently wearing a mask. In a lot of recent cases, the pair have allegedly posed as charity workers with clipboards and have stolen watches from their victims without them realising as they sign a petition. At times it is believed they have been less subtle and simply ripped the expensive timepieces from off their wrists of men who have been left shocked and bruised afterwards. Detective Sergeant Karen Penn of Dorset Police said, "We have been carrying out inquiries into this incident, which is being linked to a series of similar Rolex thefts in the area. As part of our investigation, we have obtained images of the female suspects and the car they were seen to get in following the incident. The women involved are described as Eastern European, and I would like to take this opportunity to urge people to remain vigilant if they are approached in similar circumstances, particularly if you are wearing a high-value watch or item of jewellery." The spate of robberies appears to have begun at Stoneham Golf Club near Southampton, followed by an identical incident a week later at Wellow Golf Club near Romsey, Hants. They are believed to have struck in Dorset at least 7 times before in Poole, Wimborne, Wareham, Fendorn, Highcliffe and Poundbury. Hampshire police said they have at least 10 victims, and 2 brothers aged 85 and 91 were targeted 80 miles apart in Gloucestershire and Surrey. Officers have warned elderly men to be on their guard while wearing high-value watches while out in public. Both women are said to be aged in their 20s or 30s and between 5 foot 2 inches and 5 foot 9 inches tall. Alan Bruce, who lost his £14,000 gold Rolex watch, described the pair as highly trained professionals who are likely to be part of a wider gang. Mr. Bruce, a 63-year-old marine engineer, was walking in Wimborne town centre when he was approached by the pair. He said, "One had a clipboard and the taller one was making out she was deaf and they wanted signatures for a petition for a new deaf centre. I signed it with my left hand, which was the same hand my watch was on, and one of them then grabbed a hold of me and went to hug me. I straight away put my hand on my pocket where my wallet was and pushed her off and walked away. I walked around the corner and realised they had taken my watch. By the time I went back, they had gone. I've worked in some real hot spots around the world and consider myself to be streetwise, and this is the first time I have been hit. These women are highly trained professional dippers who know what they are doing." So what are your thoughts about the pair of Rolex Rippers who sought out men who had Rolex watches they could steal while pretended they needed support and signatures for false projects? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a ruthless courier fraud gang who stole more than £215,000 from vulnerable elderly people, including a World War II veteran that have been jailed for more than 27 years. Pretending to be an Inspector Hart from Scotland Yard fraud squad, a bogus policeman told the victims their bank accounts had been raided by criminals. The fraudster persuaded 34 people from High Wycombe and Beaconsfield in Bucks, Watford, Rickmansworth, Beckhamstead, Hemel Hempstead, Middlesex, Bedfordshire and Yorkshire to hand over thousands of pounds to couriers. Prosecutor Charlene Sumnall told St Albans Crown Court that the losses totaled £215,641.60, and to alert bank staff and members of potential victims' families prevented a further £112,445 being taken. It amounts to £328,000 between March 1st, 2016 and November 29th, 2016. She said these defendants carried out a long-running, carefully planned and utterly ruthless fraud. An 88-year-old High Wycombe woman received a call from Sheikh Hussein pretending to be Inspector Hart. He told her there had been a fraud on her bank account and she was persuaded to empty her bank account. Another 80-year-old Beaconsfield woman was called by a bogus PC Leonard who said that he was a local officer. He told her to call Scotland Yard on 161 as she had been a victim of fraud. The prosecutor said that she dialed the number but the defendants had left the line open and DI Hart spoke to her. He told her the area manager of the bank was being investigated and she was persuaded to withdraw £13,500 in euros. An 82-year-old woman from Berkshire was also persuaded to withdraw money from Barclays in Gerrards Cross. She collected the cash and was told to wear rubber gloves whilst handing over the serial numbers to the fraudsters. She was given a password to say to the courier when he arrived. After, 91-year-old World War II veteran Cyril Banks was conned out of £9,000 by the gang in 2016 in an online campaign. He raised £18,000 and donated the extra money to charity. Jailing 9 men on Friday, Judge Graham Allen said each victim was elderly, some were in their 80s or 90s. They are of a generation who assist police without question. It was particularly mean fraud that plays on the vulnerability of the victims. It humiliates them and must cause great distress. An organiser and principal fraudster Sheikh Hussein, 24, of Great Russell Square, Camden, and Nahid Udin, 24, of Charlton Street, Camden, were each jailed for 4 years after admitting conspiracy to commit fraud. Isam Udin, 23, of Ord Hall Street, Camden, was jailed for 7 years in his absence after being convicted of conspiracy to commit fraud. Mohammed Khalid, 24, of Portpool Lane, Bourne Estate, Camden, was jailed for 4 years and 3 months in his absence for conspiracy. Warrants have been issued for his arrest. They had organised the conspiracy, contacted victims and controlled the couriers. The couriers were Mohammed Abdulli, 22, of Cumberland Market, Camden, who was jailed for a total of 6.5 years. He was convicted of the Hertfordshire fraud and had carried out a second courier fraud in Lincolnshire while on bail. And Mushahid Mia, 24, of Ampthill Square, Camden, who has 2 previous convictions for courier fraud. He was jailed for 2 years for fraud. The money launderers were Abdul Khan, 26, of Calverton Road, Luton, and Deder Ali, 24, Crestfield Close, Camden, who were convicted of entering a money laundering operation. They were sentenced to 6 months jail, suspended for 18 months. They were joined by Abdallah, 27, of Piper Close, Islington, who pleaded guilty to entering a money laundering operation by allowing £9,800 proceeds of the fraud to go through his bank. He received 8 months suspended for 18 months with 120 hours unpaid work. He must also attend a 30-day offending behaviour programme. At the end of the case, the judge commended DC Julian Griffiths from Hertfordshire Constabulary's Serious Fraud and Cyber Unit for his investigation, saying he did a lot of legwork. What he did led to a most satisfactory result for the public. Celia Billop and her sister Penny Crimson said the fraud on their father William Crimson, 87, of Shepperton in Middlesex had a huge impact on his emotional health. They said, before this incident, for a man in his 80s, my father was living a fairly full and active life. He was teaching a humanities class 1 day a week. He also had a painting on the go and he would travel into London to meet his family using public transport. He was at a vulnerable time in his life, having lost his wife the previous year and finding himself for the first time living on his own, as his stepson moved out the previous month. Our father had a fairly sheltered life from crime and was a trusting man. This fraud case totally knocked the wind out of my father's sails. Fraudsters played on his vulnerability. He was drawn into their deceit because his trusting nature, his strong sense of citizenship, and what he felt was his duty to help the police. After this crime, he felt foolish. It leached his confidence and intellectual pride. It undermined his sense of self as he asked himself how he, a bright, well-read man with a critical mind, could be fooled by these people. He was clearly embarrassed and avoided talking about it. He clearly internalized this feeling, and family and friends noticed a rapid decline in his mental health. His physical health also declined, and he began to withdraw from the world. In May 2017, our father passed away. It's not hard to link this crime with his rapid demise. DC Griffiths said that these men callously targeted elderly and vulnerable victims and defrauded them out of their life savings. I am pleased that they are now behind bars, and I hope it brings some comfort to the victims and their families who had been left devastated by the actions of these men. Please remember that the police and banks would never ask you for your PIN over the phone, and would never ask you to withdraw cash and hand it over to anyone. If you received a call you are suspicious of, please hang up and alert the police. Remember to wait at least 5 minutes or use a mobile phone to ensure you aren't reconnected to the offender. What do you think about the 27-year sentence? Remember, they almost got over £300,000 in just a few months.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the Kidnap gang who blackmailed £30,000 from a torture victim's mother after threatening to cut off her son's finger, were jailed for a total of 63 years. The victim was snatched from his flat on Green Lanes, Enfield, before being taken to 27-year-old Courtney Bishop's stronghold. The man was burnt, beaten and even had a steel pole inserted into his rectum, while kidnappers demanded thousands of pounds from his family, the Old Bailey heard. The victim was only released once his mother paid them £30,000 at a meeting in Norwood Country Park in South London. He was taken to Chalk Farm Hospital where he was kept for 4 days because of the seriousness of his injuries. Courtney Bishop, Nigel Bishop, 27, Keith Walker, 35 and Christopher White, 29 were found guilty of conspiracy to kidnap. They also each found guilty of conspiracy to burgle, conspiracy to commit false imprisonment, wounding with intent and conspiracy to blackmail. Judge Christopher Moss QC said, "It can't be said for certain how the victim was selected, but it had all the hallmarks of being gang and drug related. You are all, in my judgment, members of the gang culture that blights the streets of London and other cities in this country." Just 2 days earlier, another man was subjected to a similar ordeal when he was dragged from a cab by 2 men on a motorbike and bundled into a back of a car. He was taken to a high-rise flat, stripped, and his attackers took £800 from his wallet as well as his watch and his earring. He was then tied up with belts and wires, a pillowcase was put on his head and a sock stuffed into his mouth until he retched. The men, who on this occasion included Courtney Bishop, Mr. White and Alan Smith, 27, hit him and used a steam iron to burn the soles of his feet before pouring boiling water onto his feet. Courtney Bishop, Mr. Smith and Mr. White were found guilty of conspiracy to kidnap, conspiracy to commit false imprisonment and wounding with intent over the incident. Courtney Bishop and Mr. White were also convicted of conspiracy to blackmail and conspiracy to burgle. Both of the victims refused to come to court to give evidence against their attackers, sentencing Courtney Bishop to 24 years, Alan Smith to 11 years and Keith Walker and Nigel Bishop to 14 years each. Judge Moss said, "You inflicted the most heinous forms of torture on these victims." Christopher Johnson for Courtney Bishop told the court his client hasn't seen the light of day since 2009, except for that brief spell in 2013. Courtney Bishop is currently serving a sentence for a previous drug trafficking offence. He's in danger of becoming institutionalised, Mr. Johnston warned. Ronnie Manick for Nigel Bishop said, "He was the designated driver. He's not a professional offender, but I admit he did give a major supporting role. He has 3 children, aged 9, 5 and 4, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel when he can come out of prison and be a father away from the London criminality," he said. George Payne for Keith Walker said, "It's been 15 years since his last conviction. He suffers from an addiction to crack cocaine, but he has work as a personal trainer." Andrew Mooney for Alan Smith said, "He wasn't a part of the planning, he was only a part of the execution. His role was one of transport." He has 2 children, aged 2 and 3. As part of his difficulty in his addiction to cannabis, he has 8 convictions for cannabis, he said. During the trial, the court heard the victim was made to make phone calls to his friends to get money before being released near Chalk Farm Tube Station. He had suffered a broken eye socket, bruising and was covered in burns, while the kidnappers had used keys to burgle his flat. 2 kidnappings, one a few days after the other, the prosecution contend committed by the same core gang, using the same location to hold the victims, said prosecutor Timothy Hunter. Police were able to identify the flat used to hold both victims after the first victim described a circular window with a view of Wembley Stadium. The man was kidnapped, falsely imprisoned, and attempts were made to blackmail persons with him to extort money. A couple days later, the same happened to another man. On this occasion, £30,000 was extorted from his family to secure his release. Mr. Hunter added, "No one disputes the fact that there were kidnappings and associated offences. The sole issue in this case is the involvement or otherwise of the defendant." The bishops of Dunelm Grove, West Norwood, and Mr. Smith of no fixed address denied conspiracy to kidnap, false imprisonment, wounding with intent, attempted blackmail, and burglary in relation to the first victim. The bishops, Mr. Walker of Linden Grove, Peckham Rye, and Mr. White of Linden Grove, Nunhead, denied conspiracy to kidnap, burglary, false imprisonment, wounding with intent, and blackmail in relation to the second victim. The gang did not react as their sentences were read out, but Nigel Bishop called out, "Thanks for all your support, I love you all," to his family in the public gallery. So what are your thoughts about this kidnap gang who went to extreme measures to kidnap and torture innocent victims, and in one attempt blackmailed a mother of one of the victims for £30,000? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a father and son who are part of a gang which lured unsuspecting car buyers into terrifying robberies, and they've been jailed for more than 30 years. Mohammed Farid, 47, was sentenced to 20 years, and his son Faisal Farid, 25, was handed a 12-year sentence. Victims travelled to Oldham and Manchester from across the UK to buy cars which had been advertised on eBay, often at cut-price deals. A total of 14 robberies or attempted robberies were identified by police from September 2019 until February last year. Some victims were attacked by hammers and machetes, while others had a gun pointed at them. A mother was with her 2-year-old child at one robbery in Gorton, having travelled with £15,000 from Dundee, screaming as masked men tried to get them in their taxi and rob them. They were able to escape as the taxi sped off. It's hard to imagine a more terrifying event than that, where a woman and a young baby were involved, Judge Nicholas Dean QC said. The participants in this robbery, whoever they were, ruthless and thought nothing for the safety of the woman and her child. Another victim was hit with a hammer and had £16,000 stolen after flying to Manchester from Belfast and being met in Clayton by 3 masked men. During one incident in Oldham, a machete-wielding robber shouted, "I'm going to chop you into pieces," before 11 grand was stolen. The judge described Mr. Farid as a manipulative criminal who tried to keep his distance from his crimes. "I have to say I form the view that I've not come across, to my recollection, a more manipulative man than Mohammed Farid," he said. "A man well versed in trying to keep himself at arm's length from the criminality in which he is involved." The judge said that Mr. Farid was pulling the strings and that his son, who refers to himself as Farid the fraudster, was acting under his direction, involved in setting up eBay accounts to lure in the victim. Adam Marco, a hired hand, who was also involved in 2 of the incidents, was jailed for 6 years. He denied brandishing weapons or injuring anyone, but his DNA was found on a hammer recovered by police. More members of the gang are thought to be at large. Defending Farid, Nicola Gatto said that he did appear to be trying to lead a law-abiding life after being released from prison for drug offences. She said that he set up a business selling massage equipment, but said that perhaps the revenue were not aware of it. Stuart Duke for Farid said that he had not only had one previous conviction for a minor public order incident when he was 18, but that Farid had also admitted being involved in fraud. Mr. Duke said that Mr. Farid, who had not been jailed before, had been brought up by his mother as a decent law-abiding young man. He said it seems that Mr. Farid has been sentenced by the criminal world, and that now he has a heavy price to pay. Adam Lodge for Marco said that the defendant was in debt and also experienced peer pressure. He feels shame and is remorseful. The judge paid tribute to the skill of officers who investigated the complex case. Mr. Farid of Lawrence Street, Oldham, and Mr. Farid of Lowvale Drive, Oldham, were found guilty of conspiracy to rob, while Mr. Marco of Kent Street, Oldham, admitted to the same offence. Both Mr. Farid and Mr. Farid will both serve 2/3 of their sentence, and Marco will serve half. A proceeds of crime investigation is due to take place. What do you think you would do if you were caught in a trap just like this?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the gang of Salford robbers who have been jailed for a total of 58 years after a 2-year crime spree which bagged almost £300,000. Armed with machetes and axes, they targeted cash-in-transit vans carrying bundles of money for ATM machines. Their leader, Lee Seddon, went on to run after one raid but was eventually caught after an 80-mile-an-hour police chase through Bolton. Mr. Seddon, 37, of Snow Hill Road, Bolton, was starting a 13-year and 2-month sentence after pleading guilty to 2 counts of conspiracy to rob and 1 of dangerous driving. He, plus Stephen Farrell, Philip Fisher, Jordan Wheeldon, Michael Bond, Robert Pinckey and Simon Shaw were charged for their involvement in a series of robberies in Preston, Lancaster, Cleveleys, Stoke-on-Trent and Middlesbrough, in which a total of £285,000 was stolen. Mr. Seddon went on the run after a £70,000 robbery in Preston but was captured after a van he was driving was chased through over Holton, Bromley Cross and Bradshaw by GMP's crack intercept team and the Force helicopter. Brett Geraghty, senior Crown Prosecutor for CPS Northwest, said these men were part of a Salford-based organised crime gang who used sophisticated methods to monitor the movements of cash in transit vans. Members of the gang, of which Lee Seddon was a pivotal member, had committed similar offences in the past. There is no doubt that they posed a significant risk of serious harm to security staff who were simply going about their daily duties. Mr. Farrell, 35, of Mark Avenue, Salford, was jailed for 10 years for conspiracy to rob. Mr. Fisher, 32, of Clarendon Gardens, Bromley Cross, Bolton, received 12 years for 2 counts of conspiracy to rob, and Mr. Wilden, 26, of Seaford Road, Salford, 5 years, 4 months for conspiracy to rob. Mr. Shaw, 37, of White Moss Avenue, Blackpool, was originally from Salford, was sentenced to 8.5 years for conspiracy to rob. Michael Bond, 32, of Gawsey Avenue, Withamshire, was sentenced to over 10 years imprisonment for conspiracy to rob and aggravated vehicle taking. Robert Pinckney, 32, of Isis Close, was sentenced to 6 years and 8 months in jail for conspiracy to rob. Detective Sergeant Mark Riley of Lancashire Police said innocent workers and members of the public were put at risk, but thankfully the gang is now behind bars. We have all worked together to bring a violent gang to justice. So what are your thoughts about Lee Seddon and how he led a gang to steal almost £300,000 over a 2-year crime spree? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a Liverpool-born drug dealer running a £1 million a year business who hatched a plan to murder a suspected rival while watching a crucial Reds Champion League clash. Joshua Garrett shockingly stabbed Tony Dadsey through the head so savagely the knife fractured his skull and went straight through to his brain. The Merseysider, who left the city in his early teens and later tried to muscle in on the Devon criminal markets, was protecting a heroin and cocaine dealing business from a London gang which were trying to move into their territory. 30-year-old Garrett, who liaised with the Liverpool peddlers as he built up his own organised crime gang in Torbay, was handed a massive 33-year sentence for attempted murder at Exeter Crown Court on Thursday. His co-accused Tony Size from Bootle, who also helped to plan the killing, was number 3 in the gang and was sentenced to 19.5 years. Mr. Garrett and accomplice Ben Bramwell set up an ambush in which they planned to kill the Londoner whom they mistakenly believed was the leader of the rival group. They recruited ex-classmate Daniel Whitehead and 2 other members of their gang, Jamie Barbutt and Size, to help them stage the attack in Paynton. The ambush had been carefully planned for at least a week, with a car being brought in to carry it out, and one of their gang infiltrated into the rival group. Mr. Barbutt, who'd normally worked for Mr. Garrett as a drugs delivery driver, pretended to defect to the South London gang, who sold their drugs under the street name of Rico. He agreed to drive 2 young dealers from London to customers in Newton Abbey and Torbay, but was secretly keeping Garrett informed of their movements. Mr. Barbutt's white BMW was ambushed in Penwell Way, Paynton, and backseat passenger Mr. Dadsey was viciously stabbed in the head. He miraculously survived. The 24-year-old, who was visiting friends in Torquay and was not part of the Rico gang, only survived after brain surgery at Derriford Hospital in Plymouth. spent 15 days in a coma, and has had to relearn how to walk and speak. Mr. Garrett bought the VW Passat which was used in the attack for £2,400. He got unwitting car dealer Wayne Delbridge to have it scrapped for just £300 to destroy the evidence. Mr. Barbutt tipped off Mr. Garrett about the movements of the Rico gang and stopped his BMW as the Passat pulled in front of it. He then unlocked the doors to enable the attack to start. The two young dealers in the front passenger seat and rear near side seat ran off unscathed, but Mr. Dadsey was trapped in the seat behind the driver. Tried to hold the door shut, but Mr. Bramwell, who was seen with a knife, Mr. Size and Mr. Whitehead joined forces to force it open. At the same time, Mr. Garrett got in and stabbed Mr. Dadsey. The so-called graft phone which the Rico gang were using to arrange the drug deals and the drugs which they were carrying were stolen from the car before the attackers fled. They dumped the Passat in Ramshill Road and switched into Mr. Garrett's Mercedes, which then drove on back roads to Newton Abbot to take the gang well away from the scene of the attack. They were trapped by a painstaking police inquiry in which detectives were able to show the contact with Mr. Barbutt and the movement of all 5 men through their mobile phone usage. Mr. Barbutt was stopped by police as he sped towards Torbay Hospital with the seriously injured Mr. Dadsey in the back of his car. The other 2 dealers had got back in after the ambush and were arrested. After the case, it emerged how Mr. Garrett, Mr. Bramwell and Mr. Whitehead became notorious when they were just 16 for being among the first in the country to receive ASBOs. They and their 2 henchmen were jailed for a total of 90 years for running the massive drug dealing operation. Judge Peter Johnson told Mr. Garrett, "Over many years you built up a highly profitable business supplying Class A drugs to users in the Torbay area. In a well-practiced routine, cocaine and heroin were bought from Liverpool. The scale of the enterprise was huge. It was comfortably over £1 million and you had 100 to 150 customers a day. The rewards and the risks were large, but so were the penalties. You guarded this lucrative business jealously and were not happy to learn of the rival suppliers. The most serious matter involved an attack on a rival drugs group from London, the Rico Group. I am satisfied that Mr. Dadsey was being targeted and at least Mr. Garrett and Mr. Bramwell were armed with knives, and Mr. Size and Mr. Whitehead were well aware of this and knew the attack would at least involve a stabbing. The original plan was to rob the Rico Group of their phone, cash and stock in the trade and do Mr. Dadsey serious harm. The intention to kill was formed at the scene. Police caught Mr. Garrett working as a bagman for the Liverpool gang 8 times in 2010 and 2011, carrying a total of £12,000 drugs cash. He also had a £2,500 tag which went on his wrist. He received a suspended sentence and rose up from the ranks of what became known as the Torbay Organised Crime Group until he was the frontman for the Liverpool dealers. He received regular shipments of heroin and crack and his network of sub-dealers extended to Newton Abbot and surrounding towns. He and his gang carried on dealing for a year after the ambush before they were finally arrested. Garrett was jailed for 33 years, Bramwell for 28 years, Mr. Size for 19, and Mr. Whitehead for 10 years. Mr. Barbutt will be sentenced this week. All 5 defendants had already admitted drug dealing, and all had either pleaded guilty or been convicted of robbery. The jury's verdicts after the 6-week trial showed that they were sure that Mr. Garrett and Mr. Bramwell knew of the plan to kill, and the others knew of the intention to use serious violence during the ambush. Joshua Garrett of Ashildon Road, Torquay, and Mr. Bramwell, 30, of Curledge Street, Paignton, denied the offence, but were convicted of attempted murder. Both admitted wounding with intent, robbery, and 2 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Tony Size, 30, of Proctor Court, Bootle, and Daniel Whitehead, 30, of Union Street, Torquay, denied the offence but were found guilty of wounding with intent and robbery. Mr. Size also admitted 2 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A. Mr. Whitehead also admitted offering to supply and being concerned in the supply of drugs. What do you think about Mr. Garrett's crazy attack? Do you think him and his gang got away lightly?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at 3 men who have been locked up for a terrifying robbery at a home in Shinfield. The trio, Mohammed Faraz Akram, Samir Sheikh and Gareth Inglis, all went into the victim's home wearing face coverings. They attacked their lead victim, a man in his 30s. He received a blow to the face so strong that an earring he was wearing was pulled from his ear. During the attack, he was held down, receiving scratches to his neck. The man also suffered bruised and swelling to his cheek. There were 2 women at home at the time, one of whom was physically assaulted. One of the trio also brandished a knife during the robbery. The then trio made off with a small amount of cash and drugs. Officers managed to track them down, arresting them on the day of that robbery. All three were convicted and sentenced for their crimes at Reading Crown Court. Mr. Akram was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment, with Mr. Inglis and Mr. Sheik being dealt 4 years and 9 months prison sentences for the incident in Shinfield. Detective Constable Rebecca Cartwright of Thames Valley Police said, "We take offences of this nature very seriously. This was an offence where someone suffered injury, and I am satisfied that having been convicted and sentenced by the courts, these individuals will be off the streets and no longer a threat to the public. I hope that this outcome serves as a reminder that if you choose to involve yourself in violent crime, we will investigate fully, we will arrest you, and we will seek to bring you before the court." Mohammed Faraz Akram, 25, of Southcote Lane, Reading, Samir Sheikh, 36, of Wildmoor Lane, Hook, Hampshire, and Gareth Inglis, aged 39, of Grafton Road, Tilehurst, were all convicted of 1 count of robbery by unanimous jury at Reading Crown Court following a 14-day trial. So what are your thoughts about this trio of robbers who savagely attacked a man in his 30s and stole the man's drugs and cash, but not before assaulting another woman in the same house? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at some sports stars who created their own charity just to start siphoning off charity money for themselves. Ex-footballers F.A. Sodji, 46, and Stephen Sodji, 43, and ex-rugby player Bright Sodji, 52, were found guilty and jailed for siphoning off money from their family charity, the Sodje Sports Foundation, or SSF. Their brother Sam, who's 39, is a Nigerian international who played 9 times for Pompey in 2013. F.A., Stephen and Bright's convictions in 2017 can only now be reported at the conclusion of a separate money laundering case involving F.A. and Sam, who was cleared over the fraud. Following a retrial, Sam, from Dartford in Kent, was also found not guilty of taking part in a scam in which bank accounts were used to channel cash from companies around the world in 2013, in which firms in Colombia, India, Italy and Abu Dhabi were tricked into sending a total of £80,000 after being sent emailed invoices from fake suppliers. F.A. Sodji of Cheadle, Greater Manchester, was cleared of money laundering last year, but Emmanuel Ickerman, 53, of South East London, and Andrew Oruma, 50, of Bexley, South London, were convicted. Another footballing brother, Akpo Sodje, 37, was implicated but moved to Dubai and has refused to return to Britain to be interviewed. The 2017 charity fraud trial has heard how the Sodje set up their organisation in 2009 to help provide sporting facilities to youngsters in Nigeria. Ashley Carson, a businessman and director of Sheffield Wednesday Football Club, and one of the city's MPs, Clive Betts, were recruited to give the charity respectability, but when they asked for bank statements and financial reports, they were fobbed off. Once the pair resigned as trustees and directors in 2013, the amount of money being transferred to the Sodje family increased dramatically. Cash raised at black tie dinners, auctions, charity football matches and clay pigeon shoots went into Sodje bank accounts. The SSF held a charity football match at Sheffield Wednesday's ground in 2009, and arranged a fundraising dinner at Charlton Football Club in September 2010. In 2011 there was a gala dinner at the Lowery Hotel in Manchester for the SSF and the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital, a charity supported by England women's football coach Phil Neville. FA handed out Easter eggs provided by the hospital to child cancer patients, whilst 5 Sodje brothers attended a £150 a head black tie dinner. The event raised almost £11,500, but Mr. Christopher said not a penny went to the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. Sentencing judge Michael Topolsky QC told the defendants, "You have brought shame upon yourselves and your family." He sentenced Stephen Sodje of Bexley to 2 years and 6 months in prison, saying he lied repeatedly to the jury and was a self-regarding and arrogant man with a strong sense of entitlement. The court heard that he received about £30,000 from the charity funds, but continued to protest his innocence, describing it as expenses or wages. His lawyer, Kieran Galvin, said the conviction was shattering and a massive fall from grace for the defendant, who now worked as a carer and has 2 young stepdaughters. Father of one, F.A. Sodji, who was the face of the charity, was given 18 months in jail, having received around £7,500, plus an unknown amount of cash from the clay pigeon shoot. He collapsed in the dock and staggering away, supported on each side by officers. Bright Sodje of Sale, Manchester, was jailed for 21 months for his part in milking the charity. He had received some £3,000 but also signed cheques to other family members totalling about £18,000. The judge said all three of these defendants in various ways exploited their own and their family's reputation, not only for the benefit of the poor children of the Niger Valley, but also for their own benefit. In this case, the defendants were all well known and respected men, particularly in the world of football and sport, both here and in Africa. I have no doubt to some extent, at least, that it was that form of respect that made it possible, or more likely, that their fans and admirers would make donations to the charity that had been formed in their name. He said at least £63,000 has been shown to have been received by the fund, but added it was way too important to note that it did not include cash donations and the defendants, but went out of their way to ensure that the proper records were not kept. The National Crime Agency Deputy Director Chris Fairman said, Bright, Efe and Stephen Soje promoted themselves as generous, community-minded figures when they were knowingly defrauding people who thought they were helping deprived children in Nigeria. The NCA financial investigators built a detailed picture of the movement of money in and out of the foundation, and showed beyond doubt that for most of the foundation's existence there was no charitable purpose. What do you think about the Soje family and the charity they ran? Do you think you could ever trust them again?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how a police investigation has resulted in the dismantling of a complex drugs ring which has distributed heroin and cocaine across Sussex, South East London and Kent. It led to convictions of 16 people, including 2 ringleaders who were convicted and sentenced at Hove Crown Court to life imprisonment for conspiracy to murder. Police said Leo Ellis from Hastings and his associate Jason Caswell acted as main drug dealers supplying cocaine, and in Mr. Ellis's case, heroin too, across East Sussex and Kent. They ran a drugs ring supplying the area with illegal substances from their suppliers. However, the work of Sussex police detectives identified this ring and the locations from where they ran their illegal operation. In a succession of major raids and arrests, officers seized a large amount of drugs and cash over several months in 2015 and 2016. Because of the seizures, by February 2016, Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell owed their dealers in excess of £850,000. Police said their inability to repay the debts was then worsened by further seizures of £92,000 cash, and 2 kilos of cocaine were made within 3 days that month. In total, £1.4 million in Class A drugs and £100,000 cash were seized by police officers working closely with the National Crime Agency. Detectives continued their surveillance on them as Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell came under increasing pressure to compensate their suppliers for the seizures. They used mobile phones to send emails discussing what had happened and what they were going to do about it. Police said detailed examination of mobile phones identified vitally important messages between Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell in which they talk about arranging the murders. Records of conversations recorded by police at Mr. Ellis's address feature one in which he boasted of having acquired guns and ammunition from Eastern Europe. In another recording, he discussed with Mr. Caswell plans to recruit someone to carry out the killings. Detectives were able to work out that Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell had decided to eliminate their debts by murdering the people they owed money to, rather than pay back the £1.4 million in drugs and cash the police had seized. Police said Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell planned together, and Mr. Ellis arranged for another associate, Jamie Winchester, to supply a weapon, a TEC-9 style 9mm automatic submachine gun pistol with a silencer and ammunition. A surveillance photo captured Mr. Winchester cycling away from a drop-off point in Cinque Ports Way, Hastings, having supplied the gun which had been in a bag strapped to his back on March 1st, 2016. Police officers were able to track their movements, and the gun and ammunition were seized before any murders could take place. After a complex surveillance operation, 2 arrests were made of Anthony Hearn and a woman who was not charged with any offences. in Hastings town centre on the afternoon on March 1st, 2016, and the weapon and ammunition was seized in the footwell of their car in Wellington Square. It was in a bag which contained a silencer and 16 rounds of ammunition, police said. The gun was a fully working machine pistol capable of firing up to 900 rounds per minute. After extensive inquiries, officers raided Mr. Winchester's home in Sandy Close, St Leonard's in December 2016 and arrested him. Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell faced a 10-week trial together with 3 associates, Jamie Winchester, John Gardner and Simon Grant. Police said Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell pleaded not guilty to conspiracy to murder and drugs supply offences. Mr. Caswell also pleaded not guilty to money laundering and conspiracy to supply cocaine. Mr. Winchester pleaded not guilty to supplying the gun and ammunition. John Gardner pleaded not guilty to drug supply offences. Simon Grant pleaded not guilty to drug supply and money laundering offences. Leo Allen Ellis, 24, unemployed, of Mountbatten Close, Hastings, was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years for conspiracy to murder 2 people. He was also given 10 years for supplying a firearm, 14 years for each of the 3 counts of conspiracy to supply heroin, 8 years for 1 count of conspiracy to supply cocaine, and another 2 years for a second of the same offence, and a further 16 years for another offence of conspiracy to supply cocaine, 2 years for money laundering. Mr. Ellis pleaded guilty to the money laundering and cocaine offences before the trial. Jason Caswell, 41, a road worker of Credon Walk, London, was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years for conspiracy to murder 2 men. He was also sentenced to 14 years and 16 years for 2 counts of conspiracy to supply cocaine and 3 years for money laundering. Detective Chief Inspector Andy Bennett of the Sussex Police Organised Crime Unit said, "This operation has been a significant and extremely complex investigation into drug dealing and money laundering by Mr. Ellis in Sussex and Mr. Caswell in Kent. Both Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell had autonomy over the drug supply in their home areas and both became equally indebted to their suppliers. Our interventions had a major impact on their criminality and placed a significant pressure on their mounting debts. They believed their only way out of this situation was to plan on killing their suppliers, clearly showing the extreme and drastic action those in the drugs world are willing to take. Leo Ellis's dwindling position within the drugs ring became clear to us as we learned from our investigation of how his huge debts and inability or unwillingness to repay them despite pressure to do so. However, we had the group under surveillance and their intentions were confirmed by emails that we were able to access and by covert recordings of conversations at Mr. Ellis's home. This has been a major operation for my team, working with those close cooperation and support of the National Crime Agency throughout, for which we are extremely grateful. It shows the determination of law enforcement at both national and force level to work successfully together in order to effectively tackle organised crime to protect the public from dangerous criminals such as these men. The operation was the culminating phase of a major inquiry and another example of the way in which, working with our law enforcement partners, we are constantly attacking organised crime and frustrating its efforts to become embedded in our communities. The devastating effect on the drugs misuse can have a much wider impact than simply on the person who takes them. It can corrode the quality of life for local communities and affect the health of those who are drawn into it. The fully working submachine gun we recovered was capable of firing up to 900 rounds per minute and was quite obviously a lethal weapon. Thankfully, this has now been taken off our streets. It is vital that we continue to receive support from our communities so we can effectively tackle crime and take weapons like this off our streets for good. David Renders of the National Crime Agency said those sentenced were dangerous drug traffickers intent on committing horrendous crimes. With access to an automated weapon, they posed a significant danger to ordinary members of the public, let alone their enemies. NCA officers worked in close collaboration with their colleagues in Sussex Police during this investigation, sharing resources and intelligence and providing specialist support to the operation. Through partners such as this one, we and our law enforcement colleagues are protecting the public from serious and organised crime. Anthony Hearn had been arrested, with a woman who was not later prosecuted for any related offences for possessing the gun when it was found in the car in Hastings on March 1st, 2016. In July 2016, Mr. Hearn was sentenced to 11 years imprisonment after admitting possessing the firearm with intent to endanger life or enabling another to do so, possessing a prohibited automatic weapon, and possessing ammunition for a firearm without a certificate. 6 other men were also sentenced for their part in the plot and associated drugs ring. Jamie Peter Winchester, 25, unemployed, of Sandy Close, St Leonards, was found guilty and was sentenced to 7 years for supplying the TEC-9 style 9mm automatic submachine gun pistol with a silencer, and 3 years for possessing ammunition. John Gardner, 41, unemployed, of Egerton Road, Bexhill, was found guilty and was sentenced to 6 years for 2 offences of conspiracy to supply heroin and 9 years for conspiracy to supply cocaine. Scott Gardner, 40, a carpet fitter of Bexhill Road, St Leonards, was sentenced to 12 months, having pleaded guilty before the trial to money laundering. Wesley Long, 40, a tyre fitter of Harold Road, Hastings, was sentenced to 3 years, having admitted before the trial conspiracy to supply cocaine. Simon Grant, 45, a painter of Sheriff Road, London, was found not guilty of conspiracy to supply cocaine and money laundering. He had also separately pleaded guilty to possession of cannabis with intent to supply and was sentenced to 5 months, suspended for 18 months. Kenny Kelly, 37, unemployed, of Magony Close, London. Stephen Kelly, 48, unemployed, of Dominion Drive, London, and Anthony Hearn, 45, unemployed, of no fixed address, were found not guilty of conspiracy to murder the 2 people. James Dunham, 37, unemployed, of Roundhouse Crescent, Peach Haven, did not appear at court to be sentenced for conspiracy to supply cocaine and will be sentenced at a later date. Judge Christine Lane said to Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell, "You are utterly ruthless men who were ready to murder 2 people. Over £1 million worth of drugs and over £100,000 in cash was seized in the constant battle against Class A drugs." She commended all the police officers and staff in the operation, which she said had often involved working very, very long hours. In separate proceedings in 2015 and 2016, 7 other people had been sentenced as a result of the same police investigation associated with the extensive drugs ring. At Hastings Magistrate Court, Amelia Stock, 21, unemployed, of Mountbatten Close, Hastings, admitting offering to supply cannabis and was sentenced to 60 hours unpaid community work and a £60 fine. Kobe Lloyd, 19, unemployed, of London Road, Bexhill, admitting offering to supply cannabis and was given a 12-month suspended sentence and 100 hours of unpaid community work. 5 men were convicted and sentenced at Crown Court after acting as drugs runners for Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell. Christopher Walsh, also known as Marsh, 31, then of Holmhurst Lane, Hastings, was given 56 months imprisonment at Oxford Crown Court for possession with intent to supply 1 kilo of heroin. Luke Fitzgerald, 28, of Edinburgh Road, St Leonards, was given 40 months imprisonment at Oxford Crown Court for possession with intent to supply 1 kilo of heroin. Colton Meldrum, 25, of The Ridge, St Leonards, received a 5-year sentence for possession of 3 kilos of heroin with intent to supply. He was further sentenced at Snaresbrook Crown Court to 7 years for a further offence of possession of 3 kilos of heroin with intent to supply. Jed Bullard, 28, of Moor Lane, Westfield, near Hastings, was sentenced at Lewes Crown Court to 10 years for conspiracy to supply cocaine, possession with intent to supply MDMA and meth, and amphetamine, possession of cannabis, money laundering, and possessing an offensive weapon. Palv Rinslick, 21, then of Victoria Avenue, Hastings, was sentenced to 4 years for conspiracy to supply cocaine and possession of heroin. So what are your thoughts about this Sussex-based drugs ring that was led by Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell, along with numerous associates and runners, and due to raids against their drugs ring, started to plot to murder their suppliers over a substantial drugs debt? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a man who liked to go by the alias of the Hulk. Aldo Oringa played a leading role in a Class A drug operation, with accomplices Donna Faulkner and Elliot Best also involved. Huge quantities of cocaine were brought to Sussex from Bexley Heath in London. Initially to Bognor but later to Eastbourne, where Oringa was caught in a police raid. While in Lewes prison on demand, he sent text messages trying to get others to take the blame for him, offering to pay £500. Serving prisoner Oringa, 33, previously of Thorncroft Road in Littlehampton, pleaded guilty to possession with intent to supply cocaine and sending texts from within a prison, and was convicted of being concerned in the supply of cocaine, alongside the others, and also of conspiring to pervert the course of justice. Newlywed mum Miss Faulkner, aged 48, of Garland Square in Tangmere, Chichester, was convicted of being concerned in the supply of cocaine. Mr. Best, who was just 19 at the time of his arrest and is now 21, is of Windsor Drive in Rustington. He was also convicted of being concerned in the supply of cocaine. All three appeared at Hove Crown Court today for sentencing. The flat was rented out under the alias of the Hulk. The three were involved in a sophisticated operation that saw large quantities of cocaine brought down from London to the south coast in 2017, the court heard. In June and July that year, police stopped vehicles on the Sussex to Bexley Heath route, seizing almost 1.25 kilograms of cocaine. Later that year, on October the 6th, police raided a flat in Meads Road in Eastbourne just after 6 p.m. Prosecutor Peter Walsh said that address was being rented by the defendant. Bruce Banner is the real name of the Hulk in the Marvel Comics universe. As the police arrived at the premises, the defendant ran, escaping out of a window. Officers chased and caught him, seizing 820 grams of cocaine in the process, the court heard. Whilst he was in prison at Lewes, he began arranging for another man to take responsibility for that cocaine. Mr. Oringa has a lengthy offending history, including being jailed for 56 months for 11 offences of Class A drug supply in 2012. His defence barrister, Andrea O'Shea, said that Mr. Oringa is fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. He told the court about Mr. Oringa's tough upbringing in Uganda, where his family members were killed by rebels, and how he followed his father to the UK as a refugee. Next we'll look at Faulkner and Best's lesser roles in the supply chain. Miss Isabel Gillard, representing Miss Faulkner, said that her client was acting out of a need to feed a cocaine addiction. There is no evidence otherwise of that financial benefit. It is a very low level role that the jury has found that she knowingly played. It is a significantly mitigating factor that she herself was addicted to the drug concerned in the conspiracy. She said newlywed Miss Faulkner was a vulnerable personality and her background history that leads her to being vulnerable and persuadable. William Saunders spoke on behalf of 21-year-old Elliot Best, saying that he found out that Miss Faulkner was about to lose her driving licence and offered to help out. Had he known the enormity of what was going on, he probably would have never taken that path. But he did what he did and now has to face the consequences. He cited Mr. Best's previous good character and extraordinary naivety, and asked for the minimum possible prison sentence. Judge David Rennie, sentencing the three defendants, said, "You all decided to deny these offences in the face of what I regard as overwhelming evidence. You, Mr. Oringa, are in a very different situation from the others because of your previous convictions of high relevance." He described Mr. Oringa's criminal record as deeply concerning. The evidence makes it especially clear that multiple trips up and down to London were for the purposes of bringing large quantities of cocaine to the south coast. Judge Rennie said that although police only stopped vehicles on 2 occasions, the other trips were also being used to transport drugs. The supply of Class A drugs is a vile trade. Some people lose their lives and others have their lives destroyed. All of that misery so that some people can make money. This is why only long sentences can be justified. Judge Rennie also paused to commend the police officers who led the investigation. Mr. Oringa was jailed for 19 years, Miss Faulkner was jailed for 4 years, and Mr. Best was jailed for 3 years. What do you think about this case and the nickname he used, the Hulk or Bruce Banner?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at 3 men who have been jailed for running a Swansea side cocaine supply operation worth £500,000. Daniel Harris, Dale Martin and Leon Lay were the Swansea end of a conspiracy that was responsible for shipping upwards of £500,000 worth of Class A drugs across the border. The operation was busted by police after an audacious robbery of a van At a set of traffic lights in the city. The van, it was later shown, belonged to members of an organised crime group which had just dropped off a consignment of cocaine in Swansea and collected a £106,000 cash payment. The 3 Swansea defendants have now been jailed for a total of almost 40 years, with the judge praising the investigation which put them behind bars. Swansea Crown Court heard that a Volkswagen Caddy van was waiting in traffic at Swansea's busy Diefatty junction when a car pulled up alongside and 2 masked men jumped out. The men smashed the windows of the stationary van and snatched a rucksack from the passenger before taking the keys from the ignition and fleeing. It later emerged that the van was being operated by a London-based drugs gang and had just made a delivery of 3 kilograms of cocaine to Mr. Harris, Mr. Martin and Mr. Lay at a safe house at Teeside Road in Mayhill. Earlier that day, the van had also delivered cocaine to Pontchartrain Prid and it was heading for its next stop in Leeds when it was intercepted by the robbers. Paul Hobson, prosecuting, said those who targeted the van at the Diefatty lights clearly knew the vehicle's movements that day. However, it seems they were unaware the van had a secret compartment containing another 1.25 kilograms of cocaine and another £81,000 in cash. It was the discovery of the police which would ultimately lead to the unravelling of the whole conspiracy. Through the South Wales Police investigation, codenamed Operation Tilbury, and the subsequent accessing of encrypted EncroChat phone communications, it was discovered that the gang was responsible for trafficking around 50 kilograms of high-purity cocaine from Essex to South Wales. Officers also found that the senior members of the organised crime group had arranged for Albanian thugs to be sent to Swansea to recover their money by any means necessary. Jonathan James Norris from Penlan in Swansea has previously been jailed for 9 years for robbing the drugs gang. At the time of the robbery, Mr. Norris was out of prison on licence, having previously been jailed for burgling a Swansea post office and threatening PCSOs with a crowbar. Other members of the drugs conspiracy have also previously been jailed for their parts in the cross-border network. When the case came back before Swansea Crown Court, it was the turn of what Mr. Hobson referred to as the Swansea end of the conspiracy to be sentenced, namely Mr. Harrison, Mr. Martin and Mr. Lay. He said all 3 were responsible for sourcing cocaine and it's for onward supply to others in the city. Mr. Hobson told the court that the London dealers had been supplying cocaine were furious after the theft of the money, and Mr. Harris and Mr. Martin had then effectively turned on Mr. Lay and thrown him under the bus as pressure was applied to recover the cash. He said there were discussions over EncroChat that Albos hired Albanian gangsters should shoot Mr. Lay in the foot and torture him until he got the money, and that pressure should also be applied to his wife. Dale Gary Martin, aged 28, of Dyfed Avenue, Townhill, Swansea, and Leon Dean Lay, aged 34, of Carmarthen Road. Dale Gary Martin, aged 28, of Dyfed Avenue, Townhill, Swansea, and Leon Dean Lay, aged 34, of Carmarthen Road. Forrest Thatch, Swansea, had both previously pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply cocaine when they appeared in the dock for sentencing. Daniel Francis Harris, aged 40, of Vivian Road, Sketty, Swansea, had been found guilty of the same offence at trial. Dyfed Thomas, for Mr. Martin, said he was not asking for sympathy for his client, but he said the reality was he found himself out of his depth with the conspiracy and the aftermath of the robbery. He added that the defendant was a father of 3 who cherished contact with them. James Hartson, for Mr. Lay, said the defendant had worked as a gravedigger in Swansea for many years and at times of his arrest was running his own garage business and was also successfully breeding dogs. He added that his client was a father and stepfather to 4 children and had been a carer for his grandmother. Owen Williams, for Mr. Harris, said his client maintained his innocence in this case. He said the defendant was a father of 2 and had been a model prisoner while being held on remand in HMP Swansea. Judge Paul Thomas QC said the defendants had been part of a sophisticated criminal enterprise responsible for bringing large quantities of high-purity cocaine into Swansea. He said one chilling episode in the case was the violence that discussed in regard to getting the stolen money back, and he said that simply illustrated the nature of the vile and ruthless trade the men were involved in. The judge told the defendants they had been motivated by greed and hadn't given a thought to those who would be impacted by the drugs they were supplying. They had all gambled on making big profits from the trade, knowing what will happen if they get caught, adding, "You lost that gamble, gentlemen, and now you have to pay the stake." With credits for their guilty pleas, Mr. Martin was sentenced to 12 years in prison and Mr. Lay to 11 years and 3 months. Mr. Harris, who was convicted at trial and therefore had no credit, was sentenced to 16 years in prison. The defendants will serve up to half of those periods in custody before being released on license to serve the remainder in the community. Judge Thomas praised the work of the police officers involved in the investigation. So what are your thoughts about this Swansea-based trio who sought to make considerable amounts of money from the cocaine trade and received a total of nearly 40 combined years? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the involvement of 6 Teeside men in an international drugs operation which flooded the area with staggering quantities of Class A substances has finally been exposed. Gary McCartan, 38, Jason Wilton, 33, Dean Johnson, 52, Lee Moody, 44, Gary Huggins, 35, and Ryan Alborn, 29, have been brought to justice for their roles in the organised criminal enterprise which linked Teeside to the northwest and mainland Europe in 2015 and 2016. Their story is linked to a world of helicopter drug drops, leading underworld figures and huge sums of money and drugs. The arrogance of 2 of the Teeside gang even saw them name their Stockton clothing business Cartel. The men were snared in a long-running Operation Spoonbill, a Cleveland police investigation initially concerned with the activities surrounding Thailand-based Teeside kingpin Jonathan Morby and his links to notorious Merseyside gangster Lance Kennedy. In May, Mr. Morby was extradited from Thailand and jailed for 14 years for his role in the drugs operation earlier this year. Mr. Kennedy, 32, was jailed for more than 18 years in July 2019 alongside other senior members of the operation. The sophisticated enterprise saw vast quantities of Class A drugs, mainly high-purity cocaine, imported into the UK via chartered helicopter flights from continental Europe, including Belgium. The flights would deviate from submitted flight plans to drop off radar in order to make drug drops near the south coast. On one occasion, 103 kilograms of drugs, 60 kilograms of heroin and 43 kilograms of cocaine were recovered from a BMW in Kent. The drugs had a street value of more than £10 million, and 35 encrypted headsets, often used by drug dealers, were also recovered. 6 flights, which contain a combined total of just under 500 kilograms of cocaine, with an estimated wholesale value of £17.25 million, were linked to Mr. Kennedy. Couriers, mainly from the northwest, would then deliver drugs to Teeside and meet Mr. McCartan, Mr. Wilton, Mr. Moody and Mr. Johnson. Prosecutor Stephen McNally told Teeside Crown Court on Friday that the Courier trips brought a significant amount of high-purity Class A drugs, primarily cocaine, for delivery across the region. There were also Class B drugs supplied, including amphetamine and cannabis. The pure Class A drugs being supplied were to be adulterated for onward distribution to boost the gang's profits. Mr. McNally said it was not impossible to give the definitive total of amounts of drugs involved. The court was told it was not asserted that all of the many hundreds of kilos imported via the helicopter drops were then supplied to this group of defendants. However, the quantities of hard drugs that were passed to Morby and associated groups in the northeast were significant. Once received by the northeast-based conspirators, the drugs were passed to local dealers by McMartin, Wilton, Moody and Johnson. Jason Wilton and Gary McCartan were the senior figures in the Teeside operation. Mr. McCartan of Wimpole Road, Farfield, Stockton, played a leading role, directing the couriers and minders such as Mr. Johnson and Mr. Moody. Described as security conscious, Mr. McCartan met couriers from the northwest personally. He was directly involved with numerous meetings and resulted from the courier trips to the northeast, some of which were immediately after import deliveries. Mr. Wilton and Mr. McCartan were essentially operating together and operating at a level such that it would be difficult to distinguish between them in terms of hierarchy, Mr. McNally said. The duo were also business advocates via their Stockton-based clothes store, ironically named Cartel. Mr. Wilton was also said to have a well-established connection with Jonathan Morby, and he had been involved in Morby's attempt to influence a key witness prior to his trial in 2014. Mr. Wilton had been convicted for involvement in the offering of £10,000 to a witness, the court heard. Whenever courier trips and deliveries took place, Mr. Wilton was involved in the telephone contact and was more aware of what was happening. Dean Johnson of Orkney Way, Thornaby, worked under the direction of Mr. McCartan and Mr. Wilton. He was described as having a significant role and acted as a courier of drugs and cash which would be stored at his home. Various courier trips involved visits to that home. Mr. Moody played a very similar role to that of Johnson, McNally said, acting as a courier and storer of drugs and cash, which he would also keep at his home at Armadale Close in Fairfield, Stockton. Ryan Alborn was convicted of being connected in the supply of cannabis following the recovery of his fingerprints from a kilogram package of cannabis that was among the 10 kilograms seized from Mr. Johnson, after he had collected them from Mr. Moody's home on the 5th of December 2016. Mr. Huggins was employed by Mr. Wilton and Mr. McCartan on December the 6th, 2016 to recover 2.5 kilograms of cocaine from Mr. Moody's garage. Mr. Huggins turned up in a taxi and removed the box from the garage which contained the cocaine, which was worth over £100,000. Mr. Huggins was later arrested by police returning to the taxi. Mr. Alborn and Mr. Higgins were convicted at a trial at Teeside Crown Court. A co-defendant, Neil Briggs, 54 from Skelton, was found not guilty of drug dealing and alleged money laundering of more than £100,000. A fourth man, Matthew Ramage, also from Skelton, was accused of involvement in the drug conspiracy but was cleared earlier in the trial after the prosecution offered no evidence. 5 other Teesiders, Emma Newton, Lewis Lyons, Stephen Harland, Darrell Small and John Eddy, were previously jailed for their role in the operation in 2020. In defence, Damien Nolan, for Mr. McCartan, said he was now dedicated to his family and children and had not offended since. He said custody was going to have a significant impact on him. Tom Mitchell, for Wilton, said he had made the best of his time in custody and had done everything to make himself a better man. Amrit Jandu, for Johnson, said he got involved in the conspiracy after he had accrued a debt from cocaine use. Andrew Turton, for Mr. Moody, said he has sincere regret and remorse for letting himself and his family down. Joe Kidd, for Mr. Alborn, said he was only involved for a short period of time and is now living a quiet life. Stephen Welford, for Mr. Higgins, said he was now living with his mum and was building a life with his partner and children. Judge Howard Crowson said the men were involved in a conspiracy that saw Class A drugs imported into the UK and then brought to the North East. The sentences the judge handed down were as follows. Mr. McCartan was jailed for 6 years and 4 months. Mr. Wilton was jailed for 6 years and 4 months. Mr. Johnson was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. Mr. Moody was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. Mr. Higgins was jailed for 3 years and 6 months. And Mr. Alborn was jailed for 8 months. Following the sentencing, Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Robinson of Cleveland Police said the court heard how these men worked together in an operation to supply Class A drugs. These individuals were linked to an important group in the Northwest, which police had dealt with as part of the Operation Spoonbill. The court heard how their individual activities as courier or storemen ensured wholesale drugs reached the streets of Teeside. Drugs cause misery in our communities, and we welcome today's sentences, which reflect the harm caused by these men as they selfishly pursued their own financial gain. I'd like to thank the investigative team who have worked tirelessly and over a long period of time to uncover and expose the drug supply chains and bring these matters to court. So what are your thoughts about how the gang had used helicopters to supply and drop drugs around the country? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a man who was a hunted Salford fugitive called Ryan McDonald and who was jailed for 7 years in his absence. The at the time 20-year-old man who was jailed for robbery was on his way to a sentencing hearing at Manchester Crown Court when he was sprung from a prison van by his gang. The hunted escapee, Ryan McDonald, faced a very lengthy stretch behind bars when the police finally caught up with him. Mr. McDonald was jailed for 7 years and 8 months in his absence for a robbery spree in the
summertime. He faced more time on top in a separate prosecution for the escape of custody when he is captured. Mr. McDonald had pleaded guilty to 2 charges of conspiracy to rob and aggravated vehicle taking after his gang carried out a string of smash and grab heists at pawnbrokers and jewellers. He had helped organise a robbery at Mays Jewellers at Salford Precinct on the August the 20th, which netted over £32,000 in valuables, stealing the motorcycle used in the job. 8 days later, he threatened a security guard with a hatchet in a failed bid to rob the money shop pawnbrokers on Deansgate in Manchester. Mr. McDonald also pleaded guilty to aggravated vehicle taking, dangerous driving, and driving whilst disqualified following a police car chase that took him through 20 red lights in Salford whilst he was on bail. He had spent weeks on remand at Old Course Prison in Liverpool. At the time, he was sprung from the vehicle on Regent Street, along with another prisoner, Stevie McMullen, who was due to go on trial in connection with a separate robbery allegations. Jailing Mr. McDonald, Judge Robert Atherton said that when he was working out his robbery sentence, he took no account of his escape, which will be dealt with separately. Quoting from a probation service report, the judge added, "Ryan McDonald is a young man who lives a life funded by crime. He does not work, preferring to fund his lifestyle by criminal activities." 2 of Mr. McDonald's accomplices were jailed in the same hearing. They were sentenced via video link from prison, where they had been held in a high security prison in the wake of their friend's escape. Jordan Aston, who was 22 of Wesley Court, Salford, admitted conspiracy to rob and was jailed for 7 years and 2 months. Jordan Jones, who was 19 of St. Simon Street in Salford, also admitted conspiracy to rob and dangerous driving and was jailed for 42 months. In a robbery on September the 19th at Albemarle and Bond pawnbrokers, Jordan Aston threw a sledgehammer at an elderly man who challenged him by shaking his walking stick. A member of the public threw a traffic cone at Mr. Aston as he fled on the back of a motorcycle with over £10,000 of jewellery. Judge Robert Abberton praised the 2 members of public and the security guard who challenged Mr. McDonald in the Deansgate raid. There has obviously been a considerable amount of police work and they ought to be commended. I would also like to express publicly my appreciation to those members of the public who took such an active part in trying to stop the people bent on criminal activities. Stevie McMullen was part of a vicious gang of robbers who posed as police officers to dupe, beat and rob innocent members of the public. They struck at least 10 times in a 7-week period in Greater Manchester and West Yorkshire, using shocking levels of violence on their victims. The gang dressed in police uniforms that included stab vests and utility belts with handcuffs and radios. They even had warrant cards. During the most shocking strike, 2 bogus police officers pulled up outside the door of a flat in Cadishead in a black Ford Focus. They told the occupier they were arresting him on behalf of Customs and Excise, even though he had paid all the taxes that he owed. Referring to the victim by his first name, he was handcuffed and told they would be taking him to Lee police station. They stole £5,500 in cash and 2 designer watches from his house before they took him to a house in Claremont Drive in Little Halton. There, the victim still suspected he was under lawful arrest until another man shouted, "You are being robbed." When he ran towards one of the bogus police officers for help, they told him, "Yeah, you're being robbed." A man with a knife pacing up and down said, "Shall I stab him?" before the victim was beaten unconscious. When he came around, the tip of the knife was pushed against his eyelids while a member of the gang urged a colleague to stab him, prompting the knife man to respond, "I'm not going down for murder." During an ordeal that lasted 6 hours, the victim managed to raise a further £2,000 in cash. The flat was torched as the men fled and their victim was dumped nearby. In another robbery, one of the gang used a hunting knife to try and cut off the genitals of a victim, and the barrel of a shotgun was used to sexually humiliate him. A kettle was boiled, and he was told he would be melted if he failed to get the cash. Mr. McMullen played no direct part in the violence, the court heard, although he had acted as a driver for the gang, fetching provisions when required. He claimed he only helped out to repay a drugs debt. However, when the police finally caught up with Ryan McDonald and Stevie McMullen after the escape from the prison van, the judge handed both of them very lengthy jail sentences. Stevie McMullen, who was 32 at the time, was jailed for 25 years, and Ryan McDonald, who was 21 at the time, was also told he should serve 20 years. They were being sentenced along with 11 other members of a Salford gang at Minshull Crown Court. The pair was sprung at gunpoint by an armed gang as the pair were being transported through Salford. Shocked rushed hour motorists were threatened with axes and told to back off while the front window screen of the van was smashed, before a terrified security guard was ordered to open the cells. Mr. McDonald fled as a pillion passenger on board of a stolen Yamaha R1 motorcycle, whilst Mr. McMullen and other gang members fled in a Saab. Mr. McMullen was taken to a safe house in Bolton and later fled to Spain. Police later released dramatic CCTV footage of the attack on the prison van as part of a huge manhunt. Mr. McMullen was eventually arrested in Spain a year later. The escape plot started to unravel when police found the jacket and mobile phone of a man who had ridden the Yamaha motorbike away from Salford. Analysis of the phone led the police to identify the biker and 10 other members of the gang. While in prison, Mr. McMullen and Mr. McDonald had access to a variety of SIM cards and mobile phone handsets, the court heard. Police established that one handset was used as the escape phone, and analysis of the calls led to them to the other gang members. Before he was sprung, Mr. McMullen had been due at Manchester Crown Court charged with conspiracy to rob, whilst Mr. McDonald was due to be sentenced for unconnected offences of conspiracy to commit robbery. This was a well-organised, sophisticated conspiracy orchestrated from inside prison with the use of illegally held mobile phones. The conspiracy was organised by both Stevie McMullen and Ryan McDonald. They each recruited their close criminal associates to put into action their plan to escape. The Crown prosecutor, Kim Whittlestone, said the pair was sprung from the van as it made its way along Regent Street in Salford from HMP Old Course, Merseyside on April the 30th. The gang was armed with a pistol, a shotgun, a sledgehammer, crowbar, hatchet and a hammer. Mr. McMullen, of no fixed abode, was convicted of conspiracy to escape, conspiracy to possess an imitation firearm, conspiracy to rob and conspiracy to kidnap and arson. Mr. McDonald, also of no fixed abode, was convicted of conspiracy to escape and conspiracy to possess an imitation firearm. While he was on the run, he was jailed for 7 years and 10 months for the series of robberies. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Ryan McDonald and Stevie McMullen? Do you believe being sentenced to 25 and 20 years for conspiracy to escape prison was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a businessman that's been found to have been acting reasonably to defend himself when a suspected gangster was killed with his own gun during a fight at Coroner's ruled. Security worker Stephen Akinyemi, 44, was shot on the left temple during a tussle with his friend Aaron Colan on February the 9th, 2010. The fight took place in Mr. Colan's home, a converted chapel in Alderley Edge, Cheshire, where he had arranged a meeting to try and end a feud between Mr. Akinyemi and another man who could not be named for legal reasons. Mr. Colan, 45, who is 6 foot 4 inches tall, and the muscular Mr. Akinyemi, who was 5 foot 10 inches, had been on the verge of becoming a professional boxer. Fought in a small and dark ensuite bathroom, the inquest at London Royal Court of Justice was told. Mr. Akinyemi, who had studied martial arts and been a competitive bodybuilder, was wearing body armour under his clothes, but Mr. Colan would not have had time to be aware of this as they grappled. At the end of the inquest on Thursday, the coroner rejected short from conclusions of misadventure, lawful or unlawful killing, or accidental death to deliver a narrative conclusion. He told the court that Stephen Akinyemi, in an attempt to coerce a third party into a course of action, produced a gun to reinforce his demand. The gun, which was at all times held by Mr. Akinyemi and whose finger was on the trigger, was discharged 4 times. One of those discharges caused a bullet to go into Stephen Akinyemi's head, fatally wounding him. Mr. Colan told a previous inquest in October 2011 that Mr. Akinyemi pulled a gun on him and it went off during a struggle in which he got stabbed several times. Cheshire coroner Nicholas Reinberg recorded an open verdict saying he had difficulty accepting Mr. Colan's version of events, but following an application by Mr. Colan for judicial review to the High Court in February 2012, that inquest was quashed with a fresh one was ordered with a different coroner. Mr. Colan was initially accused of murdering Mr. Akinyemi, but the Crown Prosecution Service dropped the charge because it could not prove Mr. Colan, who suffered stab wounds to his arms and neck, was not acting in self-defence. Delivering his conclusion at the end of the second inquest, Mr. Richmond said he was satisfied that Mr. Akinyemi and Mr. Colan, who had known each other since the 1990s, had been on good terms when the fatal fight occurred. Mr. Cullen was hoping to act as a mediator between his friend and another man over nicknames. Mr. Richmond said it was highly significant that Mr. Cullen chose to broker the deal at his home, as he was satisfied that he would never have invited his friend to the house had he suspected he was carrying a weapon or intended violence. He had texted him saying don't pick up before calling him, and pretended he had not got through when the man answered the phone, the inquest heard. Mr. Richmond said that Mr. Cullen's conduct had been necessary and reasonable in response to a sequence of events that unfolded unexpectedly and very quickly 7 years ago. He also found that the businessman was someone who valued his friends and was loyal to them. Mr. Akinyemi could be violent and a bully, and had a propensity to carry knives, the coroner said. Sending his condolences to the family, he remarked that any untimely death was a tragedy. After the ruling, which Mr. Cullen was in court for, his lawyer David Mason QC addressed the coroner on behalf of his client. He thanked Mr. Richmond for his thorough handling of the inquest, which had been a long and difficult journey. He added that the ruling had restored Mr. Cullen's faith in the justice system, which was shaken following the first inquest, and was also a lovely, much-loved family man. The businessman who was given up a mansion after it was linked to drugs cash has hit back at the National Crime Agency. Aaron Cullen, 44, surrendered a £600,000 house in Alderley Edge in Cheshire after a High Court judge granted a possession order on July 20th. The property has since been vacated and arrangements are being made to take possession. Mr. Cullen, who had previously been cleared of killing 3 people, has fought the order for 4 years and claims the law enforcement agency has wrongly hounded him. In a statement, Mr. Cullen said that he was innocent of any wrongdoing and the agency had been misrepresenting him, adding that he wouldn't lose a penny from the sale of his house, which he said had been purchased on a 100% interest-only mortgage. He said, "I bought the house with no deposit and 100% interest-only mortgage. This means I did not put 1 penny into the purchase, and better still, the deal meant that the interest payments equated to less than half that which it would have cost me to rent. I have now researched the position the NCA have found themselves in. They have to sell to the highest bidder, they have to pay off the mortgage when they do. The only way there could be any adverse cost to me is if the NCA went against their own rules and tried to purposefully sell it for less than the mortgage value. This would mean that I would be liable to pay the difference. However, I've made a bid for £1 above the mortgage value to ensure that cannot happen." The Stockport businessman claimed that the court had been told lies during the case, and that he had been prevented from using evidence which backed up his account. He added, "I had recently been released from cases perpetrated by the NCA, which were provably malicious. I then found myself in this case involving my home, brought by the same agency. They had managed to gain an unfair advantage whilst I was fighting the previous case. For example, I was precluded from being able to call evidence or cross-examine witnesses, and in this vacuum they were able to lie and then secure the order against my house." He spoke out after the culmination of long-running civil recovery proceedings. In March 2012, a High Court judge ruled that Mr. Cullen's home had been purchased through drug dealing in the Stockport area. It was ruled by the court that Mr. Cullen lived on the proceeds of crime from 1999 until at least April 2004. The NCA argued that his meagre income over the relevant time frame could not have covered the money he spent extravagantly restoring the house. The businessman has no convictions for drug dealing and was cleared of the murders of Chris Little in 1996 and David Barnshaw in 2002. He was also arrested over the death of Stephen Akinyemi and the violent struggle in his home in 2010, but those charges were dropped. Mr. Akinyemi died after being shot in the head during a violent struggle with Mr. Cullen, who suffered multiple stab wounds. Mr. Cullen was given 90 days to hand over the keys to Brook Lane Chapel, which he brought in 2007, and it was surrendered last month. The NCA spokesman said, "We can confirm that the property has been vacated and the NCA has taken possession as per the order granted by the High Court on the 20th of July. A decision over the disposal of the property will be made in due course." Mr. Cullen has previously said that his case is biased and based on a pack of lies, and said he may even buy back the house once it's been seized. He launched a claim against the NCA and one of its investigators, insisting he was never involved in dealing drugs, but his complaints were rejected by a High Court official and later confirmed by a senior judge. Mr. Cullen said that he had started proceedings against the NCA to bring them to public account. He added they have attempted to strike out these proceedings yet again to try and avoid being brought to book. The next hearing is on December the 10th. Whilst we'll never be able to prove what happened in that violent struggle, do you believe, Mr. Cullen, that the NCA is targeting him?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at 6 men who are being sentenced at Basildon Crown Court after a man was fatally stabbed to death in Westcliff. Wesley Hendrickson, and Leon Wright faced life in prison for murder. 4 other men were acquitted of murder but are being sentenced for aggravated burglary. The fatal raid happened on December 12, 2019. Mr. Hendrickson and Mr. Wright, who murdered a scary Spaho to death at a property in Tintern Avenue, Westcliff. Mr. Wright, 31, of Highbury New Park, collapsed in the dock with his head in his hands after the jury of 8 men and 4 women confirmed their verdicts. Mr. Hendrickson, 31, of Ashford Crescent in Enfield, showed no emotion as his guilty verdicts for murder, attempted murder and aggravated burglary were read out. However, he later stormed out of the dock. The duo, along with 4 other men, had denied driving up from London to Westcliff armed with swords and packing equipment to steal the cannabis plants. The duo stabbed Mr. Spaho and another man who were working as gardeners in the farm. Shocking footage from police officers' body cameras showed blood on the walls as they attended the property following the murder. During the trial, the jury heard from witnesses such as the investigating police officer and the officers who first attended the scene. Giving evidence, Mr. Wright claimed he had no idea that people would be in the property and that they only went to steal the plants, but he was ambushed when they broke in. 4 other men were acquitted by the jury of murder and attempted murder, but were convicted of aggravated burglary. Mitchell Harris, 29, of No Fixed Address, Scott Heaney, 22, of Hurlock Street, Highbury, Brian Kinlosh, 31, of Beechcroft Way, Upper Holloway, and Dorald Sokoli, 27, of Ely Croft, Enfield, will be sentenced at the same court, along with 2 other murderers. Mr. Wright and Mr. Hendrickson, both from North London, were found guilty of murder and were sentenced at Basildon Crown Court to a minimum jail term of 30 years. Detective Inspector Greg Wood said those sentenced committed crimes driven by greed and violence, and sadly, it cost Mr. Spaho his life. Mr. Wright and Mr. Hendrickson have received lengthy sentences for murder and others for their part in the burglary, which rightfully reflects the terrible consequences of that night. I want this to be a message to anyone involved in similar circles. We will not tolerate violent crime in Essex, and we won't let drug crime slip under the radar either. The group Mr. Wright, Mr. Hendrickson, Mitchell Harris, Scott Heaney, Brian Kinlosh and Gerald Sokoli had met in London with a plan to burgle the property. They armed themselves and travelled to Southend-on-Sea before going to Tintern Avenue in Westcliff-on-Sea and breaking into the address through a bathroom window. 2 people were inside, were stabbed, including Mr. Spaho, who died at the scene. Officers found cannabis plants being grown in 2 rooms and in the loft. Mr. Wright of Highbury New Park in Highbury was found guilty of attempted murder and pleaded guilty to aggravated burglary and was ordered to serve a minimum term of 11,314 days. Mr. Hendrickson of Ashford Crescent in Enfield, who denied all charges, was found guilty of attempted murder and aggravated burglary and ordered to serve a minimum term of 11,247 days. Mr. Sokoli, 28, of Ely Croft, Enfield, Mr. Kinlosh, 32, of Beechcroft Way, Archway, Mr. Heaney, 23, of Hurlock Street, Highbury, and Mr. Harris, 29, of No Known Address, were each jailed for 13 years. So what are your thoughts about this London murder conspiracy that saw 6 men, 2 sentenced to life in prison, were in court over the murder of Mr. Spaho? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the drill rapper who achieved fame with a song called County Lines, but was in court early this year and who has since been jailed but now released for his role in County Lines drug dealing in Guildford. Theo Beckford, 20, who is known as Frosty, was one of 5 people sentenced at Guildford Crown Court for their involvement in selling heroin and cocaine to more than 90 people in and around Guildford town centre. In the dock alongside him were Farshad Ibrahimi, a 24-year-old semi-professional footballer, Lucia Zaccarini, 23, Lee Jones, 54, and Preeti Patel, 45, who at the time was working at the neighbouring Guildford County Court. Prosecutor Wendy Carty told the court that the group had been involved in a county line style operation, using Miss Patel's Bridge Street flat as a base from which to sell heroin and cocaine that had been brought down from London. In the track Frosty released online in January 2019, while still on remand, Mr. Beckford of No Fixed Abode raps about drug dealing and murder and refers to undercover police watching the house from which he sells drugs. This appears to be what happened in reality. Miss Cotti told the court Surrey police officers had been carrying out surveillance on Miss Patel's flat since July 2018 before raiding the property in October. During that time, they observed Mr. Ibrahimi of Cranbrook Lane, Arnos Drive, and Mr. Beckford entering and leaving the flat repeatedly. On a number of occasions, they saw two men, and on one occasion, Miss Patel supplying local drug dealers nearby, including outside the town's Electric Theatre and in Bedford Road car park, just yards from the county court where Miss Patel worked, and opposite the Crown Court where the group was sentenced. When police raided Miss Patel's flat at around 4 PM on October the 3rd, officers found Mr. Ibrahimi and Mr. Beckford and Mr. Carini and Mr. Jones. Earlier the same day, they had returned from a trip to London to pick up more drugs, Miss Coty said, and were surrounded by around £7,000 worth of heroin and cocaine. Some was in wraps ready to sell, others still requiring packaging. Miss Patel was arrested at the county court later that day. Miss Coty said, immediately the police came and Mr. Beckford said all the drugs were his and said to Mr. Ibrahimi in a quiet voice, say no comment and I will take the rap for this. The Crown say that was perhaps a notable act, but it was clear it wasn't just him. Analysis of phones found in the flat and forensic evidence found on the drugs revealed the real story, she explained. Mr. Ibrahimi had been the ringleader, although the operation was ultimately run by persons unknown, probably in London. He had dreamed of playing professional football, his barrister Abigail Penny told the court, and had his trials with the Leyton Orient, QPR and Tottenham Hotspur. However, injury had dashed his hopes, and he spiraled into unemployment and mental health problems at the time he became involved in the drug dealing. Mr. Ibrahimi had been a man responsible for sending almost all of the texts advertising drugs to local users, Miss Coty said, using a phone line known as Luca or Ghost Line. Mr. Beckford, despite some of the lyrics of his County Lines song, had played a lesser role, mostly in selling the drugs, but also in sending at least two of the texts from the Ghost Line. Unlike Mr. Ibrahimi, he had one previous conviction for a drug offence. In mitigation, Mr. Beckford's barrister, John Swain, told the court he had become determined to turn his life around, after seeing he could gain success through his music. Despite having no promotion, his song has been watched on YouTube 2 million times, played on Radio 1 Extra, and brought offers of music deals from several record labels. This has really given him something to look forward to, Mr. Swain said. He wants to put this life completely behind him and learn from his mistakes. He has not done so far, but he wants to assure the court that he will. Miss Zaccarini and Miss Patel, described by a probationary officer as a functioning heroin addict despite her 20-year addiction, and still played lesser roles. Mr. Jones, another addict and seemingly a customer of the group, appears to have only been responsible for driving them back from London shortly before Miss Patel's flat was raided on October the 3rd. Mr. Ibrahimi and Mr. Beckford pleaded guilty to conspiring to supply heroin and cocaine and to possession of heroin and cocaine with intent to supply. Passing sentence, Judge Rufus Taylor said it was a great shame that Mr. Ibrahimi had found himself in court and that he had lowered his possible sentence due to Mr. Ibrahimi's problems with mental health and homelessness. Judge Taylor sentenced Mr. Ibrahimi to 3 years and 6 months in prison, reduced from 4 years and 6 months on account of his guilty plea. Regarding Mr. Beckford, Judge Taylor said there was a lot to be said for the defendant, given the submissions from Mr. Swain, but warned him that due to his previous convictions, he would face a sentence of 7 years if he found himself in court for the same crimes again. He sentenced Mr. Beckford to 2 years and 8 months in prison, reduced from 4 years on account of his guilty plea and full confession during his police interview. Turning to Miss Zaccarini of Armour Close, Islington, who pleaded guilty to being concerned in making offers to supply cocaine and heroin, he said he was giving her a chance. "You have got to take this chance as a warning to stop," he told her, passing a sentence of 2 years, suspended for 2 years, and requiring her to do 200 hours of unpaid work. He described Miss Patel's involvement as a personal disaster for her, saying, "You have been a functioning addict for 20 years and it has finally caught up with you. The Crown has been charitable in allowing you to plead for this rather than the conspiracy." Miss Patel had pleaded guilty to allowing premises to be used for the supply of heroin and cocaine and received a 9-month sentence, suspended for 18 months. Finally, Mr. Jones, who had pleaded guilty to a single count of acquiring criminal property, namely a quantity of money, received a conditional discharge, which will be in place for 18 months. So what are your thoughts about the crimes committed by Mr. Beckford, aka Frosty, Miss Zaccarini, Miss Patel, Mr. Jones and their primary leader Mr. Ibrahimi, who supplied users from in and around Guildford? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how a UK based hauler shipped drugs for gangs across Europe from his Warrington living room in lockdown. Thomas Mayer, originally from Ireland, has been sentenced at Liverpool Crown Court to more than 14 years in jail after pleading guilty to drugs and money laundering charges. He made thousands of pounds a week using an encrypted EncroChat phone to fix the movements of drugs and money. Mr. Mayer is the first major crime boss jailed using messages obtained when French police cracked the EncroChat network. The phones were considered mandatory for high-end organised crime, and more than 1,000 suspects have been arrested on the strength of the evidence their messages contain. Mr. Mayer, 39, used the EncroChat handles Satirical and Snacker as he did deals with organised crime networks in the UK, Ireland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Spain, Turkey and Bulgaria. The National Crime Agency says he was hugely influential among Europe's drugs cartels. Sentencing him, Judge Orby QC said Mr. Mayer was a high-ranked facilitator, a go-between for criminal networks needing to transport their drugs between Holland and Ireland. Passing a sentence of 14 years and 8 months, the judge told Mr. Mayer, "You were an extremely important cog in the wheel of a sophisticated network." Mr. Mayer would arrange for lorries to move massive loads of drugs hidden alongside legitimate cargoes such as fruit or wine, and in one direction then to bring cash in the other direction. Police found out about his operation after he was arrested in connection with the deaths of 39 Vietnamese migrants while they were being transported to the UK in October 2019. Mr. Mayer had previously owned the trailer in which they were found. The NCA put him under surveillance in an attempt to identify the scale of his criminal activities. However, the cracking of the EncroChat network by French intelligence provided the National Crime Agency with thousands of encrypted messages. They were able to watch, almost in real time, as he did deals with crime bosses across Europe. Martin Clark from the NCA said he posed as an honest hauler, but was in fact very much a professional facilitator, and he's done it all remotely, sitting in his living room. He's never personally been anywhere near any of it. In fact, the NCA said he had been scrupulous about social distancing during the pandemic while communicating via EncroChat with dozens of criminals. The evidence the agency has uncovered shines a new light on the way in which a smuggling network operates. Mr. Mayer would be contacted by clients wanting to move hundreds of kilos of drugs. The messages were written in criminal slang. Mr. Mayer would discuss deals involving shipments of tops, top-shelf drugs such as cocaine, or colo, the purest form, from Colombia. Heroin, which he deemed a more down-market drug, was known as bottoms. Shipments might come from the flat, the Netherlands, and the lorry returned with paper, aka cash. Officers working on EncroChat cases are having to develop skills in understanding the slang suspects are using in their messages. In this message, Thomas Mayer is telling an alleged co-conspirator that they are not doing too badly despite the lockdown. Hopefully for police, he sets out the network of drug transportation routes he is currently operating. Once we get this travel ban lifted, mate, we be on the pig's back. That alone is a lot of taxi. Plus we have the receiver here from Asia, so mate, we have a lot more than others. That's why I'm not stressing yet. The police translation reads, our HGV drug courier business is working out okay at the moment. Someone is bringing shipments from Holland and Belgium to the UK. However, like many users of the EncroChat network, Mr. Mayer believed his messages could not be read, so he didn't bother trying to communicate in code. Crucial evidence was obtained from pictures on his phone. His drivers would photograph the shipments to prove they had been picked up. They would sometimes use a token during the handover. This involved showing a particular Eurobank note with digits previously agreed as evidence of identity. When Mr. Meyer was moving drugs, he would earn around £3,500 each time for money transported for laundering in consignments of €300,000 at a time. He would skim 1% of the total as his payment. Mr. Meyer lived in a fairly modest Cheshire home, but police surveillance spotted luxury cars including a Range Rover, Porsche Cayenne, Mercedes GLS and Corvette parked on the drive. When they raided his house, they found evidence he had spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on Rolex and Hublot watches. Mr. Meyer had taken holidays in Dubai, Mexico and New York, where he liked to buy pricey modern art, including a map of the world created from bullets. Mr. Meyer then discusses how to set up a front company in Spain, which they can use to move drugs. The messages reveal the men planned to set up a legitimate haulage firm to import legal items into the UK and to Ireland. But this activity would then be used to smuggle cocaine, cash and firearms. Mr. Meyer came to the attention of the NCA after police discovered the bodies of 39 dead Vietnamese migrants who had asphyxiated in the back of a lorry registered in his name. Although police were unable to charge Mr. Meyer in relation to the deaths, the NCA then became interested in his affairs. Mr. Meyer's role in the global drugs trade became clear when police in Europe managed to penetrate the EncroChat network that he relied on to communicate with associates. Mr. Meyer, then 40, was arrested at his Warrington home during a raid by the NCA. He later pleaded guilty to 2 charges relating to importing Class A drugs into the UK and 2 charges of money laundering. After Mr. Meyer was sentenced, senior officers at the NCA spoke about the role he played as a logistics man who helped notorious crime groups. The NCA branch commander, Martin Clark, said Mr. Meyer moved in the highest criminal circles, acting as a logistics man for some of the UK, Ireland and Europe's most notorious organised crime groups who trusted him with their drugs and their money. We believe the offences he has been convicted of represent the tip of the iceberg in terms of his overall criminality. Mr. Meyer bragged in EncroChat messages about being involved in organised crime for over 20 years, during which time it's highly likely he shipped tons of drugs and tens of millions of pounds around Europe. After a painstaking investigation, we have been able to bring him to justice, and that investigation has not stopped. We will use all the tools available to hit him where it hurts, in the pocket, to ensure he can't continue his luxury lifestyle when he is released. So what are your thoughts about this Warrington-based drugs gang and how potentially Mr. Meyer could have been profiting from the drugs trade for 20 years, although not proven, but received a 14-year jail sentence for drugs and money laundering offences? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to look at a notorious dark web administrator who was ordered to hand over more than £495,000 which he had amassed in criminal activity. An unemployed university dropout who was jailed for running a dark web business selling illegal drugs has been ordered to hand over more than £490,000 in Bitcoin. Thomas White, who is now 26, took over running the notorious dark website Silk Road after it first closed in 2013. Although Mr. White had no legitimate income, Mr. White had paid £10,700 up front to rent his plush apartment in Liverpool's city centre waterfront. After Mr. White was jailed for over 5 years in 2019, officers at the National Crime Agencies continued to investigate his finances. At a recent confiscation hearing at Liverpool Crown Court, HHJ Teague QC ordered Mr. White to repay £493,550 from his Bitcoin holdings account. All electronic items used by Mr. White in the commission of the offence were also forfeited. Mr. White, who left his accounting degree at Liverpool Johns Moore University after a single term, was an administrator of Silk Road, but within a month of its shutdown by the FBI, he had launched Silk Road 2.0. Silk Road 2.0, like the original site, used technology to allow users to anonymously buy Class A and B drugs, as well as computer hacking tools and other illegal goods. Users could do so using a digital currency called Bitcoin. When the officers examined Mr. White's devices after his arrest, they also discovered a stash of indecent images. He pleaded guilty to drug trafficking, money laundering, and making 464 Category A indecent images of children, and was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. Tyrone Surgeon, who is the branch commander at the National Crime Agency, said, Thomas White was a well-regarded member of the original Silk Road hierarchy. He used this to his advantage when the original site was closed down and profited significantly from his criminal activities. This case proves that crime doesn't pay. Not only has he spent the last 2 years in prison, he now has to hand over nearly £500,000. This has been a complex international investigation and highlights that we can use every tool to our disposal to disrupt organised criminals from profiting from their crimes. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. White? Do you believe the sentence of 5 years and 4 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you like this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at Thomas Whitehorn, age 74, who launched a savage attack on close friend Rhonda Humphreys and stabbed her 26 times, with all but 3 of the wounds centered on her face, head and neck. Truro Crown Court heard that 50-year-old Rhonda, known as Ronnie, was a woman with demons and an alcohol problem. Prosecutor Miss Jo Martin QC said they both lived in flats in Hale and had a relationship at one stage, but were now just good friends. Rhonda was normal for 40% of the time and was loving when not drinking, the court heard. Miss Martin said Thomas Whitehorn tried to help her. While he became frustrated with her behaviour, he would not become angry and was supportive to her. The court heard another woman resident was causing huge problems for the residents with her antisocial behaviour, and 2 days before the killing, Mr. Whitehorn applied to move to sheltered accommodation because he was struggling to cope, said Miss Martin. Earlier, he dialed 999 to say he had killed his partner because she and other neighbours were driving me mad, and he had taken an overdose in the hope of then killing himself. Mr. Whitehorn said he was at the end of his tether with Rhonda's rubbish tour and grabbed a dagger from a drawer and stabbed her to death. On the front door of his flat he wrote, "No danger to police or anyone. Being driven mad results in this. She is pure evil and sorry boys, have a good life." The divorced father of 2 sons had also written a letter the day before, thinking he would also be dead. He told police in interview his head was completely scrambled and he could not stand it anymore and wanted to kill her and himself. He grabbed the knife from the drawer and told her, "Have some of this," adding, "I just went mad. It was bloody horrible. That's what happens when someone drives you mad. It is not in my personality to do anyone any harm." Mr. Whitehorn of Foundry Square, Hale, denied murder but admitted manslaughter by reason of diminished responsibility. 2 psychiatrists said he was suffering from a depressive disorder. He was jailed for 9 years by Judge Simon Carr, who said Mr. Whitehorn blamed her behaviour to minimise his own actions and said the attack was ferocious. He said, "Your judgment and self-control were substantially impaired at the time of the act." Andrew Langdon, defending, said Mr. Whitehorn called Rhonda the most fabulous person in the world. He said Mr. Whitehorn could not cope with the paranoid schizophrenic neighbour screaming all night and then Rhonda's incessant and intrusive behaviour, which was worse when she was drinking. He said former RAF Sergeant Rhonda was a highly respected specialty nurse during her military career, adding he missed her, he loved her and cared for her. He is tormented by what he did, which was woefully inexcusable. So what are your thoughts about Thomas Whitehorn? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
3 sisters who were arrested for a series of fraud offences across the northwest, including Merseyside, have been sentenced to a total of 4.5 years in prison. Merseyside's economic crime team and Cheshire's constabulary began a joint investigation into a Manchester-based organised crime group who were committing payment card frauds, mainly in the Great Manchester area, but also in Merseyside and Cheshire. On the 13th of May 2020, officers from Cheshire Police executed warrants at the offenders' home addresses in Greater Manchester. 4 women were arrested and a number of items were recovered, including motorcycle clothing, a motor vehicle, electric scooter, furniture and a quantity of cash. All 4 women pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit fraud, and 3 were jailed at Chester Crown Court for a total of 4.5 years. Sarah Burden, 40, of Evesham Road, Manchester, was jailed for 18 weeks. Lindsay Burden, 36, of Brinholm Road, Manchester, was jailed for 2 years and 2 months. Emmeline Burden, 29, of Riverdale Road, Manchester, was jailed for 22 months for conspiracy and an additional 6 months for disqualified driving. She was also disqualified from driving for a further 12 months. Sonia Malley, 37, of Hobson Credon, Aldershot, was to be sentenced at a later date. The court was told how the fraudsters stole till merchant receipts from restaurants and hotels. They would then attend high-end stores and restaurants, including some in the Liverpool 1 and Met Quarter areas of the Liverpool city centre, to purchase goods using the payment card details stolen from the receipts. While the woman kept some of the items they had purchased, on other occasions they would return to the stores and request a refund. The fraudster would then put their own payment card into the machine so that the refund would credit to their own personal bank accounts. Between them, the 4 women received over £16,000 worth of fraudulent refunds to their own personal bank accounts during the period. From the initial offence on the 17th of December 2019, officers were able to identify more than 150 fraudulent transactions between various locations between October 2019 and May 2020 across the northwest Yorkshire and Leicestershire areas, with losses totalling £62,000. The goods targeted included designer clothes, powerful tools, high-performance car parts, motorcycles, and motorcycle accessories. The COVID-19 lockdown did not stop the fraudsters, who, when high street stores were closed, began targeting off-licences and petrol stations, where they would purchase alcohol, cigarettes, and hundreds of pounds worth of lottery tickets. Detective Sergeant Paul Kay from Merseyside Police's Economic Crime Team said, "This type of fraud is not victimless, as the majority of these fraudulent transactions were charged back to the store, making them the loser, and in some cases, the loss to the store was greater than their weekly turnover." Also, a number of staff members who dealt with the fraudsters were given a written warning for conducting the transaction, and in one case, a particular member of staff was suspended and nearly sacked for not identifying the fraudulent transaction. "We are committed to finding people who are responsible for committing the fraud and bringing them to justice. I would urge anyone who spots any suspicious activity which they believe to be fraudulent to contact us on Action Fraud so that action can be taken to bring these people to justice." Detective Chief Inspector Claire Coleman, the crime manager at Cheshire Police, said, "Today's sentencing is a culmination of a lengthy and complex investigation spanning many false borders. This was focused on hundreds of fraud offences committed across the northwest. Each one was carefully planned, and fraudulent bank details were used to purchase high-end valuable items from stores in Cheshire, Merseyside, Lancashire, Cumbria, Greater Manchester and Derbyshire. The women committed the offences in order to fund their lavish lifestyles, buying expensive clothes, perfumes and designer sunglasses. It is clear that they had no thoughts as to the impact of their actions on both the businesses they were targeting and the legitimate customers whose credit card details they decided to steal. Thankfully, as a result of the joint investigation by officers from Cheshire and Merseyside, 3 of the women are now behind bars. Four members of an organised crime gang that stole £400,000 in a series of armed robberies targeting cash vans have also been jailed. The gang used a fleet of stolen cars to travel to and from the violent heist in London, Oxford, Bedfordshire and Northamptonshire between May 2018 and November 2019. Armed with loaded handguns, metal crowbars, axes and knives, they often wore ballistic body armour and balaclavas whilst committing their crimes, the Metropolitan Police said. Some of the stolen money was sustained by the security die when the gang tried to force open a cash box, leading them to burn some and launder some through betting machines in the bookmakers. They also tried to cover their tracks by using cloned number plates on the stolen cars, but the Met flying squad had the gang under surveillance, using number plate recognition cameras and phone evidence to track what they were doing. 6 members of the gang have already been jailed, and another 4 were sentenced at the Kingston-upon-Thames Crown Court in this month. Brooklyn McFarlane, 27, of Wandsworth, South London, was jailed for 13 years for conspiracy to commit robbery, weapon offences and handling stolen goods. Abdi Omar, 27, also from Wandsworth, was sentenced to 9 years for conspiracy to commit robbery, possession of an offensive weapon and handling stolen goods. Madi Hashi, 29, of Wandsworth, and Noman Amin, 26, of Clapham Junction, were each jailed for 9 years for conspiracy to commit robbery and threatening another with an offensive weapon. DC Stephen O'Connell of the Met Police said, "This was an immensely complex investigation which demanded dedication and skill to manage the extensive amount of evidence. Our officers have worked day and night to achieve this outcome. I would like to thank all those involved for their dedication and professionalism." The group caused havoc in and outside of London, with high value cars being stolen and a huge amount of money laundered and spoiled. These men have since discovered that crime does not pay. Detective O'Connell said the efforts to track down others believed in the gang were also being continued. Three Americans have been jailed after trying to smuggle a massive 90 kilos of cannabis into the UK between them through Heathrow Airport. The 3, who all arrived on flights into London Heathrow Airport from Los Angeles between January the 13th and 15th in 2023, were found by Border Force to be carrying suitcases laden with vacuum-packed packages of herbal cannabis. They were arrested and, following an investigation by the National Crime Agency, were charged with importing Class B drugs. 2 of the smugglers were from New York and 1 was from Texas. They were jailed between 12 and 26 months. Sabrina Desiree Hobby, 29, from Cedar Park, Texas, was sentenced to 26 months in prison for smuggling 36 kilograms of cannabis. Madani Bad Jr., aged 23, from New York, was sentenced to 20 months in prison for smuggling 54 kilos of cannabis with Ara Jenny, who was 25. Jana, also from New York, was given a sentence of 12 months in prison. The National Crime Agency Heathrow branch commander Andy Noyes said, "The prison sentences handed out are the consequence of foolish decisions made by people who either think or have been told that they will get away with smuggling drugs into the UK. These attempts were largely unsophisticated, with commercial amounts of cannabis carried unconcealed within large suitcases. All 3 individuals are now serving jail time, thousands of miles away from their friends and family. I would urge anyone considering smuggling cannabis into the UK to think twice. The NCA and our partners in Border Force are tackling drug couriers and will continue to disrupt the crime groups involved in drug trafficking. The convictions follow a spat of arrests involving seizures made from flights from the US. Cannabis grown legally in parts of America attracts a premium price in the UK. More than 20 US nationals have now been arrested at UK airports since the start of 2023, with 6 being convicted and sentenced. Catherine Wilson, Regional Director of Heathrow Border Force, said, "The smuggling, production and sale of cannabis plays a fundamental part of the business model that funds dangerous and violent organised crime gangs. The seizure and others like it should send a clear message to anyone considering smuggling illegal drugs into the UK. Working closely with the NCA, we remain committed to tackling supply chains and stopping these dangerous drugs from entering our communities." Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we look at an unhappy ex-girlfriend who stalked her former partner and his new partner for months, and even sent a severed pig's head to the new couple's workplace. Tia McBean, who was 22 at the time, had admitted to 12 offences in court, including repeatedly breaching a restraining order and stalking her ex, Oralton Robinson, and his partner, Arkia Bish, over a substantial amount of time. Mr. Robinson, who admitted he was previously in a 3-month relationship with Miss McBean in 2018, admitted he had done so whilst he was on a break with Miss Bish. Mr. Robinson explained that he began to distance himself from Miss McBean when she had explained to Mr. Robinson that she had suffered from a bipolar disorder, the court heard. However, Woolwich Crown Court had heard that Miss McBean had become pregnant with Mr. Robinson's child, and throughout the stalking campaign had made hundreds of phone calls to the pair. However, Woolwich Crown Court had heard how Miss McBean had become pregnant with Mr. Robinson's child, and throughout the stalking campaign had made hundreds of phone calls to the pair. Miss McBean had sent a pig's head to the couple's restaurant and messaged Miss Bish an explicit image with her father's face being photoshopped onto it. The delivery drivers would also turn back up to the restaurant and demand payment, as Miss McBean had reportedly ordered pizzas to their home through Just Eat, the court was also told. Jailing Miss McBean for 15 months, Judge Ruth Downing said, "It was very clear that it was a very short relationship which you entered to as adults, and Mr. Robinson does not wish to continue this relationship. Adults should be able to and be capable of pursuing their intimate affairs, including bringing them to an end without fears of reprisal or a hurtful or intrusive and persistent manner. I don't entirely discount that there was a genuine degree of apprehension shared by Mr. Robinson and Miss Bish that the conduct could escalate. Your quarrel was with an ex-lover, not his partner, and an employee of the business was also involved and had absolutely nothing to do with this quarrel at all. Your attitude has been one of defiance. None of this ever happened. It's all made up and I'm not pleading guilty. It's taken a lot to acknowledge that those irrational and totally unacceptable activities were first of all done by you, and also that they were unacceptable." Judge Downing said that sending the pig's head was a very gratuitous act of spite towards Miss Bish. The stalking of Miss Bish began when Mr. Robinson ended the relationship with Miss McBean. It started with Miss McBean sending the woman racially abusive messages about her son. Miss McBean was convicted of criminal damage and assault against Mr. Robinson, and a restraining order was issued preventing her from contacting Mr. Robinson or Miss Bish or attending their address. However, it was reported that Mr. Robinson was also convicted of assaulting Miss McBean, but the court did not hear any further details of the offence. Prosecutor Matthew Dalton said that Miss McBean started stalking Mr. Robinson on a daily basis, beginning with him waking up several nights in a row to her knocking at the door and finding handwritten notes being stuck to his door. The couple said that it was quite common to receive hundreds of calls from withheld or various numbers and receive abusive text messages on a daily basis from Miss McBean. At one point, it was reported she went to their address and was said to be sitting outside with a bottle of rum, shouting at the house. Afterwards, she reported to the police that Mr. Robinson had kidnapped her. However, Mr. Robinson had been with an officer making a statement to the police about Miss McBean at the time of the call. In another occasion, Miss Bish was approached by a customer at her restaurant, who showed her in a Facebook message from Miss McBean that Miss McBean had stated that she had seen a worker in the eatery indecently exposing himself whilst he was on shift. In the statement, Miss Bish said, "I became so upset by this. This was affecting my personal life and my sleep. I could not believe this was happening to me. It's now obviously beginning to affect my business, especially when she's saying to my customers awful things that are going on in the restaurant." The court also heard that Mr. Robinson had returned home from the police station after reporting her for sending pizzas to his house, only to find another delivery driver on his doorstep. Miss McBean then attended the address again and was reported to be banging the door and screaming outside. Miss McBean wanted to take things a step further, and this time she decided she would send a severed pig's head to the couple's halal restaurant through another catering company. Mr. Dalton said a delivery was made. Mr. Robinson thought it was from a catering company, but he had never heard of the company before or made an order. and so he opened it with another employee, Shantae Lewis, who had opened it in quite a rush. When it was opened up, it was quite a shock. There was a pig's head inside. Nobody expected this at all. They only serve halal meat in the restaurant, and as soon as he saw the contents, he instantly believed that it was from Tia McBean. Details from the delivery included her email address, which appeared to be fake. Miss Lewis said she had to leave work early after opening up the delivery, which caused her to throw up and feel nauseous, as she is a vegan herself. Miss McBean was not finished. She sent Miss Bish an explicit photo that appeared to have Miss Bish's father's face photoshopped on, with a message reading, "Tell your dad to stop sending me explicit photos, laugh out loud." It had appeared that Miss McBean had FaceTimed Miss Bish's father and taken a screenshot of his face for the use of the photo. After all this, Mr. Robinson installed CCTV cameras at his home for his own personal safety. However, it was seen that Miss McBean had written "illegal immigrant" in red marker across his door. On one evening, Miss McBean called Miss Lewis 3 times in the early hours of the morning after she had made the statement about the pig's head incident to the police, telling Miss Lewis, "I know where you live." Miss McBean also sent food deliveries to her house on 2 occasions and admitted to harassing Miss Lewis by sending her threatening electronic communication. The court heard how Miss McBean had previous convictions for harassment, which she had received 4 months prison time suspended for 12 months. James Hass-Latcher, defending Miss McBean, said that Miss McBean was diagnosed with unstable personality disorder at 18 and was not taking her medication at the time of offending. He said, "It's the tragic combination of somebody who was unstable with an unstable personality disorder, dealing with a pregnancy, and the breakup of a relationship." Judge Downing said that Miss McBean would have been released on licence at the halfway point of a 15-month sentence, and due to time served on remand, would be out of prison in a matter of weeks. Miss McBean of Peckham, South East London, admitted to 7 counts of breaching a restraining order, 1 count of racially aggravated damaging property, 2 counts of stalking, 1 count of harassment, and 1 count of sending an offensive or threatening communication. What are your opinions of Miss McBean? Did she take things way too far with her ex-partner? Or do you think that everything she did was justifiable? Please let us know in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today, and as always, stay safe. Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a County Lines drugs gang who were jailed after police bugged the car and listened to their plans to expand into Canterbury, Southend and the north of England. Detectives who were working the case helped smash an elaborate drugs conspiracy in Medway after planting a bug in one of the boss's Mercedes cars. As the leaders plotted their plans to expand into Canterbury, Southend and the north of England, the police were listening in. The bosses of the gang and lifelong friends, Michael Odidina and Kazine Akin Falarin, both received a sentence of 9 years and 8 months, along with Mr. Akin Falarin and Mr. Adina. The people who used to work for the gang, known as runners, were also sentenced. Ramel Fregus of Peckham was jailed for 43 months. Andrew Huntley of Hopedale Road, Greenwich, was jailed for 8 years and a month. Francis Sonny Akon from Surrey was jailed for 27 months. Mark Downs from Cleethorpes was jailed for 37 months. Pater Ewi Homer from Lewisham was jailed for 18 months but was suspended for 2 years and along with 200 hours of unpaid work. And Peter Simmons from the Grimsby area was jailed for 33 months. The judge also ruled that the time that some of the defendants had spent on tag awaiting sentencing will be taken off their sentences. Detectives believed the gang had made up to £500,000 from Class A drug sales, although the charges that were brought before the court only involved deals which netted them an estimated £150,000 between December of 2016 and October of 2018. Judge Philip Statman, presiding over the case, told the defendants, "The supply of Class A drugs undermines communities. This was an extensive county lines drugs operation, with its tentacles stretching into other areas." Judge Statman told Mr. Akinfolarin that he was a highly intelligent man who had used all the intelligence at his disposal in a criminal enterprise, bringing misery and degradation to others. "But I accept that you have since turned your life around." Judge Statman also added to Mr. Adina, "You became a father 5 days ago, and you have also worked since your arrest to help others stay away from drugs." The drugs network, known as TJ, used to hire cars and frequently change phones to avoid detection by police, and had at least 2 safe houses where they would hide the drugs and cash. But the leaders of the gang were unaware that undercover cops had stashed a device in one of their vehicles and were now listening to their secret conversations. The prosecutor, Martin Yale, told the court how the bosses, Mr. Akinfolarin and Mr. Adina, were at the top of the hierarchy in this conspiracy. Mr. Yale added, "Mr. Akinfolarin and Mr. Adina held the main drugs lines, and the other defendants worked at their instigation and direction. The Medway/Kent arm of this drugs network operated under a name known as TJ. The Grimsby arm operated under the name of Alpo. It is a prominent feature in this case that those who were selling drugs at a street level used hire cars to drive around the locality. These cars were paid for by the drugs network. In particular, there is clear evidence of Mr. Akinfolarin arranging for payments of hire cars for others to use. The Crown says that this was in an effort to reduce the risk of detection of those hire cars. The Crown prosecution says that this was an effort to reduce the risk of detection by police by using hire cars which were changed regularly. The cars would be hired for only a week or so, sometimes the lease being slightly extended, and then the hire car would be returned and another would be leased immediately. Mr. Yale added, Mr. Aware Homer travelled in the hire car to various locations in Medway, including to individuals' home addresses, supplying Class A drugs. Some of the houses that Mr. Aware Homer travelled to were known drug users, and the detectives discovered that most of the people at these houses received the bulk text messages which were sent out from the county lines phone. One of those to whom he dealt, Mr. Suleiman, was later stopped by the police and found to be in possession of 2 wraps of heroin and 1 wrap of crack cocaine. The court heard how Mr. Suleiman's telephone was examined and the texts from the TJ line were found on the phone advertising dark for sale, which is another name for heroin. The prosecutor, Mr. Yates, also said that the gangs were targeting vulnerable people in the Medway towns and used their homes to store drugs. Mr. Akinfolarin enjoyed a holiday in Morocco, but after landing in Gatwick, immediately continued his drugs operation. No more than a month after he returned from his holiday, the police raided the safe houses, and during the search, officers found a carrier bag containing drugs paraphernalia, with names and telephone numbers written down within the bag. Mr. Yale added, one of the numbers had TJ written next to it. It is very clear that there was a degree of sophistication with the drugs enterprise that Mr. Akinfolarin and Mr. Adina were running, and they were ably assisted by Mr. Huntley. It was effectively being ran as a business, with a hierarchy and employees, and as with any business, there came a time when they decided to expand into other geographical areas. After the raid on the safe houses, the police installed a listening device in Mr. Akinfolarin's Mercedes and heard how he and Mr. Odina and others were supplying Class A drugs. The Crown Prosecution Service decided to drop the charges against one of the women who had lived in one of the safe houses, ruling that she was a highly vulnerable drug addict who had been exploited. After the hearing, the judge commended Detective Constable Dean Sycamore for his dedication and said that the people of Kent can now be assured that the streets were now a little safer. Detective Constable Sycamore said, This was an organised criminal network which distributed the supply of crack cocaine and heroin across England, targeting vulnerable drug users in order to make significant financial gains. Through our investigation, we estimate that hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of drugs were sold as part of this criminal network. Drugs not only ruin lives of those using, but affects their families and adversely affects the communities that suffer, which were associated with crime. What are your opinions on the drugs gang? Do you believe the sentencing were too harsh, or not harsh enough? Also, what are your opinions on the leaders of the gang working to help others stop using drugs whilst they were awaiting sentencing? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a former rave organiser who was dubbed the king of acid house in the 80s, who later turned to fraud and building this bizarre contraption to help him access victims' bank accounts. Tony Muldowney Colston was behind some of Britain's most infamous all-night raves 3 decades ago, before the scene was shut down due to rampant drug use. The self-styled anarcho-capitalist who uses the surname Colston Hater then became a cyber fraudster, masterminding a £1.25 million cyber bank heist, which saw him jailed for 5.5 years in 2014. But after his release from prison, the now 53-year-old soon returned to con artistry, this creating a bizarre machine from a card reader and voice-altering equipment. Detectives were astonished by the wacky-looking construction when they raided a property linked to the fraudster, and were even more surprised to discover that it actually worked. Mr. Colston used the machine as part of a plot which saw him access £500,000 in victims' bank accounts, and for which he was packed off back to jail. In his previous con, for which he was jailed in 2014, Mr. Colston led a gang who planted a high-tech computer hacking device into a bank to empty high-value accounts. They used a keyboard video mouse or KVM device, which costs as little as £10 and is popular with suspicious partners looking to catch their cheating spouses. They used it to take control of multiple computer systems and transmit information remotely. 6 high-worth accounts were emptied, with the University of Portsmouth and the London Metropolitan University among the victims. After his release, Mr. Colston was soon back to his old ways, but this time with his homemade machine. It was used to contact victims and convince them that he was a member of the staff at the bank. Amazingly, experts from the Met's Digital Communication and Cyber Laboratory confirmed the device actually worked. Officers also seized a hard drive containing details of passports and identity cards, 32 credit cards, and a spreadsheet containing names, addresses, email addresses and phone numbers. Detective Inspector Philip McClerney from the Met Police Cybercrime Unit, or MPCCU, said the scam carried out by Mr. Colston affected hundreds of people across the UK and had the potential to affect many more. He is an audacious criminal who only recently was released from prison for carrying out very similar offences. He shows no concern for the welfare of any individual or organisation and has made it clear that he will use a range of methods to achieve significant financial gain for himself. Mr. Colston was once a successful professional gambler and astounded teachers by passing a special O-level event in a fruit machine technology aged just 16. He once raked in £23,000 a day before he was banned from every casino in Britain. Mr. Colston travelled to Hong Kong in 2003 where he set up an engineering company which produced a component for a Formula 1 car. But when he moved back to Britain to marry and start a young family, police believe he became an accomplished fraudster. Police say the weird-looking device was used to alter Mr. Colston's voice to match the age and gender of a genuine customer when he contacted the banks. It also had the capability of playing pre-recorded bank messages. Mr. Colston told detectives that he created the machine to gain access to genuine customer accounts and spirit away cash. Scotland Yard's Digital Communications and Cyber Laboratory confirmed that the machine did what Mr. Colston said it did. Incredibly, Mr. Colston used a similar system to fox police during his rave organising days. Rave goers would ring a phone number, at which point a recorded message on an answering machine would give them random locations around the M25. It would then be updated to reveal the final venue. What do you think about Mr. Colston's device and the time he spent in prison?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a man who has been jailed for life to serve a minimum of 13 years and 201 days for murdering 26-year-old Dre Estridge in Toxteth. Emergency services were called to an address on Oakham Street, Toxteth, where they found 26-year-old Dre with a single stab wound to the chest. Sadly, he later died as a result of the injury. Tranny Carl Cozy Rogers, 18 of Stevenson Street, Wavertree, was arrested after his image was circulated by Merseyside police, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 13 years and 201 days. Detective Chief Inspector Richie Jones said, "This has been an extremely difficult time for the family of Dre Estridge, and we have supported them throughout this process." Dre and his family have gathered to mark the 23rd anniversary of the death of his brother, O'Shea, who was struck and killed by a motorbike in Toxteth, aged just 2. After the fatal stabbing of Dre, Tranny Carl Cozy Rogers quickly left the scene and tried to conceal evidence by washing the knife in bleach and hiding it under a paving stone in a rear alleyway, then disposing of his clothes. However, the investigation team were able to trace his movements and recover this evidence. Not only did Mr. Carl Cozy Rogers attempt to evade justice, he made spurious and unproven allegations in court about the victim in an attempt to excuse his actions. Those actions not only cost Dre Estridge's life, they have caused Dre's family and loved ones unimaginable suffering, and have now cost Mr. Carl Cozy Rogers his liberty. Anyone who picks up a knife in anger or carries a knife is capable of inflicting this level of violence on others. Reaching for such a weapon can turn what might have been a one-off disagreement into a life-changing moment for so many people. That is why we proactively target offenders and serious and organised crime groups who store, carry and use weapons in our communities all year round. I welcome the fact Mr. Carl Cozy Rogers will now spend a long time behind bars after trying to evade justice in the days that followed the murder, and I sincerely hope he uses that time to reflect on the full impact his actions have had on Dre's loved ones. I also hope his jailing serves as a stronger reminder of how dimly police and the courts view anyone who uses weapons to cause injury or to kill. Dre's life will be remembered in so many ways, and his voice becomes mine. As a parent, I want changes. I gave my son his first and last kiss, and I wouldn't want anyone else to feel my pain. Dre's eldest sister, Demi Lee, said, "This has been a devastating situation for all members of our family. I have no words that can comprehend what has happened. We know him inside out, the good and the bad. My brother was so intelligent. He had his whole life ahead of him and was finally getting where he wanted to be. Tranny did not take responsibility for anything he did that night at all. Our families are broken on both sides. Neither of us deserved it. Tranny had no respect whatsoever. He tried to tarnish my brother's name and insult the intelligence of the justice system. Dre, I miss you so much. We were the same person. You were all and will always be my other half. Our hearts are broken. We will never be the same without our brother. We love and miss you, Dre. Love always, sister number 1, Demi Lee." So what are your thoughts about Tranny Carl Cozy Rogers and how he took the life of Dre Estridge and attempted to cover and fool the courts in hope of getting away with murder? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a thug who was jailed for attacking 2 women and bragged on Facebook that his life behind bars was like a holiday camp. Tristan Wilson, who was 20, shared public selfies as well as a rap video from inside Doncaster prison boasting of his lifestyle. Mr. Wilson from Baildon in West Yorkshire was shown grinning in his Facebook profile picture after being jailed in July for 8 weeks. He was incarcerated at HMP Doncaster, a Category B men's prison run by the private firm Serco. Mr. Wilson was convicted of assault by beating and assault against 2 women, damage to a property and possession of a Class A drug. at Bradford and Knightley Magistrates Court. Despite his serious crimes, Mr. Wilson posted a 2.5-minute video posted on Facebook where he and 2 other prisoners had rapped to the camera with the caption, "This is what boredom does to you." Mr. Wilson is seen in the clip wearing a North Face t-shirt and dancing in his cell before ripping off his top. In the clip, with the music blaring in the background, he uses offensive phrases, and it has been viewed 1,300 times in 17 hours and had 95 likes. The former friend who spotted the post said, "Tristan is posting loads of Facebook pictures and has a smartphone in jail. He's been sharing pictures from the inside of the can and the quality of the pictures is pretty good. He's been boasting about how great his life is from inside prison. There are topless pictures of the guys and they're all talking about how great their lives are. It doesn't seem as if he's showing much remorse for whatever he's done to get him in there." On July the 21st, Mr. Wilson first posted from behind bars, asking friends to write to him. A friend asked how he could post on Facebook from inside. "How come you're on Facebook, mate?" Mr. Wilson replied, "Living in prison was like a holiday camp." A week later, on July the 27th, Mr. Wilson posted again to say he was bored. The same day, he posted a picture of another inmate inside his cell, flexing his biceps in a vest. Again, on August the 1st, he boasted that life behind bars is way too nice and shared a topless photo with the same cellmate. He commented on the post that he was living like a king inside. On August the 9th, he shared the rap video with friends and responded to say he had made their day. Jerry Spencer, Serco's contract director at HMP Doncaster, said, "Prisoners are not allowed to use social media under any circumstances, and we have a zero-tolerance approach to anyone who does so. We have taken immediate action to investigate this alleged incident, and if it is proven to be true, we will not hesitate to take all the necessary steps to prevent a reoccurrence and, if appropriate, prosecute any individuals involved." Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Wilson? Do you think 8 weeks for an assault on 2 women was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at an Albanian gangster who has posted pictures of himself in prison, laughing and said the only thing he misses is the whores. Tristan Aslani was one of 3 gang members who were jailed for a total of 42 years in 2016 after they were found with a submachine gun and £6 million worth of drugs. He has since managed to set up an Instagram account using a smuggled phone and posted pictures of himself showing off his muscles and listening to the prison radio. Beneath one message was the caption, "Even inside prison, we have all conditions. What's missing are only whores." A victim of the chaos that Asalani unleashed on the streets of London told about how he should have been deported. Rinaz Amin, whose shop Mr. Aslani crashed into, said he obviously got so much time in prison that he just doesn't give a crap about anyone else. He doesn't care. He looks really happy in prison. Mr. Aslani was handed a 25-year sentence for conspiracy to supply drugs, dangerous driving and possession of a firearm in 2016. It is believed the photo was taken in HMP Wandsworth. Mr. Aslani was caught after crashing his car into a shop in Crouch End during a police chase. Detectives later found a Scorpion submachine gun fitted with a silencer and 21 kilos of cocaine, as well as 16 kilos of cannabis. Phones are not allowed in prison, but jails have had a difficult time keeping them out, with a series of high-profile criminals managing to set up social media accounts and even starting online dating whilst they're serving sentences. A prison service spokesman said, "This behaviour is completely unacceptable and we have removed the content from social media. Those who break the prison rules will face tough punishments, including extra time behind bars. We are taking decisive action to find and block mobile phones in prison, including a £2 million investment to block mobile phone signals." 2 years ago, Albanian criminals in Guy Marsh Jail in Dorset were able to take pictures of themselves on Christmas Day and post them on an Albanian website called Life is Fun. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Tristan Aslani? Do you think a sentence of 25 years for a submachine gun and £6 million worth of drugs was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a jailed man, Mr. Dean Boss, who had hatched a plot to flood Teeside with Class A drugs while serving a prison term for armed robbery. Links were formed between Newcastle and Merseyside for the distribution of cocaine. Newcastle Central Station was used as a meeting point for the drugs couriers, picking up instructions from the ringleaders via phone booths outside the station. But the ring was smashed by officers from Northumbria Police Crime Team, who monitored the activity. A police spokesperson said that drugs were destined for Teeside, and the people at the top had networked while in prison. It was a lucrative racket. Police seized 3/4 kilo of cocaine and thousands of pounds in cash. Gang members are facing jail for their parts in conspiracy to supply cocaine after admitting the offence at Newcastle Crown Court yesterday. Dean Boss, 29, of Otterburn Court, Bensham, Lucas Dixon, 31, of Almond Crescent, Gateshead, and Paul Moore, 44, of Burrows Court, Liverpool, and Daniel Morrison, 31, of Primary Avenue, Bootle, Merseyside, all admitted conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. The boss was convicted of robbery in August 1998 at Newcastle Crown Court after he and another man held up travel agency staff at Going Places, Kells Lane, Gateshead with an axe. He escaped with £7,700 in sterling cash and foreign currency after terrorising cashiers. While in jail, he met William Moore, Paul's brother, who was serving time for drug offences. When Mr. Boss came out, he recruited Paul Moore for the drugs work. William Moore is now serving 30 years for conspiracy to murder in a gangland attack in Liverpool. Mr. Boss and his partner Dawn Chappell, 22, also of Otterbourne Close, both denied a further charge of money laundering involving £30,000 as the proceeds of the drugs conspiracy. Prosecutors asked for the laundering charge to be left on the file against Mr. Boss. A not guilty verdict was recorded in the case of Miss Chappell. Recorder James Goss adjourned the case until today, but remanding all 4 men in custody. He said in each case it's purely a matter of length of sentence. Kenneth Patterson, 53, Windmill Way, Gateshead, was convicted of possession with intent to supply Class A drugs and jailed for 3.5 years in December 2004. The operation began in December 2003 as police tracked Patterson's activities. Sources say information was received that Patterson was travelling with a large quantity of cash on a regular basis to the Liverpool area and buying Class A drugs. On February 9, 2004, Patterson was seen exchanging packages with Mr. Morrison in a lay-by on the A66 at Scotch Corner. A police spokesman said, following a further visit to the Liverpool area, Mr. Patterson was stopped by a police officer in Gateshead on March 11, 2004. Officers recovered 750 grams of cocaine from his vehicle. The following day, Mr. Morrison was arrested in Liverpool and later bailed pending further inquiries. Mr. Patterson admitted being a drug courier, but refused to say for whom. He said he travelled to Liverpool and Scotch Corner on several occasions to meet Mr. Morrison and collect drugs for cash. The South Crime Team began a further investigation into Patterson's criminal associates. In photographs obtained by the Chronicle, couriers Moore and Dickinson were seen meeting in the Central Station phone booths on October 1st last year. The rendezvous had been organised by Mr. Boss, said to be the kingpin of the drugs organisation. Mr. Dickinson had replaced Mr. Patterson as Mr. Boss's new drugs footman. It is believed that Mr. Moore had been carrying drugs and Mr. Dickinson had a consignment of cash. The pair met again on November the 30th and Mr. Dickinson exchanged £18,000 for cash for Class A drugs. Mr. Moore was stopped by the police on the A1 and the cash was recovered. He was arrested, as were Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Boss. Although no drugs were recovered, a forensic examination of the hire vehicle showed it was highly contaminated with Class A drugs. Sandwich packages bought by Mr. Moore at the train station also were covered in drugs. Mr. Moore, Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Boss were arrested on February 7th this year on suspicion of conspiracy to supply. Dickinson admitted acting as a courier, delivering packages to the Gateshead area. Mr. Morrison was arrested on March 30th and charged with conspiracy to supply. What do you think about the crimes of Mr. Boss and how he managed to run it whilst in prison?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at taxpayer-backed NatWest is facing a fine of up to $340 million after admitting it failed to spot a Bradford gold dealer with links to business run by Petra. Ecclestone's ex-husband, James Stunt, laundered £365 million over 5 years, despite the bank itself predicting the bent business The 122-year-old jewellery wholesaler Fowler Oldfield deposited up to £1.8 million a day at the height of the scam, as a procession of couriers dropped off bags stuffed with cash at the grubby office on an industrial estate in West Yorkshire. At the time of the police investigation into Fowler Oldfield, news reports linked the company to business run by Petra Eccleston's former husband, James Stunt. Its owner, Gregory Frankel, the great-grandson of its founder, was vice president and Stunt and CEO, a gold bullion business where Mr. Stunt was chairman. Police would later raid the premises and smash the network behind the operation, later branded money laundering on a massive scale. But Britain's largest business and commercial bank failed to spot it even when deposits became increasingly large. Inside the rundown office, the cash would be unpacked and later deposited into Fowler Oldfield's NatWest account. The High Street moneylender is 55% taxpayer owned after a £45 billion state bailout during the financial crisis. NatWest admitted, following the jeweller, to launder £365 million, including £264 million in cash, in the first criminal prosecution of its kind in the UK. It could face a potential fine of around £340 million under sentencing guidelines, but a judge will set the final level of penalty at Southwark Crown Court. It is the first criminal prosecution by the Financial Conduct Authority under the 2007 law. Afterward, NatWest's chief executive, Alison Rose, spoke of her deep regret over the scandal that has tarnished the bank's reputation and will leave them with a massive fine that will dent their own balance sheet. Fowler Oldfield was liquidated following a police raid and its assets were left in the hands of the police. Prosecutions have already resulted in several defendants from the Merseyside area being sentenced, including men who transported the cash. Prosecutors said a courier would be summoned by text message and did not know how much was in each bag they dropped off at Fowler Oldfield. Action against NatWest marks the first time a financial institution has faced criminal prosecution under anti-money laundering laws in the UK. NatWest now faces a fine of up to £240 million. FCA prosecutor Claire Montgomery QC told Westminster magistrates that when Fowler Oldfield was taken on as a client by NatWest, its predicted turnover was said to be about £15 million per year. However, it deposited £365 million over the space of almost 5 years, of which £264 million was in cash. She said at its height, Fowler Oldfield deposited up to £1.8 million a day. Up to £2 million in cash was delivered to Fowler Oldfield every day as part of an extremely sophisticated money laundering. In the last statement by liquidators for Fowler Oldfield and filed at company's house, they said NatWest was the secured creditor and that the police held the company's seized assets. NatWest has a vital part to play in detecting and preventing financial crime, and we take extremely seriously our responsibility to prevent money laundering by third parties. In the time since this case arose, we have invested significant resources and continue to enhance our efforts to effectively combat financial crime. We work tirelessly with colleagues, other banks, industry bodies, law enforcement, regulators and governments to help find collaborative solutions to this shared challenge. These partnerships are crucial to counter the significant and evolving threat of financial crime to society. NatWest admitted 3 offences under the Money Laundering Regulations 2007. It will be sentenced at Southwark Crown Court. According to laws passed in 2007, financial firms must do everything possible to prevent their services from becoming the tools of criminals. The case against NatWest is the first criminal prosecution ever undertaken under those 2007 rules. When handling funds from Fowler Oldfield, the FCA alleged that NatWest failed to properly scrutinise increasingly large cash deposits. Prosecutors said couriers could hand over cash to Fowler Oldfield's reception and were usually given an envelope containing a token for proof of delivery. The men were paid for transporting the money. Bags were then unpacked in a counting room behind closed doors at Fowler Oldfield and the amount from each courier recorded in a ledger. But it was this ledger and CCTV footage that later helped investigators to identify the couriers after West Yorkshire Police's Economic Crime Unit raided the site. Police were supported by the National Crime Agency, often dubbed Britain's answer to the FBI, with 12 people arrested for money laundering. When sentencing 4 couriers, Crown Court Judge Colin Byrne noticed that they had been targeted for recruitment because of their debts, often from gambling. One man feared that if he had not delivered the money, there would be consequences for himself and his family. A source familiar with the probes said a remarkable aspect was the simple methods employed. Money laundering these days can be complicated, the source said, adding that the convicted men were doing it the old-fashioned way. NatWest previously stated it cooperated with the criminal probe and that it took its anti-money laundering responsibilities extremely seriously. So what are your thoughts about this NatWest money laundering case and the resulted criminal proceedings that gave NatWest a heavy-duty fine of between £240 and £340 million as they failed to correctly check and process Mr. Fields' deposit? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at 5 men from an organised crime group who stole more than £465,000 in a series of ram raid burglaries in London's West End have been jailed. The group burgled Selfridges, Sea Line and Moncler by smashing the top fronts while the stores were closed. They were sentenced at Southwark Crown Court after pleading guilty to conspiring to burgle 3 premises in Westminster. Martin Dunn, 37, of Fox's Parade, Waltham Abbey, Omar Bakali, 28, of Hopefield Avenue, Kilbourne, Gary Lynch, 32, of Tudor Close, Highgate, and Anthony Allen, 54, of Peckham Road, Peckham, were sentenced to a total of 14 years and 6 months in prison. Jamie Claydon, 28, of Ipswich Road, Newbourne, Suffolk, was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. He also pleaded guilty to handling stolen goods. The group's first target was Selfridges in Oxford Street, which they hit. They used a Jaguar with cloned number plates to reverse through the entrance doors before running into the store and stealing a number of designer handbags. The second offence occurred at Sea Line on Mount Street. They repeated the same plan by reversing a Golf through the entrance doors at speed and then entering the shop and stealing a number of handbags. Extensive structural damage was caused to each of the stores. The Golf was abandoned in the store while the men left the scene in an Audi. The third burglary took place at Moncler in Old Bond Street. The suspects approached the venue in a stolen vehicle, a Kia Niro and 2 motorbikes, and smashed their way through the entrance door with a sledgehammer. They stole a number of jackets, bags and other items of clothing and fled the scene. One of the motorbikes used, which had been stolen, was abandoned at the scene. Detectives from the Met's flying squad were able to track down the suspects using hours of CCTV and extensive telephone records and automated number plate recognition. Detective Constable Martin Stone from the Met's flying squad said this was an immensely complex investigation involving a huge amount of evidence. The group caused havoc in the West End, with buildings being severely damaged and high-value goods being stolen. These men have since discovered that crime does not pay, and thanks to the complex investigative work by the flying squad, they will instead be spending time behind bars. Mr. Claydon was later arrested again and charged with conspiracy to burgle. The other members of the group were arrested and also charged with conspiracy to burgle. Investigations continue to track down and bring to justice outstanding suspects who are believed to be involved in these offences. So what are your thoughts about this luxury goods organised crime gang? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we're looking at jail bosses who fear a race war could break out behind bars after hardened killers set up protection groups against Muslim convicts. Governors have been given an urgent security warning about one new network called Death Before Dishonour. The group, calling themselves DBD for short, have formed to protect themselves against what they call is an increasing risk from Muslim inmates. But it raises the threat of further meltdown in our crisis-hit jails. Members of the gangs are being recruited from special close supervision centres set up to hold the most dangerous convicts, often violent lifers. A source said that there have been top security briefings warning of this organisation being set up and focusing on inmates in close supervision units. So there is a serious concern with so many hundreds if not thousands of followers of Islam in the prison system. At many of our prisons there is already huge tension between Muslim and non-Muslim prisoners. Clearly there is a deep concern that this group could expand and the conflict could escalate out of all control. Sources said that this is the second known anti-Islam organisation set up in prisons. Another is the Piranhas gang, which was formed after extremist Muslim prisoners began assaulting other inmates and trying to convert them. The Piranhas, named after the flesh-eating South American fish, are mainly prisoners from Liverpool and Manchester, a trial at Manchester Crown Court was told. Gangland murderer Chris Ashton is said to have been handing out postcards carrying a piranha motif to Muslim convert inmates at HMP Long Lartin, urging them to fight back. Sources said the cards had the Ezekiel 25:17 vengeance Bible verse recited by Samuel L. Jackson's hitman character in the cult movie Pulp Fiction written on them. The verse reads, "And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know I am the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you." Ashton, 33, is alleged to have been moved to another prison after Muslim inmates threatened to harm him. He was handed a life sentence with a 32-year minimum term in 2006 for killing 21-year-old Leon Small. Mr. Small's burnt body was discovered by a dog walker on the Mersey foreshore near John Lennon Airport 2 years earlier. He had been stabbed with a samurai sword and a knife before being shot after a row broke out between him and Ashton, then 21, at a house in Wavertree over a gold chain. Last night, the Ministry of Justice refused to discuss DBD or its members. A spokesman said, "Safety in prisons is fundamental to the proper functioning of our justice system. We do not tolerate violence or bullying in prisons and will always take action against any kind of discrimination." The revelations come just days after it emerged that mobile phones were being smuggled into prisons inside chocolate bars. A Channel 4 documentary also revealed how the so-called legal high spice, now outlawed, was being sprayed onto children's drawings and posted to inmates who then smoke it. Richard Garside, director of the Centre for Crime and Justice Studies, said prisons are run down and overcrowded, with significant issues surrounding safety. We've seen a number of homicides in prisons this year, and there's certainly been an increase. The Prison Officers Association has also raised concerns about assaults on their own members, against the background of some of the rising racial tensions in society. It's easy to see why some tensions in prison might be channeled through race lines. My view remains that what we really need is not more prison staff, but fewer prisoners and fewer prisons. The overwhelming priority is for the government to take a strategic view and set the path to reduce the number of people in prisons over the long term. Justice Secretary Liz Truss has admitted prisons are at breaking point and unveiled new powers. The ministers revealed plans to recruit 2,500 more wardens, with £100 million funding, as she said a toxic cocktail of drugs and violence is endangering the guards and inmates. As part of the proposals, Ms. Truss said that she would sack governors when prisons fail. New league tables measuring everything from violence to offenders' progress at English and maths will rank jails. The white paper followed shock figures last week showing that assaults on prison staff had soared 43% last year to 5,954. Richard Bergen, MP, Labour's Shadow Justice Secretary, said the Tories' much-hyped recruitment drive is already looking in trouble. Over 6,000 frontline officers have been lost under the Tories, and we've seen the dangerous consequences of falling prison officer numbers recently. What do you think about death before dishonour and other gangs in the prison system? Were you aware that the prison system in the UK can still be so dangerous for prisoners?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a family who swindled the taxpayer out of £400,000 in tobacco duty. Vicky Whaley, a 46-year-old mother of two, sourced counterfeit and non-duty paid cigarettes and tobacco, which she then sold online from her home at Cornerbrook in Lowestoft. She was helped by her husband Paul Whaley and her mother Lynn Abbey. Earlier in the trial, Bolton Crown Court heard that Vicky Whaley took the lead in selling tobacco and cigarettes via social media and websites named Dan Dan Do and Vic Vic Voo, often using the false cover of selling t-shirts and cupcakes. The family's activities were discovered following an HMRC raid on a storage unit hired by Vicky Whaley, and they were arrested in December 2016. However, the family continued to sell the illicit tobacco products after their arrests, and evaded around £396,000 in duty during the course of their enterprise. At a hearing in May, a jury found all three family members guilty on 2 counts of fraudulently evading duty on tobacco and cigarettes after 2 days of deliberation. At a sentencing hearing at Bolton Crown Court yesterday, defending Vicky Whaley, Martin Taylor described her as a loyal, hard-working and family-orientated woman who was a rock to the couple's 2 children and relatives. The 46-year-old was a volunteer for charity and worked full-time as a manager in the public sector. There is a lot of good in the life of Vicky Whaley, Mr. Taylor said. Defending Paul Whaley, Gemma Maxwell described him as a man of positively good character who had been employed since he was 12 years old. He is thoroughly ashamed of his involvement, Miss Maxwell added. The court also heard that Miss Abbey had been working as a nighttime psychiatric nurse at the time of the offences and was of previous good character and standing. Defending Miss Abbey, Stuart Neal said the 68-year-old had become involved in the offending due to maternal trust. Addressing the defendant, Judge Graham Smith said, "This is undoubtedly a sad case. It is very sad because the 3 of you, all previously of good character, were of a close and hard-working family, and that has now been ruined because of the decisions made to illegally deal in tobacco. That sales business grew in size to be a huge operation, but if your evidence is to be believed, that led to little profit to you." In tears, Vicky Whaley kissed and hugged her husband and her mother as she was jailed for 4 years on her birthday. Judge Smith refuted suggestions that she had been of a smaller part of a wider illicit tobacco trading system, saying that you answer to no one but yourself. "I find it astonishing that you contemplated continuing to break the law after you had been arrested," he added. Paul Whaley, also of Cornerbrook, was sentenced to 18 months in prison, suspended for 2 years, and must complete 240 hours of unpaid work and 20 rehabilitation requirement days. Judge Smith added, "You were less involved than your wife, but you knew more about the business than you are willing to admit. You are clearly someone for whom rules are very important, and I can see how you find it difficult to accept how you broke the law in this way." Miss Abbey of 4th Avenue, Heaton, was sentenced to 12 months in prison, suspended for 18 months, and must complete 120 hours of unpaid work. Judge Smith said that he took Abbey's previous good character fully into account, but added that you were well aware, at least to some extent, of what was going on. Tim Atkins, Assistant Director of HMRC's Fraud Investigation Service, said that the family pocketed money that should have gone to other public services. Their attempts to hide their illegal operation behind cupcakes, drinking cups and t-shirts were utterly futile. Tobacco fraud cheats the public and takes their public purse and undermines the honest majority of businesses who play by the rules. What do you think about today's crime? And how much of a difference in our daily lives do you think tax evasion has?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a former prison officer who has been locked up for falsely accusing a taxi driver of assaulting her. Victoria Holmes nearly destroyed the reputations of 2 innocent cabbies and wasted many hours of police time while her allegations were investigated over a busy bank holiday weekend. It became clear her story was unfounded when dashcam footage from one of the driver's cars was reviewed by officers. It was then that Miss Holmes was interviewed not as a potential victim but as a suspect, as well as working with sex offenders at HMP Frankland, County Durham. Miss Holmes was also an aspiring model. Miss Holmes took part in the Durham's Next Top Model in 2013 and had entered the Miss Newcastle beauty pageant the following year. Miss Holmes stuck to her story when interviewed and said she didn't risk her job and lifestyle by lying about what happened. But investigating officers say it was only when the dashcam footage was shown to her that she changed her account. Police received a call from Miss Holmes' mother, who told them she had come back from a night out in a distressed state, claiming she had been raped by an Asian taxi driver outside Lancaster Road Hospital on the A691 near Durham. The prison officer said she took a taxi from the city and claimed the driver, an Asian man in his 40s, stopped the car and carried out his attack. Miss Holmes alleged he assaulted her on the front passenger seat before pushing her out of the car into the grounds of the hospital. Miss Holmes, 27, said she contacted a friend who picked her up and noticed she had twigs in her hair and scratches on her clothing. Sean Dodds, prosecuting, said in her initial interview she changed her description of the driver to being in his 20s with spiked, gelled hair. After extensive inquiries, a driver on duty said that night was arrested and denied the offence, stating he had taken a far to Crook, County Durham, at about that time. The cabbie was discounted as a suspect, as the focus turned to the second driver who, it emerged, had dropped Miss Holmes at the hospital. He said he drove straight home afterwards, and the footage from his dashcam showed his passenger got out unaided and there was no contact between the pair.
Both suspected drivers spoke of the effect the accusations had on their livelihoods and their family life, while the case's lead investigator said Miss Hoynes' actions may deter future rape victims from coming forward. Miss Hoynes, from Witton Gilbert, County Durham, admitted intended to pervert the course of justice. Adam Birkby, defending, said she now accepts full responsibility and wants to make sincere apologies to both implicated drivers and to the police. He pointed to a psychiatric report which stated that her false allegations may have been an unconscious result of a depressive illness which she suffered since breaking up with a partner in 2018. Mr. Birkby added, "Ultimately, it's been a tragedy for all concerned, particularly the two men." Jailing Miss Hoynes for 20 months at Durham Crown Court, Judge James Adkin said much effort went into proving her wicked complaint was a complete fabrication which took its toll on both suspected men and policing resources. He added, "This type of offence can affect the prospects of trial, of cases where it may be finely balanced as to whether women get the justice they deserve. I find it difficult to see how distress about a breakup would cause you to make such a wicked complaint against somebody totally innocent." So what are your thoughts about Miss Hoynes, and do you think the 20-month sentence was justice for falsely accusing two innocent men of rape? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a nurse who threw a sickie to clean up after her son when he kneecapped a love rival with a shotgun in the back of a Mercedes. Patricia Dean, 58, called in sick to work and cleared up after her son, Vincenzo Di Falco, 28, when he shot Jonathan Smith as the victim sat in the back of her C350 Sport E Auto. Specialist mental health nurse Miss Dean, who works at a hospital in Manchester, then had a car undergo a full valet and deep clean at a car wash in a bid to clean Mr. Smith's blood stains away. As police hunted her son, she left the vehicle, which had been hired for her by the NHS, at the home of her unwitting sister in the hope police would not be able to find it. Mr. Smith, 25, who was ex-lover of DeFalco's girlfriend, was found dumped in the street in Rochdale and was taken to hospital with serious leg injuries. He underwent many hours of surgery for his wounds. Police later recovered the Mercedes and found traces of his blood on the seals around the rear passenger compartment. At Bolton Crown Court, Miss Dean of Sowerby Bridge, West Yorkshire, was found guilty by a jury of assisting an offender. Mr. Di Falco of Bacup admitted causing grievous bodily harm with intent at an earlier hearing. No motive was given for the shooting. The court heard Mr. Smith was attacked after being lured into the back of the Mercedes by Mr. DeFalco. Philip Barnes, prosecuting, said that car was a lease hire vehicle hired to Patricia Dean via her employer, the National Health Service. She herself had another car, a BMW, but her son, it seems, drove the Mercedes. Mr. Smith was shot through the front of the left leg at point blank range with a shotgun while he was sitting in the back of the Mercedes. Mr. DeFalco, the shooter, had been sitting in the front seat of that car and had been turned and fired his shotgun through the leg of Mr. Smith, who was sitting in the rear, and then pushed Mr. Smith out of his car onto the pavement before driving. In the hour that followed, Mr. DeFalco made repeated telephone contact with his girlfriend, who had also been the ex-girlfriend of Jonathan Smith, the man he shot. She then called Patricia Dean and told her what had happened. Within minutes, Patricia Dean was on the move to where her son had lived, and they met in order to work out what on earth they were going to do and how they were going to try to cover Mr. DeFalco's tracks. Patricia Dean, for her part, arranged for the Mercedes to be thoroughly and deeply cleaned in an effort to remove all traces of Mr. Smith's shooting. She sent messages to her supervisors at work, suddenly telling them that she wouldn't be in the next day or indeed the rest of the week, as she was suddenly and mysteriously unwell. We suggest that she had rather more serious things to worry about than her attendance record at work. The following day, Miss Dean was seen at a car wash in the Hayden area at the wheel of the Mercedes and asked that it be given a full valet. Mr. Barnes added it was cleaned for over an hour. During the process, she repeatedly asked the operative to clean the back seats thoroughly and was seen inspecting the back seats of the vehicle very close by. The worst of the mess would plainly have been cleaned before she took it to the car wash. Nobody would take it for the valet full of blood, as it must have been, but this was about scoring out any trace of Jonathan Smith's blood within the vehicle. Having washed that car and thinking it to be forensically clean, Patricia Dean left it at the home of her sister where it might hopefully go unnoticed for a while. Miss Dean and Mr. DeFalco were arrested as she was driving the BMW. Miss Dean later told police her son would never do anything like shoot somebody, and added, "He tells me everything." She claimed she had last driven the Mercedes the previous weekend and made no mention of her trip to the car wash. In court, she denied knowing about the shooting and said of her son, "I was not aware that he had done that. I did not know what happened. I had absolutely no idea. I have got nothing to hide." Miss Dean admitted visiting her son, but said it was because he had an argument with his girlfriend, Lucy Flood. They had a very volatile relationship, although she was very much in control and didn't think she was right for him. "I said I will come and see you as I thought they had an argument. She seemed really upset. I said, 'Do you want me to come up?' She said, 'Yes.' I do not start prying and questioning. I was angry and upset. When I got there, Enzo was saying, 'What are you doing here?' I said, 'Well, she phoned me up. She was really angry. I wanted to find out what the argument was about.'" No more was said. Miss Dean and Mr. DeFalco will be sentenced at a later date. So what are your thoughts about this mother and son who looked to cover up her son Mr. DeFalco's actions after shooting a love rival? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a notorious drugs gang who tortured two men during a horrific ordeal that lasted 5 hours. Sean O'Malley, who was from Orford, Billy McCall, who was from Latchford, and David Scurfield, who was from Burtonwood, were all locked up for a combined total of 37 years over the brutal attack on their victims. The victims were threatened at gunpoint, tied up and attacked with weapons, including being attacked with axe and hammers during the brutal attack. Liverpool Crown Court heard that the victims, Darren Hall and Joshua Childs, were recruited by Scurfield to work in the cultivation and harvesting of cannabis on behalf of an organised crime group. In the weeks leading up to the incident, a crop had been stolen from the farm on at least one occasion. On a Friday evening on September the 11th, 2020, all three men and several others had been working at the industrial unit, which was located down a long country road off Arch Lane in Garswood, and had locked away a stash of drugs in a shipping container before leaving and going to the pub. The trio and two other men returned to the site the following Monday, which was September the 14th, 2020, to discover that all the cannabis had been stolen. Mr. Scurfield made a phone call to an unidentified recipient, who Mr. Childs overheard saying, "You owe us 30 grand now." Mr. O'Malley was then brought to the scene for the purpose of threatening and using extreme force in a bid to make the pair confess to being involved in the theft. Mr. O'Malley pointed a gun at the duo and threatened to shoot them and members of their family if they did not talk. This was before they were tied up with duct tape and brutally beaten. Mr. Hall and Mr. Childs were then struck with a range of weapons, including sledgehammers, claw hammers, and a metal wrench. At one stage, Mr. Hall was told to hold one of his fingers out so it could be severed off with a pair of shears, and he was also threatened with having a power drill being used on him. Mr. Scurfield and Mr. O'Malley then left before returning with Mr. McCall, who was carrying a container of liquid which he claimed was acid. He told the victims he would use the substance to inflict serious burns on their bodies. Mr. Hall was told that he would have it poured on his genitals and thrown all over his face. Mr. Hall was hit in the kneecaps with a hammer and struck in the legs with a pickaxe before the liquid, which is believed to have been either petrol or acid, was poured over the pair. Mr. McCall stubbed out a cigarette on an open wound that Mr. Childs had suffered, while Mr. Scurfield and Mr. O'Malley took Mr. Hall's house keys and ransacked his address. After the defendants left the unit, the two other cannabis farm workers, who had been ordered to wait outside the building, then bundled the injured men into a van and dropped them near Mr. Hall's home on Crab Street in St. Helens and called an ambulance. Overall, their ordeal lasted several hours, and they were left fearing that they were going to die. Both men required surgery for their injuries, Mr. Hall having sustained a broken left leg and a broken right forearm, and Mr. Childs suffering a fractured left leg. Both remained in hospital for several days. On Thursday, October the 1st, 2020, police raided Mr. McCall's home on Henshaw Avenue. The officers who attended the address saw Mr. McCall throw an object out of the rear upstairs bedroom window, which was later found and was discovered to be a converted Olympus firearm. Mr. O'Malley was also to be sentenced for his part in a shooting which was carried out on behalf of Leon Cullen, formerly Warrington's most wanted man, where he had another man shot over a row with another organised crime group. On a Monday evening on September the 9th, 2019, Mr. O'Malley and co-conspirators Lewis Sinclair and Andrew Johannesson had met up at an address on Cumberland Street in Latchford, which was the home of Mr. O'Malley's partner, Annie Webster. This was before travelling to Mr. Johannesson's home in St. Helens, then onwards to Hindon Street in Bolton in a stolen Mercedes. Both Mr. O'Malley and Mr. Sinclair got out of the car dressed in all black with their faces covered, before Mr. Sinclair stopped at a gate of the house and fired 6 shots at a window and doors. Mr. Johannesson then drove the pair to Lee, before changing vehicles to a BMW and continuing back to St. Helens. He had previously carried out the reconnaissance missions on targeted addresses, but was tracked by an electronic tag he was wearing as he did so. After the shooting was carried out, the loaded gun used in the attack, a Czech 9mm Parabellum self-loading pistol, and a quantity of low-purity cocaine were planted in rival Craig Milliton's car during a meeting at the Populars Club in a bid to frame him. This was over a dispute that he and Mr. Cullen were having over a woman they were both previously involved with. An anonymous tip-off was then made to the police, leading to Mr. Millington being arrested by armed police officers. Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Johannesson had earlier plotted together to break into lockers at David Lloyd gyms across the country, stealing items including car keys. Mr. O'Malley of Withers Road admitted 2 counts of inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent, 2 counts of false imprisonment, possession of a firearm with intent to cause fear, and violence and conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, and was jailed for 18 years. Mr. O'Malley, who was 33, had 8 previous convictions for 11 offences, and was also handed an extended licence period of 5 years. Mr. O'Malley was previously locked up alongside Mr. Cullen in 2012 for 6 years, having helped to organise his cocaine supply network before being caged again in 2017 for 2 years for further drug dealing offences. 20-year-old Mr. McCall, who had no previous convictions, pleaded guilty to 2 counts of inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent, 2 charges of false imprisonment, and possession of a firearm, and was handed 10 years. Appearing via video link, 33-year-old Mr. Scurfield of Sherwood Crescent admitted 2 counts of false imprisonment and a further 2 counts of inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent, and was imprisoned for 9 years. The cannabis farm manager had 11 previous convictions for 20 offences, including 18 months in prison for possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply in 2006, and 5 months behind bars in 2009 for an assault causing actual bodily harm. Each of the defendants will have to serve up to 2/3 of their custodial terms before being considered for release on licence by the parole board. Sentencing the trio, Judge David Swinterton said, "The facts of all these offences reveal that you were all involved in serious organised crime. It is clear that the belief that Mr. Childs and Mr. Hall were involved in the loss of cannabis, and Sean O'Malley was sent in as an enforcer. Mr. O'Malley's role was to find out where the cannabis was, and to frighten, terrorise, torture, whilst they were tied up, helpless and vulnerable. They were systematically beaten. Threats were made to Mr. Hall to drill holes in his body with a power drill. The level of threats made were absolutely terrifying, and both men spent several hours believing that they were going to die. You, Mr. McCall, were left in sole charge of them, and you spent an hour continuing with the threat. You even went as far as to stub out a lit cigarette in an open wound of Mr. Childs. This was unnecessary and sadistic torture. I've no doubt that both men will have been psychologically harmed for life by the ordeal that they have been through. Turning to Mr. O'Malley's involvement in the shooting plot, the judge added, "You don't need me to tell you what the dangers are of firing live ammunition in a street towards a house which is being occupied. That shooting was about trying to put the frighteners on people in that house as being an enforcer in organised crime. There was a deliberate attempt to frame a man for a very serious offence. The gunman, Mr. Sinclair from Partington, and the getaway driver, Mr. Johannesson, were both previously jailed for 12 years each at Bolton Crown Court after admitting conspiracy to possess a firearm with intent to cause fear and violence and conspiracy to commit burglary. Miss Webster, who was 26, was handed a 2-year community order after pleading guilty to money laundering, having transferred thousands of pounds of Mr. O'Malley's ill-gotten gains to the United Arab Emirates. His cash was discovered during Operation Longridge, a Greater Manchester Police investigation into serious organised crime, which was focusing on Mr. O'Malley's activities. Miss Webster was present at the public gallery and wept as her partner was jailed. Mr. Cullen, formerly of Honister Avenue in Orford, was locked up for 22.5 years at Liverpool Crown Court after admitting conspiracy to supply firearms and cocaine. Mr. Cullen had been on the run for nearly 2 years after being captured in Dubai in January 2020. Following sentencing, Merseyside Police Detective Phil Poynton said, "This was a brutal and sustained attack which resulted in serious injuries, threats, and was a deeply traumatic experience for both victims to go through. Our investigation has established that the dispute centered around alleged cannabis production from rival criminals. That this should have escalated to such extreme violence is beyond belief, and we're pleased to see these 3 dangerous men being removed from the streets for a very long time. The production, storage, and supply of drugs can, in this case, lead to threats, violence, and significant harm being used in the community. Cannabis use is far from being a victimless crime, and this case is a stark reminder that when people buy drugs, even in small quantities, there exists a whole supply chain where organised criminals profit from the fear and misery that they spread." What are your opinions by the crimes committed by the drugs gang? Do you believe the sentencing was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you enjoy street crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at a case of a man who has been described as a ringleader of a county lines drugs gang. This gang forced their way into victims' homes and dished out violence to anyone who stood in their way. The man who is in charge of the county line has been jailed because of the incriminating footage that was found on his own mobile phone. William Croney, also known as Scott, ran a drugs empire in Runcorn, which is in Cheshire. The police had said that he had brought heroin and crack cocaine in from Merseyside and was a dominant force in dealing it within the town. In a bid to enforce his position in the town, he oversaw a reign of terror which saw thugs smash their way into vulnerable people's houses and then start using them houses as drug dens. The Cheshire police said that the 32-year-old, who was from Bootle in Merseyside, used violence and fear to force drug dealers in the town to hold and distribute drugs on behalf of the gang. However, Mr. Croney's drug empire crumbled after his phone, which contained footage of the misery he had caused victims, was seized along with a quantity of drugs during police raids on the 10th of July 2019. A Cheshire police spokesperson said that Mr. Crony was arrested at an address on Thorn Road, and a search of the property resulted in officers seizing MDMA, heroin and crack cocaine. His mobile phone was also seized at the property, and later examination of the device uncovered several video recordings showing the ill treatment of local drug users in Runcorn. The police said that the sickening footage showed controlling behaviour, extreme violence and very degrading treatment. When he appeared at court, he pleaded guilty to the crimes he had committed, and he was sentenced to 8 years and 4 months at Chester Crown Court after pleading guilty to being concerned in the supply of crack cocaine and heroin. County lines are a new term being used to describe networks being run by city gangs who attempt to take over the drugs market in smaller towns and cities, sometimes causing misery hundreds of miles from their original base. PC Dawn Taylor of the Cheshire's Constabulary Protective Team in Runcorn said that Mr. Crony was a ringleader of a very dangerous gang, and this gang had a very dominant force in supplying Class A drugs from Merseyside into Runcorn. He subjected local drug users to very inhumane treatment, significant violence and serious harms was a means of enforcing his empire. Mr. Crony's actions have had a deep, lasting and life-changing impact on his victims. Mr. Crony and his gang would manipulate and force their way into the homes of vulnerable adults to use their home as a drugs den, a term known as cuckooing, a technique which is very commonly used by organised crime groups running the County Lines enterprise. PC Taylor also said, "It's been a long operation to uncover the drug activity and exploitation which had been used by this gang to secure convictions to those who controlled it. I must give credit to the victims who have shown courage and bravery in relaying what Mr. Crony did to them, and trusting in the police officers to ensure that justice was served." What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Crony? Do you believe that the sentence of 8 years 4 months was too harsh? Or do you believe that the sentence was not harsh enough? Please let us know in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel but enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at the story of a cemetery manager who pocketed thousands of pounds by selling forged burial deeds to bereaved families. William Henderson, 45, was sentenced to 16 months in prison following a trial at Edinburgh Sheriff Court. He had previously pleaded guilty to the one charge of fraudulent scheme in relation to his employment at Mount Vernon Cemetery in Liberton, Edinburgh. He sold space at the cemetery to grieving families to use for burials. For example, unused space under access paths. He targeted 13 people, taking £14,720 in money between 2006 and 2015. Andrew Richardson, prosecutor fiscal for Lothian and Borders, said Mr. Henderson was a trusted individual by those who had responsibility for running up the cemetery, and he took the opportunity to abuse that trust for his own financial gain. Mr. Henderson was employed at the cemetery between 1997 and 2015. From 2006 onwards, he created fake burial deeds and persuaded grieving families to pay for them to bury their loved ones. He also oversaw the overburial of 2 people where families were sold plots they believed to be fresh graves. In fact, they were unmarked graves that were already occupied. The offences were brought to the attention of Scottish police by the Archdiocese of St Andrews and Edinburgh, which is thought to have lost thousands of pounds. Following an investigation by Edinburgh's CID, Mr Henderson was charged in November 2016. Detective Chief Inspector Paul Granger said that William Henderson successfully obtained large sums of money from people mourning the death of loved ones and looking to have them buried within Mount Vernon Cemetery. At no point during our inquiries did Henderson show any remorse for his actions or the impact his deception will have on his victims. We took a sensitive and professional approach when inquiring and interviewing those affected, and are extremely grateful to everyone who assisted with our inquiries, particularly when they had to relive some painful memories in the process. I would again like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to all the families who supported our investigation, as well as the staff and the Archdiocese of St Andrews and Edinburgh, who worked really hard to help with our inquiries. It is my hope that this sentence will now bring a sense of closure around this matter. Mr Richardson added this was a very unusual offence which greatly affected a number of families. It was a complex case to investigate, requiring painstaking effort from the police and prosecutors to establish the fraud that was being perpetrated. What do you think about Mr Henderson's crimes and his sentence?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man who attacked a woman outside her Dulwich home in the early hours of the morning has been jailed for a string of offences. Yannick Makunga, 34, of Croydon's Warwick Road, was sentenced to life behind bars to serve a minimum of 5 years and 57 days. In a London Crown Court heard that Mr Makunga attacked the victim, a woman in her 30s, early on Valentine's Day and sexually assaulted her. During the attack, he is said to have told his victim he had a knife and demanded money, marching her to a cash machine where she withdrew some cash. He left her there, the court heard, but when she returned home, Mr Makunga was waiting for her. The victim ran off to a relative's house where the police were called. The authorities managed to track him down within an hour as Mr Makunga had stolen his victim's mobile phone, which had an app on it tracking the movements of the phone. After being arrested on George Street in Croydon, officers discovered he had other valuables belonging to the victim with him. He admitted false imprisonment, robbery, committing an offence with intent to commit sexual offence, and possession of cannabis. He denied attempted rape, but the charge will lie on file. The court also heard he already had a previous conviction for rape committed in 2009. Detective Constable Cara Eri of the South East Command Unit Safeguarding Team said this was a terrifying attack which left the victim traumatised. It is every woman's worst nightmare. Even after her cries to stop, he did not hesitate to frog march the woman to a cash point and rob her, and then return to her home to continue to terrorise her. The attending officers had the foresight and instinct to quickly establish that the victim's phone, which Mr Makunga had stolen, could be traced. It ended up leading them right to their suspect and detaining him so he couldn't pose any further risk to the public. Mr Makunga is a danger to women and jail is the right place for him. Mr Makunga was charged with various offences. So what are your thoughts about Yannick Makunga? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at two men who tortured a 19-year-old in a gruesome attack, which involved carving initials into his forehead. They've now been jailed. In a bid to get money, the criminals subjected the victim to prolonged torture and urinated on him, despite one of the attackers being his friend, according to a Met Police statement. Yusuf Khan, 19, of Peabody Estate, Fulham Palace Road, and Xavier Christopher, 18, of Eastcote Lane in Northolt, both pleaded guilty to kidnap and false imprisonment and wounding. Samir Khan, 23, also of Peabody Estate, pleaded guilty to witness intimidation on the same day. On Friday, May the 29th, at the same court, Yusuf Khan was sentenced to 9 years in prison with an extended period of 5 years on licence. Mr Christopher was sentenced to 8 years behind bars with an extended period of 5 years on licence, while Samir Khan was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. The incident took place on August 26 last year when Yusuf Khan and Christopher lured a teenager to a secluded alleyway near farmland Northolt where they tried to rob him, police said. When it became apparent the victim had no no money, the pair subjected him to a prolonged period of abuse and torture, making repeated threats towards him and his family. Mr. Khan punched the victim hard in the face before proceeding to flick a knife and holding it under the victim's eye. He then used the knife to carve his initials across the victim's forehead. Christopher then took the knife, cut the victim, and carved letters onto his arm, police said. Having been repeatedly tortured for almost 3 hours, as well as urinated on, the victim agreed to take the two to his home to get money. The victim was instructed to go inside wearing his moped helmet so no one would see his injuries. They also told him to keep his phone on so they could hear what he was saying at all times. Once inside, however, he received a call from his uncle which cut off the connection to the suspect's phone, giving him the opportunity to raise the alarm. Police arrested Yusuf Khan, and the next day, Mr. Christopher was identified and arrested within the week. Both were subsequently charged and remanded in custody. While in custody and awaiting trial, Yusuf Khan's brother Samir Khan made a number of unsuccessful approaches to the victim, trying to dissuade him from giving evidence in court. On November 19th, Samir Khan came across the victim in Hammersmith. He called ahead to an associate who attacked the victim in the street while Samir Khan looked on. Police said despite this new attack, the victim remained resolute and supported police action throughout. Samir Khan was arrested and charged with witness intimidation on November 24th. Passing his sentence, Judge Johnson made clear the offence was aggravated by the fact the victim had placed his trust in Yusuf Khan, a childhood friend, and this trust had been severely abused by the men willing to go to almost any length to get money. Speaking after the sentencing, Detective Constable Michael Curry said the victim was put through a horrific ordeal by someone he trusted as a friend. He and his family were strong and supported the investigation throughout, despite being intimidated by others. With evidence stacked against them, the three defendants had no option but to plead guilty. I hope this sentence allows the victim to move on and demonstrates this type of action will be met with the full force of the law. What do you think about Mr. Khan and Mr. Christopher's prison sentence? Do you think they got enough time, considering that the person who had their initials carved into his head is probably going to remember it for the rest of his life?
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a 30-year-old Liverpool man who has been jailed for 12.5 years after admitting firearms and Class A drug offences. Yusuf Mohammed of Selborne Street, Toxteth, was arrested as part of Operation Venetic and charged with conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was also charged with possession of a firearm and possession of ammunition without a certificate. This is the first conviction for firearm offences in Merseyside based on Operation Venetic material only. Mr. Mohammed, who was attributed to the handle Arabian Night, was arrested and a warrant was executed at a flat at Upper Parliament Street, where officers recovered documents with his name on, over £11,000 in cash, nearly £9,000 of clothing and possessions, and drugs including 1 kilogram of cannabis, cocaine, ketamine and MDMA, with an estimated street value of £20,000. Officers recovered the firearm and 9 rounds of ammunition, concealed within undergrowth on Upper Huskisson Street. It was found to be a fully viable working weapon. Mr. Mohammed pleaded guilty to the offences and was sentenced to 12.5 years in prison. Detective Sergeant Daniel Pilling said, "Today we have seen another criminal put behind bars as part of the national Operation Venetic. Significantly, this will be the first conviction for firearm offences in Merseyside based on Operation Venetic material only. I am pleased that we have been able to put this man behind bars and, equally importantly, removed a potentially lethal weapon, ammunition and Class A drugs from the streets of Merseyside. Our message to other people who are involved in this type of criminality remains clear. Expect that knock at the door sooner rather than later." Merseyside Police, along with law enforcement agencies across the world, will leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of those people who think they are above the law, and we will continue to target anyone involved in serious organised crime to keep this positive momentum going. So what are your thoughts about Yusuf Mohammed? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a sadistic killer who carried out a campaign of Dark Ages abuse against a vulnerable man, including forcing him to eat his own testicle, and has been jailed for 33 years. Zahid Zaman, 43, was the ringleader of a cultist gang from North Tyneside that turned to Jimmy Prout, 45, and began months of torture leading up to his death.
Describing him as an evil, vindictive, manipulative and devious man, Mr. Justice Dove jailed him for life with a minimum term of 33 years after a jury convicted him of murder. Newcastle Crown Court heard how Mr. Zaman scoured the internet and local soup kitchens to find vulnerable people he could control before coming across Mr. Proud and making him his lackey. The abuse began after a series of events in late 2015 had created tensions in a group which included Mr. Prout having his teeth knocked out with a hammer and chisel. He was also made to eat one of his testicles after they had cut it out and was forced to endure sexual assaults from a dog. Eventually Mr. Prout died on February 9th, 2016, and his body was dumped on a wasteland where it began to decompose and was partly eaten by animals. Under the directions of Mr. Zaman, the group then set about covering their tracks as well as fleecing his bank account, asking people if they had seen Mr. Prout as they pretended to look for him. Anne Corbett, 26, was also convicted of murder after she assisted Mr. Zaman in his campaign of brutality and was jailed for life with a minimum term of 27 years. The court heard she had shared a bedroom with Mr. Prout and would have seen the suffering he endured and even watched him die, but did nothing to stop it. Mr. Justice Dove said words could not do justice to the brutality Mr. Prout endured, or how they all had betrayed him, saying what he suffered was beyond imagining. He said the case involved the sadistic torture of a vulnerable victim, which was designed to inflict excruciating pain and monstrous violence. Myra Wood, 50, of Kay Rayworth, 56, were both cleared of murder, but convicted of causing or allowing the death of the vulnerable adult, after they fell under the spell of Mr. Zaman. Mr. Rayworth was jailed for 12 years and 4 months. Mr. Wood was jailed for 9 years. Both were told they would have served Mr. Prout from what happened to him and given the help common humanity cried out for. All 4 defendants had previously admitted perverting the course of justice. During the 7-week trial, the jury was shown CCTV images, often taken from cameras Mr. Zaman had on his house, of the worsening condition of Mr. Prout as the assaults continued. Footage from October 18, 2015 shows him walking and jogging, but the next clip from February 5, 2016 showed him staggering along, being pushed by Mr. Corbett before slumping on a fence. The last clip of all 4 defendants with Mr. Prout, and he was in a dreadful condition, supported by Mr. Corbett and Mr. Rayworth as they walked along the street. That was the last time he was seen on any footage, and it is alleged he remained there until his death. So what are your thoughts about Zahid Zaman and his gang of followers, and how they used Jimmy Prout as their lackey and torture victim, and as Mr. Prout endured various torture methods? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at Zoe Haygarth, who on a night out got into an altercation and slashed the face in an attack against Chloe Smith, who said she had been left a changed person from the attack. A 36-year-old mum who went for a night out on the town whilst high on cocaine slashed a woman at her home after an altercation between Zoe Haygarth and Chloe Smith. Zoe Haygarth went back to Chloe Smith's Birkenhead flat with a group of people who had stayed up drinking and taking cocaine until 8 AM after a night out. The 36-year-old was asked to leave after becoming rowdy after leaving Miss Smith's flat. Miss Haygarth had realised she had left her bag at Miss Smith's flat. Miss Haygarth then went back to Miss Smith's flat in an attempt to get her bag back. On Miss Haygarth's return to the flat, knocking on the flat door, Miss Smith came back to open the door of her flat and was asked if Miss Haygarth could collect her forgotten bag. As soon as Miss Smith went to hand her the bag, Miss Smith was attacked by Miss Haygarth, who wielded a knife, or a knife equivalent, and dug the weapon into Miss Smith's face. Ben Jones, prosecuting, said Miss Smith had been out with friends in Birkenhead Town Centre on February 28, 2020. Mr. Jones said Miss Smith had been out with her boyfriend Scott Maxwell and their friend Max Brown, and while in a taxi home, Mr. Brown invited Miss Haygarth to carry on socialising with the group at Miss Smith's flat. Mr. Jones said the parties continued to consume alcohol and all parties took cocaine. Going on to say, Mr. Haygarth became verbally abusive and threatened to strangle Miss Smith's dog and smash the place up. Miss Haygarth left when asked but returned for her handbag, which Miss Smith handed to her at the front door. Mr. Jones said Miss Haygarth began immediately grabbing her by the hair and pulling her to the ground. One of the witnesses said Miss Haygarth wrapped the woman's hair around her hand before punching Miss Smith repeatedly in the face. Miss Smith felt something very sharp, which she felt Miss Haygarth digging into her face.
As a result, Miss Smith suffered multiple lacerations to her face, which will leave permanent scars. Miss Smith had suffered from PTSD after the attack, and said the scars on her face made her feel very self-conscious. Miss Haygarth has previous convictions from when she was a juvenile, including 2 counts of actual bodily harm in 1999. In April this year, Miss Haygarth was fined for assaulting an emergency worker. David Polgate, defending, said Miss Haygarth had vulnerabilities and difficulties which affect how she behaves. Mr. Polgate said there was no evidence to suggest that Miss Haygarth's disorder reduced her culpability, but added someone without those difficulties may have reacted very differently. He went on to say Mrs. Haygarth has dependency issues and had recently made attempts to take her own life. Mr. Polgate said, "There has clearly been a long-standing difficulty with alcohol, long-standing issues with domestic violence, long-standing issues with mental health, and that has led to the issues of self-harm." He continued, "She didn't have long-term stability and had been unable to stay sober, anxiety-free, and receive treatment." Miss Haygarth of Craven Street, Birkenhead, admitted causing grievous bodily harm. Judge Anil Murray, sentencing, said the injuries must have been caused by a knife or a knife equivalent like broken glass or a bottle. The judge said he didn't find it was a prolonged or persistent incident, but there was grave injury which had resulted in permanent scarring to Chloe Smith's face. Judge Murray said he took into account Mrs. Haygarth's dependency issues and is a high risk of putting her own life in danger, or even as far as taking her own life. The judge said Mrs. Haygarth had been a victim of domestic violence in the past and that her father had recently died. The court heard Mrs. Haygarth suffers from emotionally unstable personality disorder, and according to a pre-sentence report that stated she can't be managed in the community and would need continued support to ensure the safety and welfare of Mrs. Haygarth. The judge said he did not find that Mrs. Haygarth's condition significantly reduced her culpability, but noted her condition would make custody more difficult. Mrs. Haygarth was sentenced to 25 months in prison and received a 5-year restraining order. So what do you think of Zoe Haygarth and the trouble surrounding the choices made on that wild, out-of-control night where she slashed the face, argued and trashed Chloe Smith to an unrelenting degree? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how aforesaid the Independent Office for Police Conduct has been informed due to previous contact between the suspect and the victim. Several uniformed police officers were on duty and white-suited forensics examiners could be seen entering and leaving a modern townhouse properties where 4-bed family homes can sell for nearly £400,000. One neighbour said locals were armed with golf clubs and cricket bats trying to stop the attacker. She claimed a local Facebook group reported that the attacker was in the process of being evicted. Chief Inspector Roddy Gosden of Cheltenham and Tewkesbury Local Policing said, "Our thanks go to those who were first at the scene, including 2 off-duty police officers who bravely intervened and restrained the suspect." A 36-year-old resident of Arlington Road said, "I heard lots of sirens and a friend of mine was walking back home from my house to where he lives on Snowdonia Road. He didn't see the guy who unfortunately died or anything, but he saw the guy with the knife with blood on it. There were people on the street with cricket bats and golf clubs, presumably trying to help. Sadly, it sounded like people tried to resuscitate him, but it didn't work." A woman who said she's a friend of Mr. Borman's wife, Sarah, has set up a GoFundMe page which has already smashed its target of raising £1,000 for the family. The amount raised stands at just over £4,400. The friend, Faye Gardiner, said on the page, "It is heartbreaking to lose a loved one at any stage of life, but to lose one in such tragic circumstances is utterly devastating. I am setting this page up in memory of Matt Borman, who tragically lost his life. I am wanting to show my support for my lovely friend, his wife Sarah, and their 3 young children." CI Gosden added, "Shortly after 5:20 PM that day, we received numerous calls to the area of Snowdonia Road and Arlington Road in Walton, Cardiff, near Tewkesbury, with reports of a man having a knife and having injured others. One man suffered serious injuries, and despite the best efforts of paramedics and others who helped, he died at the scene. A second man suffered serious stab wounds and was taken to Southmead Hospital in Bristol. Another woman also suffered a wound to her leg and was treated at Gloucester Royal Hospital. This was a horrific incident in a quiet residential area. We understand that those who saw what happened will be traumatized, and many in the local community will be upset and worried. The man who was arrested in connection with the incident remains in police custody. We confirm we are not seeking anyone else in connection with this inquiry. Due to previous police contact with the suspect and the victim, the constabulary is referring itself to the Independent Office of Police Conduct. This is a standard practice in such circumstances. A Gloucestershire police spokesperson said, shortly after 5:20 p.m, police received multiple calls to the area of Snowdonia Road and Arlington Road in Walton, Cardiff, with reports of a man with a knife and had injured others. Numerous members of the public intervened and officers attended. I commend the emergency services for their fast response. So what are your thoughts about the murder of Matt Borman, along with 2 others who were seriously injured as a result of the attack from a man only known to be in his 50s? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a knifeman who stabbed a neighbour in the chest and ear following a shimmering feud and has now been jailed. Michael Kenny lived in the same street as his victim, and the pair had fallen out with a verbal altercation taking place. Since then, the victim, Mr. Kenny, had intimidated him and his partner, including threats that he was going to get him. The victim went outside in Marion Court, Gateshead, to his bin, and Mr. Kenny was standing next to it. Newcastle Crown Court heard Mr. Kenny called him a mug and added, "You called me something I didn't like. This is not going to go away." Sue Hurst, prosecuting, said he approached him and had both hands inside his waistband and his tracksuit bottoms. He suddenly pulled a knife out and lunged at him, stabbing him in the left ear. Mr. Kenny then stabbed the man in the side of his chest before the victim was able to run inside of his home. The court heard the victim's partner was horrified to look out, on hearing his panicked voice shout her name, to see the knife attack. She went out to try and summon help from a neighbour, and Mr. Kenny walked towards her holding the blade before leaving the scene. Her partner was bleeding from his ear. The victim had been stabbed through the cartilage of his ear and behind the ear, and had also had a knife wound to his chest. In a victim impact statement, he said the attack has impacted his mental health and he is constantly paranoid when he hears noises outside. He said, "I constantly think it's people coming to attack me. I rarely go out now, even to the shops. I'm paranoid I'm going to be attacked again." The court heard Mr. Kenny had previously approached a woman when she was walking her dog. He was drunk and she thought he was trying to chat her up, and they ended up arguing. Mr. Kenny, 39, of Marion Court, who has previous offences including 9 for robbery, pleaded guilty to wounding with intent, affray and threatening with a bladed article. He was sentenced to 6 years and 3 months and given a restraining order. Jamie Adams, defending, said he had a difficult upbringing. He was in care and had found solace working for a travelling fairground. So what are your thoughts about this knife man, Mr. Kenny, and how an altercation turned violent as he attacked his victim with a knife? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a rookie police dog who was beaten, hit and slashed with a machete more than 20 times but refused to let go of the suspect, and who has been honoured with a bravery award. Dramatic moment, PD Stark, who was searching allotments for thieves following reports of suspicious activity, tracked and detained a suspect before the young dog was attacked with what was handler initially thought was a stick. It wasn't until PC Paul Hopley managed to intervene and arrest the young man that he realised the weapon was in fact a machete, and also saw his 4-legged partner was bleeding. Stark was given immediate treatment at a 24/7 vet, having been struck in the head numerous times, with one strike just 5mm from hitting Stark's eye. His amazing efforts that night have seen him now given the Thin Blue Paw Outstanding Bravery Award for a serving police dog who has shown extraordinary bravery in the line of duty. At the inaugural Thin Blue Paw Awards, supported by Animal Friends Insurance, the brave dog had been nominated by multiple police colleagues as well as strangers who'd heard the story. Belgian Malinois German Shepherd Cross, Stark was bred as part of the West Midlands Police breeding scheme and was, like his littermates, aptly named after the brave Game of Thrones family, the Starks. All 5 pups went on to become police dogs either within the force or elsewhere. PC Paul Hopley, who joined West Midlands Police in 1994 and worked for 17 years as a traffic cop and 7 years in forensic collision investigations before joining the dog unit in 2018, was an experienced police officer but was new to the dog unit when he was partnered with the young PD Stark. The rookie duo licensed in April 2019 and hit the streets. At around 4 AM on December 14th, 2020, the pair were called out to allotments in Handsworth, Birmingham, for a routine check following reports of suspicious activity in the area. PC Hopley said, "We were searching for around 20 minutes in the pitch dark, and I was very aware that I was there alone. But I have complete trust in Stark, and I knew that if there was someone to find, he'd find them. He located the offender and gave chase, so I followed and could hear the sound of him hitting Stark. I shouted and told him to stop hitting him, but everything escalated so quickly. He was raining blows down onto him. He hit him well over 20 times. It was such a shock to see Stark being hurt. I thought he was going to kill him. He didn't yelp, he didn't leave him or run back to me for protection. He was such a young, inexperienced dog, but he stayed on the task, and despite being viciously attacked, he never backed down. The officer used his incapacitation spray, which stopped the offender swinging his weapon, giving PD Stark the opportunity to detain him, and gave PC Hopley the opportunity to push him to the ground and arrest him, while the dog dragged him away from what turned out to be a machete. It wasn't until afterwards that I realised how bad it could have been," PC Hopley said. "When I saw the blood, I realised how lucky he was to be alive and how lucky I was to have him. Now I find it really difficult to watch the footage from my body-worn camera that night. I find it really upsetting to see how close I was to losing Stark." Stark was rushed to a local vet where he needed stitches for 2 deep lacerations to his face, one just 5mm from his eye. He'd suffered 9 strokes to the face, and staff were concerned he may have suffered internal injuries. He had 4 weeks of operational duty to recover, during which time the dedicated duo completed a 2-week training course to qualify for firearms support. They returned on full duty, and their first night shift back at work were called out to dark gardens to search for a man who'd fled from officers. I didn't know how PD Stark would react as I got him out of the car, but he went straight to task. There was no apprehension, fear or hesitation, which goes to show his courage and dedication to his job and to me," said PC Hopley. "He's incredibly resilient, and it's a privilege to work with him. He's well-mannered and well-tempered, but he has that edge he needs to. You can never doubt his bravery or courage, but his ability as a police dog also continues to improve day by day. He's still a young dog, and I know he has many successful years ahead of him." In February 2021, a 17-year-old appeared in court where he was sentenced to an 8-month detention training order for possession of a bladed weapon and causing unnecessary suffering to a service animal. The sentencing came under Finn's Law, new legislation introduced following a campaign spearheaded by PC Dave Wardle, co-founder of the Thin Blue Paw Foundation and owner of a retired police dog. Finn, who was lucky to survive after being stabbed in the line of duty. Superintendent Sarah Burton from West Midlands Police said, "When our police dogs get injured, it is felt by everyone across the whole policing family." Thankfully, Stark made a full recovery and was back at work within weeks of the attack, which is remarkable. Our police dogs are an integral part of our police family and play a huge part in keeping us all safe. We are so proud of both PC Hopley and PD Shark for their immense bravery in what was a very scary situation. PC Hopley added, "I was really touched that so many people felt he deserved the award, some who had never even met him or me. It was humbling. I am immensely proud of him. It's an honour to work with him every day. I know he would have my back if anything went wrong, and he'd look after me as I would him." So what are your thoughts about this police team, PD Stark and PC Hopley, and how despite being attacked, the duo went straight back to work? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a report from the NCA about the quality of drugs being smuggled into the UK. Heroin, which has been smuggled into the UK, is being contaminated with a drug 500 times stronger than morphine, law enforcement officials have revealed. The National Crime Agency, the NCA, is targeting drug networks that mix isotoniazine into batches of heroin brought into Britain from Afghanistan. The contamination is thought to be behind a recent rise in drug poisonings and deaths in parts of the UK. The NCA Director of Investigations, Nikki Holland, said this coincides with a recent spike of drug poisonings which have come from the heroin adulterated with isotoniazine, which is comparable to the strength of fentanyl, across various regions within the UK, and it has resulted in a number of deaths. Nikki Holland also said, in terms of Afghanistan, now the Taliban have control, it has led to lots of speculation regarding how this might affect the heroin trade and in turn impact upon the UK. A similar spate of contamination occurred in 2017 when the NCA said it had prevented large-scale loss of life after identifying batches of heroin spiked with the drug fentanyl that had been brought over from the dark web. Keith Rawson, drugs threat lead for the NCA, said drug dealers, heroin suppliers have little regard for people that they exploit, and to boost profits, boost stockpiles, dealers have been known to contaminate their UK heroin supply with high-strength synthetic opioids, much stronger than heroin, which increased the fatal overdoses. The UK law enforcement remains sceptical about the Taliban pledges to crack down on opium production in the country. Opium farming continued in Taliban-controlled regions of the country in the past, and the drugs can be dried out and stored for long periods of time. The NCA previously had operatives based in Afghanistan working with the country's police, but they had to withdraw since the Taliban takeover. Demand in the UK heroin market, the largest in Europe, remains relatively stable at around 38 tons per year, around a third of the size of the cocaine market. However, there are 3 times more opiate-related deaths per year than those associated with cocaine. For joining us today, what are your opinions on what people are mixing with the heroin in the UK? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a government official's son who was jailed for assaulting and taking the life of a high-class escort at a flat in Aberdeen. Bala Chinder, who was 26, had taken the life of 37-year-old Jessica McGath only a few weeks after arriving in Scotland to study at Robert Gordon's University. Her body was found partially clothed in a bedroom of a flat she had rented in Aberdeen's Union Terrace the following day. Extensive police investigations carefully pieced together the call girl's last movements following the grim discovery on the February the 12th. CCTV footage revealed that she had travelled to Mr. Chinder's student accommodation on King Street with him in a taxi before they returned to her apartment a short time later. She had made her last ever call on her mobile phone a few minutes before surveillance cameras recorded Mr. Chinder walking down the street away from her flat. A jury of 8 women and 7 men unanimously found Mr. Chinder guilty of murdering Jessica in the city centre flat. They took more than 6 hours to reach their verdict, and also found him guilty of sexually assaulting the mother of one and stealing her 2 mobile phones in an attempt to defeat the ends of justice. Judge Lord Beckett told the jury that they had gone about their duties commendably. After listening to the evidence they may have found very distressing. Jailing Mr. Chinder, he told him that he had ended the life of a woman described by friends as full of fun and who had much left to live for. Mr. Chinder, a Nigerian whose dad works as the immigration attach at the Nigerian embassy in Beijing, wept uncontrollably as he was found guilty by the jury. The court heard that Miss McGath died of asphyxiation and was likely smothered with a pillow, possibly strangled by her scarf. The taxi driver taking Mr. Chinder and Jessica back to her apartment had heard them discussing money before she was killed on February the 11th. Mr. Chinder changed his mobile phone number after her death. Following the hearing, Detective Chief Inspector Stuart Houston said this was a challenging case for all involved, using the full resources of the police in Scotland to understand what happened to Jessica and trace the person responsible for her murder. A man went to great lengths to cover his involvement and deceived his victim from the outset. At the heart of this horrific crime was a young mother, a daughter, and a friend whose life was cut tragically short in what must have been terrifying circumstances. Throughout, Mr. Chinder has shown no real remorse for his depraved actions and taken no responsibility for robbing a young boy of his mother. It is hard to imagine how difficult this past year has been for her family and friends, and our thoughts are with them. During the trial, the court heard that the mother had a young 7-year-old son who lived with her adopted mother in London. Miss Magar was originally from Nigeria and was an orphan, but sent money back to her 2 sisters and brothers who lived abroad. Her double life as an escort was only exposed to her closest friends after a sudden death, with many believing she travelled around the country selling hair extensions. She visited her son in London every month and took him on luxury holidays abroad, and was dating a young man in Dublin who she planned to marry. Detective Chief Inspector Houston added, "The police in Scotland recognise that many males and females involved in prostitution are there as a result of force or perception of limited alternatives. We have worked closely with a range of partners, including the health authorities and support groups, to ensure that our responses to prostitution focuses on protecting individuals and communities from harm while targeting organised crime groups and individuals who attempt to control, abuse, exploit or coerce others." Mr. Chinder was told he must serve a minimum of 18 years. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of a former escort who was convicted of running a £35,000 a week illegal puppy farm and had been jailed after being caught selling sick animals whilst on bail. Grace Banks, who was 29, was rumbled despite having 6 aliases, partly because of her distinctive groomed eyebrows, pouty lips and a Mercedes-Benz. She was found guilty of running an illegal puppy farm with her brother, Julian King, but continued to sell sick puppies to unwitting families for as much as £600 a time. There were reports that 2 of her victims have even become ill after catching stomach diseases from their new pets. It meant that she emerged from a 5-month jail sentence in time to stand trial for new offences of animal cruelty and unlicensed pet selling and fraud. Prosecuting Hazel Stevens told how Miss Banks tricked families into believing the tiny puppies were healthy pedigrees, when in fact they were often sick or dying. She was caught by the RSPCA after a raid at her £850 a month address on Buckstones Road in Oldham. Inspectors found a dead puppy in the boot of her Mercedes, which had suffered days of agony. A probe revealed that she had rented an address in Oldham, Rochdale and Littleborough, and even changed her name from Lily Cooper by deed poll to cover her tracks. Appearing at Manchester Minshull Street Crown Court in a black leather bomber, she was jailed for 9 months by Judge Geoffrey Lewis. Describing the puppies she sold as flea-ridden, diseased and a risk to human health, the judge added this was well planned and sophisticated. The goal of his enterprise was maximum financial gain, and you the one benefiting from that gain. Insisting Miss Banks is remorseful, Marianne Alton, defending, said, "Miss Banks is no saint, and she may have made plenty of mistakes in her life, but she wants to move forward and step away from criminality." She said that her client had faced the agony of being released from prison only to be appeared before the courts again. Mr. Lewis was critical of the prosecution's defence, the RSPCA and the GMP, the blunder which had led to the Crown Court not being made aware of a second ongoing investigation when he jailed Miss Banks in December. He said if he had known, the 2 cases could have been combined for a sentence, but he reminded Miss Banks of Reed Street Gorton that she had pleaded not guilty in her second enterprise despite overwhelming evidence against her. He jailed her for 9 months and imposed a lifetime ban on her keeping or selling any animal. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Banks? Do you think a sentence of 9 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, press subscribe and hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a lottery winner who has been left with lifelong physical and emotional scars following her former partner's attack. The 49-year-old Emma Brown had won a $7.2 million lottery in 2017 when she tried to break up with her partner of 12 years, 45-year-old Stephen Gibbs. He stabbed her multiple times and left her for dead. A court sentenced the attacker to an extended prison sentence after he pleaded guilty to the attempted murder charge against him. A court in Wales heard how the relationship between the partners devolved since the woman won the national lottery. Mr. Gibbs reportedly had become controlling and even dedicated how Miss Brown used her winnings. He was suspicious that his partner was having an affair with one of their tenants, identified as Scott Mackenzie. Mr. Mackenzie and Miss Brown were school friends as well. The victim told the court that Mr. Gibbs had threatened to kill her if he caught her with the tenant. When Miss Brown returned to their home in Barry, South Wales, she was confronted by her partner. Mr. Gibbs accused her of having gone to see Mr. Mackenzie. When their argument got heated, Miss Brown told her partner that she wanted to end their relationship. Angered by the prospect of being dumped, Mr. Gibbs grabbed Miss Brown by her neck and slammed her against a wall, breaking her arm. He then went to the kitchen and got a knife. Initially, he threatened to harm himself before starting to stab Miss Brown. CCTV footage of the couple's home showed Miss Brown on the floor with Mr. Gibbs stabbing her in the face while on the top of her. After stabbing his partner, the former construction worker fled from the scene in the victim's vehicle. Miss Brown was saved by her neighbours, who heard her groaning and asking for help. The stabbing had left the victim with limited eyesight. It has also limited the movement of her right arm, the victim told the court. How the incident had affected her confidence and trust. Court also noted Mr. Gibbs had stabbed his previous partner as well as her 11-year-old son. He had been convicted for the previous stabbing. On the day of his trial, he submitted a guilty plea. He was sentenced to a 13-year prison term and has to serve a 5-year extended license after release. So what are your thoughts about Stephen Gibbs? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of two drug dealing brothers who were embedded in the northwest gangland and had paid a runner £1,500 every time he made a trip to deliver or collect cash on their behalf. Brian McQuillan was linked to up to 21 illicit trips by investigators who concluded that he made just over £30,000 for the work that he did. He was employed by the notorious Tobin brothers, both who were languishing in jail after the collapse of their multi-million-pound drug empire. The downfall of Alan and John Tobin's network began with the seizure of 186 kilograms of cocaine as it was transported up the M6 in August of 2018. The haul, given the street value of around £20 million, was being driven up from Kent on behalf of the pair, who were supplied drugs to the Warrington area. They also sold cannabis, heroin, ketamine and cocaine to gangs in Scotland, London, North Wales, Cornwall, West Yorkshire, Cumbria, Manchester and Humberside. Mr. McQuillan was one of the men they relied upon for their day-to-day dealings of their business. The 51-year-old was responsible for couriering large amounts of cash across the United Kingdom, and Liverpool Crown Court heard he was paid £1,500 per trip. In April, he was sentenced to 6 years and 4 months for his role in the gang. His case returned to the Courts of Proceeds of Crime Act hearing, in which it was said he had benefited from his criminality of the value of £32,000, £963. He had benefited from his criminality to the value of £32,963 and 3 pence. This was said to have been due to the 21 trips he was found to have made for the gang. Nicola Daly, who was prosecuting, told the court that an investigation had revealed no assets had been identified as being available for seizure from Mr. McQuillan, formerly of Buttermarket Street in Warrington. The same conclusion had been drawn from an investigation into the assets of Simon Leach, another member of the gang. Mr. Leach, who was 29 and formerly of Brindley Avenue in Warrington, was used by the Tobins to manage their operation and was jailed for 8 years. He was found to have benefited to the value of £3,234 and 38 pence. Both Mr. McQuillan and Mr. Leach had pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply cocaine. Court of Liverpool, Judge Andrew Menery QC, made nominal confiscation orders to the value of £1 in the cases of both men. The Proceeds of Crime Act proceedings remain ongoing against both Tobins and other members of their enterprise. Alan Tobin was sentenced to 20 years and his brother John received a 19-year and 8-month sentence. Both admitted conspiracy to supply cocaine, conspiracy to supply cannabis, conspiracy to supply heroin, and conspiracy to supply ketamine. In September, they each received additional jail terms following Cheshire Police's investigation into a shooting in Warrington. Alan, 52, formerly of Regency Park in Wines, was sentenced to a further 8 years for conspiracy to cause GBH with intent. John, who was 41 and formerly of Manor Road in Prescott, was handed a further 2.5 years for participating in the activities of an organised crime group. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. McQuillan? Do you think a sentence of 6 years 4 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, press subscribe and don't forget to hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at two men who have been sentenced to a total of 9 years in prison after they were found guilty of laundering nearly £5 million of criminal funds. Harkishan Tawar, 44, from Southall received 2 sentences of 8 and 3 years to run concurrently for laundering £3.5 million of criminal funds over a 4-month period, and Mohammed Khan, 24, from Southall was tried in his absence after breaching his bail conditions by fleeing the country. He was found guilty of laundering £1.4 million and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Their conviction at the Old Bailey followed an investigation by the City of London's police. Both men were arrested on suspicion of money laundering after officers witnessed an exchange of £50,000 in cash between them in Mr. Tawar's Range Rover on Hambrel Road, Southall. A note found on Mr. Khan identified that he had taken part in a number of earlier cash handovers totaling £1.4 million, for which he was paid £5,500. Mr. Tawar ran a money service bureau called Fortune Exchange on Earls Court Road, and when police searched the premises they seized £250,000 in cash and notebooks belonging to Mr. Tawar, showing the illegal movements of a further £3.5 million. Mr. Tawar and Mr. Khan were charged with money laundering the following day. Following an investigation assisted by HMRC, Mr. Tawar was also charged with money laundering offences. Investigating officer Detective Constable James Nealist from the City of London Police said Mr. Khan and Mr. Tawar were making a lot of money by laundering millions of pounds on behalf of criminals, and in doing so played a vital and significant role in enabling serious criminal behaviour. Using his position as the director of a money service bureau to help transfer criminal money around the globe in an attempt to make the money look legitimate and hide it from law enforcement agencies, Mr. Tawar is as culpable as the criminals he helped. These results and the dismantling of criminal enterprises is a message to those supporting criminal gangs. We will relentlessly pursue and prosecute you. Chris Gill, Assistant Director of Criminal Investigation for HMRC, said, "This was a complex operation and we are pleased to have supported our colleagues from the City of London Police. Mr. Tawar claimed to run a legitimate money service bureau, but this was merely a front for laundering criminal cash. Money laundering is a serious crime and we will take action to bring those responsible before the courts so justice can be served." So what are your thoughts about Harkishan Tawar and Mohammed Khan? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
The mastermind behind an online fraud shop used to con victims out of more than £100 million has been jailed for more than 13 years. TJ Fletcher, 35, bought a £230,000 Lamborghini, 2 Range Rovers worth £110,000 and an £11,000 Rolex after making around £2 million from icebooth.cc website. He was the founder and leading administrator of the site. which was brought down last year in the UK's biggest fraud sting. Criminals were offered tools that allowed them to disguise phone calls so that they appeared to be from a trusted organisation such as a bank, enabling them to empty their targets' accounts. Victims around the world were defrauded of at least £100 million, including a minimum of £43 million from people in the UK, Southwark Crown Court was told. The website made about £3.2 million in Bitcoin, with the lion's shares of about £2 million ending up with Mr. Fletcher, said the prosecutor, John Adjacott. Mr. Fletcher last month pleaded guilty to 4 charges, including making or supplying an article for use in fraud, encouraging or assisting the commission of an offence, possession of criminal property, and transferring criminal property between the 30th of November 2020 and the 8th of November 2022. Judge Sally Cahill, KC, jailed him for a total of 13 years and 4 months, telling him, for all the victims, it was a harrowing experience. One victim lost £3 million, while the 4,785 people who were reported as being targeted to the action fraud lost about £10,000 according to the police. The judge said they suffered damage to their businesses, personal financial problems, sleeplessness, depression, emotional stress, and fallouts with family members. She told Mr. Fletcher, who had 18 previous convictions for 36 offences, he didn't care about them, adding, the late expression of remorse is regret for being caught, rather than empathy for your victims. The evidence, in my view, shows very clearly you had a leading role and an active role in creating a sophisticated article for fraud, which generated a substantial profit for you. Simon Baker, KC, defending, had told the judge his client had no idea of the scale of the eventual fraud when he set up the website. But the judge told Mr. Fletcher, as is the case with any successful business, you probably didn't realise how successful and profitable your enterprise would be. Mr. Fletcher was arrested at his girlfriend's house in East London last November in a global operation to bring down ice booths as part of the UK's biggest fraud sting. Judge Cahill praised the Metropolitan Police for their investigation, which involved 700 days of work. The Met said iSpook was created in December 2020 and at its peak had 59,000 users, with up to 20 people a minute targeted at one point by callers using technology brought from the site. The scam calls, along with other features offered the site to obtain passwords and pins, were used to empty the victims' bank accounts. Users of the website paid hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds a month for its features, which were marketed on a channel called iSpoof Club on the encrypted messaging app Telegram. Court heard Mr. Fletcher carried out market research, promoted new products, and encouraged users to commit fraud. Kate Anderson, Deputy Chief Crown Prosecutor for the Crown Prosecution Service, said, fraud is not a victimless crime, and the cost to many victims in this case had not just been financial. It had had a huge emotional impact, causing extreme distress and devastation to those affected, many of whom had their life savings stolen from them. Greater Manchester Police failed to disclose key evidence that could have prevented a man spending 17 years in prison for rape when no DNA linked him to the crime, a court appeal was told. Andrew Morkinson was convicted of raping a 33-year-old woman by the motorway in Greater Manchester in 2003. He has always insisted he was innocent, spending an extra decade in prison as a result. His case was referred to the Court of Appeal in January after another man's DNA was found on the victim's clothing. The victim said she recalled causing such a deep scratch to her attacker's cheek that she broke her nail. Yet Mr. Morkinson was seen by police the next day with no marks on his face. At the directions hearing in the Court of Appeal on Wednesday, it emerged that photographs of her left hand after the attack showing a broken nail were not disclosed at the original trial. Instead, the judge was able to suggest his summing up that she may have been mistaken about the scratch. The prosecution also failed to tell the court that a couple who claimed to have been able to identify Mr. Morkinson walking past their car had 16 convictions for 38 offences between them. The male witness also had a lengthy history of heroin addiction that was not known to the judge or jury. The prosecution's case relied on these eyewitnesses and the victim choosing Mr. Morkinson in a video lineup. The lack of DNA evidence was explained by saying that he was
forensically aware, and had deliberately left no trace. Wednesday's hearing also heard and missed opportunities by the authorities to revisit Mr. Morkinson's case. Further forensic testing in 2009 revealed traces of a mixed DNA in saliva in the victim's bra that did not match Mr. Morkinson's, but the Criminal Cases Review Commission did not think it was enough to refer the case for appeal. Speaking outside the Royal Courts of Justice in London, Mr. Morkinson, 57, said he had often fantasised from prison about making it to appeal. He said the conviction means he is still on the sex offenders register and still being punished. He said, "It's been 20 years this August since I was taken and I'm still not free. I can't go on holiday. I can't leave this country. It's taken a big toll on me, a big toll on my mental health, as well as my physical freedom. I just want it to conclude as soon as possible." Edward Henry KC, representing Mr. Morkinson, said the case raised concerns about the police conduct because an array of procedural breaches and abdication of responsibility. A man was arrested on the 13th of December last year on suspicion of the rape after new DNA testing of a sample of the victim's clothing matched his on the police database. He has been released under investigation. A full hearing on the appeal is now scheduled for July. The Crown Prosecution Service is waiting for further forensic reports before deciding if they will oppose the appeal. Mr. Morkinson's lawyer, Emily Bolton, director of the Charity Appeals, said, "This process is taking way too long. The testing that they are doing now could have been commissioned on an urgent basis. This is not a system that is treating wrongful convictions as an emergency." As well as wanting his conviction overturned, Mr. Morkinson wants to be compensated. "They can't give me my life back, can they?" he said. "So the only thing they can do is give me a secure future for what's left of my life. I'm 57, I have type 1 diabetes, I'm not well, and I might not live another 10 years. A man who livestreamed a sadistic 2-hour attack on a man who died more than a week later has been jailed for life, even as his social media followers pleaded for him to stop. Declan O'Donnell repeatedly punched, kicked and stamped on Paul Cox, who was 63, for 2 hours. Mr. O'Donnell's aunt, who was Mr. Cox's partner, was also at their flat in Nottingham Centre at the time of the attack and begged him to stop beating the elderly man. The victim suffered 45 injuries, including a crushed esophagus and a blunt force injury to his spine and head. Police found an uncooperative Mr. O'Donnell at the scene, who tried to blag his way out of the situation, delaying even further the medical attention Mr. Cox needed. He was lying on the floor, covered in blood and unable to speak. Mr. O'Donnell, an alcoholic who drank 10 pints of beer and 2 shots, then threatened officers with a knife before being handcuffed. Mr. Cox died 9 days later of severe trauma on the 18th of February 2022. Mr. O'Donnell was sentenced to a minimum term of 23 years at Nottingham Crown Court. Court heard how Mr. O'Donnell of Mansfield Road blamed Mr. Cox for his mother's death by alcohol abuse, but yet there was no evidence at all to back this claim. The jury watched clip by clip the video Mr. O'Donnell filmed for his Facebook and Instagram followers. In the relentless and humiliating assault, the prosecution said Mr. Cox was kicked in the face, had his genitals stamped on, and was threatened with rape. Mr. O'Donnell was subsequently charged with murder. Mr. Cox was unable to provide an account before his death, but police figured out what happened using the livestream. While he admitted manslaughter, he pleaded not guilty to murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The prosecution rejected this, launching a trial on the 2nd of May. Judge James Sampson said that Mr. O'Donnell was suffering from a mental condition at the time of the attack, but this didn't absolve him from the brutal beating. "You punched him so hard that you damaged your own hand. With that punch, you knocked him out. And the injury to your hand angered you even more," he told Mr. O'Donnell. "For almost 2 hours, you subjected this defenceless, semi-conscious man to a relentless and humiliating assault. Throughout the attack, you filmed yourself and him as he lay bloody, beaten and distressed on the floor. Words do not do justice to the horror of the images the jury had to see. For Mr. Cox's family, life in jail for Mr. O'Donnell has at least brought some sense of justice. But as a family, we are so saddened at the thought of how many lives this has destroyed," they said in a statement shared by the force. "Nothing can bring our Paul back, although it does not make what has happened any easier to deal with. We believe that this was truly the right result. For our family, the past 15 months have been the most difficult time of our lives, and now that this is over, we can finally focus on grieving for Paul."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at Sarah Louise Hanson and Mark Andrew Scott, who each claimed the other was responsible for the 87.8 grams of Class A drugs at a trial at York Crown Court. But the jury rejected both of their stories and convicted each of possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply on what recorder David Nixon said was overwhelming evidence. Class A drugs are horrible, he told them. When sold to members of the public, it can lead to quite devastating results. You weren't working for others, you were working for yourselves. This was a profit-making operation. Miss Hanson, 45, of Elfston Avenue, Selby, and Mr. Scott, 31, who gave his address as Coupland Road, Selby, each denied the charge but were convicted at the end of a 4-day hearing. Prosecuting Andrew Semple said police raided Miss Hanson's home. Inside its attic, detectives found the drugs divided up into smaller amounts. Both the defendants' fingerprints were found on bags containing cocaine. They also found scales that could be used to divide the drugs up, and elsewhere in the house they found caffeine and another drug commonly mixed or cut with cocaine before it is sold. The prosecution estimated if sold on the streets, the cocaine would fetch more than £4,000 and said both defendants lived at the house. In evidence, Mr. Scott denied living at the house. He claimed he was so in love with Miss Hanson he had asked her to marry him but had never lived with her. He had argued with her because he believed she was drug dealing and shortly before the police raid had found the drugs in a drawer downstairs and moved them into the attic. He refused to answer questions after his arrest though. He claimed he loved Miss Hanson so much he didn't want to get her into trouble. Miss Hanson, in evidence, denied she was drug dealing and claimed she knew nothing about the drugs. Miss Hanson's barrister, Patricia Dorey, said she was about to get the promotion at work but would lose that job and her house because she wouldn't be able to pay the rent in jail. Mr. Scott's barrister, Glenn Parsons, said he would too lose his job and he contributed to the upkeep of 4 children. So what are your thoughts about Sarah Louise Hanson and Mark Andrew Scott? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of 2 dentists who were blackmailed by a nymphomaniac call girl who had been jailed for threatening to expose them to their families. Amelia Horn, who was 24, had sex with both men and threatened to reveal the details of their secret ties if they did not pay her. With the help of accomplices Luke Burton and Loretta Isaac, Miss Horn, who was 24, had gotten £16,500 out of the 2 victims, who were both terrified of being exposed. She used the name Logan Montoya, and although she was 23 at the time, she later claimed to be only 17 and threatened to expose them for having underage sex. Police recovered mobile phone footage of the 3 plotters celebrating after the first victim transferred a total of £10,000 into Mrs. Horn's account. They were seen on film leaping around and hugging each other before Miss Isaac put her face up to the camera and yelled, "Blackmail, blackmail." Teeside Crown Court was sold. Rupert Doswell, prosecuting, said professional man A was a dentist. He is married with children. He became involved with Amelia Horn, who was working as an escort, and he paid her for sex. She said she was 23 and from Middlesbrough, and he met her 5 or 6 times. On one occasion, she visited him at his place of work and received dental work. On August the 11th last year, a couple of months later, Mr. A received a message on his mobile phone from Miss Horn demanding £5,000. He was distraught and thought she would ruin him, his career, his family, and so he paid the £5,000. Then, on November the 29th, he was at work when he received a call from a man saying he was a relative of Amelia Horn. It was in fact Luke Burton. He told Mr. A he was aware that he had been seeing Logan Montoya, which was an alias used by Miss Horn. He told Mr. A that she was underage, and that if he didn't pay £10,000, he would go to the press and turn up at his house and speak to his wife and family. Mr. A paid him the money. Mr. Doswell said a second victim was also a dentist who had found Miss Horn after looking for a female companion online, visiting an adult website on his iPad at the home in November of last year. He found Logan, who appeared to be in her 20s, and they arranged to meet for sex in a property in Sunderland. After he'd paid her £200, Miss Horn leapt onto the bed with him and performed oral sex on him, later asking him several times what he did for a living. He left after after 90 minutes, but began to receive texts from Miss Horn, one of them saying she desperately needed £1,500 for building work on her home. He agreed to pay her cash in return for sexual favours, which she agreed to. Each time he contacted her afterwards, she made excuses not to meet. She later asked for a further £2,500, which he refused, but he did give her £250. Mr. B was called by Luke Burton on the same day that he threatened the first victim. He demanded £5,000, saying he would expose Mr. B for having sex with a minor and would give his story to the newspapers, even suggesting the headline, "Depraved dental surgeon pays 17-year-old for sex." The second victim went to the police and told them what had happened, leading to Miss Horn, Mr. Burton and Miss Isaac being arrested. In a police interview, Miss Horn said of her victims, "To be honest, these men make me sick. They pay me for unprotected sex. I just wanted to scare them, you know." She had described herself as a nymphomaniac in press interviews in the past. Miss Horn of Stockton Tees and Mr. Burton, 31, of Pool Farm Road, Birmingham, both admitted blackmail. Miss Isaac, who was 24 of Oakland Road, Birmingham, admitted possession of criminal items. Miss Horn and Mr. Burton were each jailed for 30 months, whilst Miss Isaac, Mr. Burton's girlfriend at the time of the offences, was given a 12-month sentence suspended for 2 years. Rachel Dyson for Miss Horn said she accepts responsibility for these offences and understands that the consequences and impact on the two gentlemen involved. She's had a baby since the offences took place and had proven herself to be a good mother, said Miss Dyson, and asked that she be put in a prison with a baby unit. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Horn, Mr. Burton and Miss Isaac? Do you think the sentence was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we're going to look at a new crime plan that has been proposed. One that is said to protect victims and make the streets of the UK safer. The Beating Crime Plan will level up the country by ensuring everyone has the security and confidence that comes from having a safe street and a safe home. This plan has been put together by the Home Office, the Ministry of Justice, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson MP, the Right Honourable Robert Buckland QC MP, and the Right Honourable Priti Patel MP. This new plan to reduce crime and protect victims and make the country safer was set out by the government on Tuesday the 27th of July 2021. The measures build on the progress which has been made to date in toughening sentences to keep the most dangerous offenders behind bars and the delivery of almost 9,000 of the 20,000 extra police officers which are promised to be delivered by 2023. This was one of the Prime Minister's first commitments in office. The plan will ensure the public is better protected across all parts of the country, with each neighbourhood having contactable, named police officers who know their area and are best placed to ensure that persistent crime and antisocial behaviour is being tackled. The UK government's promise to the public through this plan is that every crime matters, every victim matters, and every neighbourhood matters. That is why, alongside getting more officers out on the street and making more local forces easily contactable, the public will be given more opportunity to scrutinise the results, with league tables for 101 and 999 call answering times being introduced for each force. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said, "When I first stood on the steps of Downing Street as Prime Minister, I promised to back the police and make people safer, because we cannot level up the country when crime hits the poorest, hardest, and draws the most vulnerable people into violence. That is why my government has remained unstinting to its efforts to protect the British public, and this plan delivers a fresh commitment as we emerge from the impacts of the pandemic to have less crime, fewer victims, and a safer society. The Beating Crime Plan spans work across the police, courts, prison, and probation service to drive down and prevent crime, improve confidence in the criminal justice system, rehabilitate offenders to ensure they do not go on to commit crimes again, and create the safer streets and homes the public want for themselves and their neighbours. A particular Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a high-class escort who was bludgeoned to death with a pestle by a city banker. As the judge said, she would have suffered unimaginable terror in the final moments of her life. Christine Abbots was struck 13 times in the back of the head with a chromatic kitchen utensil on her 29th birthday in a flat in Crawley, West Sussex in May. Financial consultant Zahid Nassim was jailed for 19 years after he was convicted of the murder over a brutal, prolonged killing. "Your attack was of extraordinary ferocity," Judge Christine Lang said as she passed sentence in Lewes Crown Court. "When I consider the extent of the injuries you inflicted, considerable pain. The terror of her final moments of life is unimaginable." In his testimony, Mr. Nassim, who was 48, said he struck Miss Abbots in self-defense, fearing he was being strangled in a sex game gone wrong. But the jury rejected this and found him guilty after a trial that was at times harrowing for Miss Abbots' family. Born in the West Midlands and educated at Oxford Brookes University, Miss Abbots was remembered by her parents as a caring, happy and popular young woman. Her relatives and friends believe she worked in IT, but she had secretly worked as a high-class escort in London, charging clients thousands of pounds. She was described at trial as a socialite who mixed with posh and wealthy friends, often visiting the Polo, Theatre and Royal Ascot. Mr. Nassim enlisted her services after spotting her profile on adultwork.com under the pseudonym Tilly Pexton. She had described herself as a well-spoken city girl with the face of an angel. Judge Lang suggested Miss Abbott's line of work put her at greater risk of harm. She had chose to earn money in a business that is as old as time, she said, and one that has always carried with it huge risk of danger, as this case sadly demonstrates. A Sussex police detective, however, said Miss Abbots should have been safe and no one was to blame but her killer. "The only person responsible for Christina's death is Mr. Nassim," Detective Chief Inspector Emma Heater said. "Many jobs carry risks, where you have to meet and deal with strangers." In a statement to the court, the family of Miss Abbots said she was the love of their lives. Christina, our petite, happy and well-educated daughter, her father Michael Abbott said in a victim impact statement read by prosecutor Christopher Terrani. "We will miss her coming home to visit us, as she always managed to brighten up our lives, always happy and always positive." The family said they had worried about Miss Abbott's safety and finances as she had lived in London, but she was so proud. She would always just say she was okay. The court heard that Mr. Nassim, who lived in a £600,000 home in Amersham, Buckinghamshire, was addicted to alcohol, drugs and sex. The father of 2 young children turned to escorts when his whirlwind romance with his partner had fizzled out, he said. For nearly a decade, he hired sex workers, drank on an almost daily basis, and took cocaine, saying this behaviour was common in the financial district. He studied economics in the University of Durham and was the top of the class, gaining sponsorship for his degree from Sainsbury's. He worked with Merrill Lynch for 10 years, earning up to £250,000 a year, but became a freelance consultant in 2012 because he found the job stressful. Since January, he had worked for Toronto Dominion Bank's London office, but they may have been struggling with debt, the court heard. He met with Miss Abbots on the evening of May the 24th in Crawley before spending the night with her. Friends became worried when she failed to turn up for a birthday party in South Kensington the next day. Police broke down the door of the flat and found Miss Abbots' body killed 12 hours earlier. Mr. Nassim was lying on a sofa in only a dressing gown, surrounded by half-drunk glasses of alcohol and underwear. He was pretending to be unconscious, paramedics thought. Defence lawyer Lewis Power QC said Mr. Nassim was in his prime and had achieved high status as a risk analyst. He had now fallen from grace in almost a dramatic of manner. Mr. Nassim was jailed for life with a minimum term of 19 years. Thank you for joining us. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Nassim? Do you think a sentence of 19 years was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Oxford University student who was dubbed too bright to go to jail after stabbing her then boyfriend has now dropped out of her degree. Lavina Woodward, who was 26, attacked lover Thomas Fairclough with a bread knife after drinking heavily at Christchurch College in 2016. After admitting unlawful wounding, the judge decided that she was too bright for prison, arguing it could damage her future career as a heart surgeon. She was sentenced to 10 months behind bars, suspended for 18 months. Miss Woodward paused her studies after a court appearance, choosing to wait for it to blow over before she returned to university. But the treasurer for Christchurch has since confirmed that she has formally withdrawn from the college and the university. She is now reportedly living in a £1 million Kensington flat with her boyfriend, Philip Klagosky, the son of Russian billionaire oligarch Konstantin Klavosky. The student was said to be a high-flying academic, and her research on lipoproteins and vein grafts has been published in journals. An unnamed friend said at the time of her sentencing, "I think they will be very happy to have her back, and that she will end up returning quietly. She's done some very interesting work in cardiology." They described her as a future Nobel Prize winner. Miss Woodward was arrested in December 2016 after Mr. Fairclough went to visit her in Oxford. He had tried to stop her from drinking, and she became increasingly volatile before flying into a rage when she discovered he had Skyped her mum for assistance with the situation. She then began throwing objects at the Cambridge student, including a laptop, a glass and a jam jar, before stabbing him in the leg with a bread knife. Emergency services arrived to find Miss Woodward intoxicated, deeply distraught and mentally disturbed. She planned to turn the knife on herself before Mr. Fairclough disarmed her. In court, she admitted unlawful wounding and was sentenced in September 2017, with Judge Ian Pringle QC stating that she was an extraordinary, able young lady. He called the incident a one-off before describing her as a highly intelligent individual. The sentencing was met with controversy, as justice campaigners claimed it would not have happened if she had been a different gender or had come from a poor background. Thug Reese Booth yelled, "I'm a gangster" in a Jamaican accent and then punched a man so hard he suffered a stroke. Reese Booth reacted to being suspected of shoplifting by swearing, claiming that he is a gangster and punching the security guard. A security guard suffered a stroke after being punched by the suspected shoplifter at an Asda store in Leeds. Reese Booth reacted to being suspected of shoplifting in the Middleton store by using Jamaican patois swear words, claiming he is a gangster and punching the security guard. The 21-year-old of Autumn Grove, Burley, Leeds, was jailed for 2.5 years after pleading guilty to inflicting grievous bodily harm. He also pleaded guilty to an affray in relation to an attack in which a group racially abused a woman at Leeds Coach Station before attacking her boyfriend with railings and chairs. Prosecutor Mark Kellett said Mr. Booth attacked the security guard on February 27, 2019. Mr. Kellett said a woman was seen acting suspiciously in the store before joining 3 others outside, including Mr. Booth and an 11-year-old boy. A security guard stopped the group in the doorway and asked for the receipt of the items in the woman's basket. Leeds Crown Court heard Mr. Booth immediately became aggressive and started taking off his jacket. The security officer was joined by some of her colleagues as Mr. Booth started speaking in Jamaican patois and said, "Look me up on Facebook, I'm a gangster." He then asked why he was speaking in an African language, and he replied, "My mum's half-caste, you racist bastard." The defendant then swung a punch which struck the male security guard on the chin. The victim developed pain to the left side of his ear after the attack. The prosecutor said he felt like his eyes were going to burst from their sockets, and his speech became slurred. An ambulance was called, and the doctor later informed him he had suffered a stroke as a result of the trauma of the incident. Mr. Kellett said the injury caused by the defendant aggravated a pre-existing condition the victim had suffered 3 years earlier. Mr. Booth and another defendant, Adam Barker, were also involved in an attack on a couple at the National Express coach station in Leeds city centre on December 28, 2018. Mr. Kellett said the couple were on their way to the station where Mr. Booth shouted racial abuse at the woman. Both Mr. Booth and Mr. Barker were with 4 other males who turned violent when they were challenged over the comments. The group carried out a sustained attack on the couple and used metal railings and chairs to attack them. Mr. Booth, described as the ringleader of the attack, removed his belt during the attack and used it to hit the couple. The victim suffered a broken jaw
and the attack only ended when security officers intervened. Police were called to the area after being contacted by a frightened member of the public who reported that a gang had been using a stun gun on people at random. Mr. Barker, 19 of Bridge Farm, Beeston, Leeds, pleaded guilty to an affray and possession of a prohibited weapon. Cara Firth, mitigating for Mr. Booth, said her client regrets both incidents and understands the harm he caused. She said he committed the offences to fit in with his peers, but has now distanced himself from these people. She said the soon-to-be father suffers from type 1 diabetes, but does not look after it well. Edison Flint, mitigating for Mr. Barker, said his client was aged 17 at the time of the affray. Mr. Flint said Mr. Barker accepted being in possession of the taser when the police arrived, but had not been responsible for discharging the weapon during the incident. Mr. Barker was sent to the Young Offenders Institute for a year and 2 months. Describing the affray offence, Judge Robin Mears told the defendants, "This was mob violence in a public area. Those 2 people were set upon by your group like a pack of animals."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at a man who had an unhealthy obsession with David Cameron. A man who burned down an elderly widow's house after mistaking it for David Cameron's was detained under the Mental Health Act. Joseph Steed, who was 35, had intended to petrol bomb the ex-Prime Minister's house in the village of Dean near Witney in Oxfordshire, but struck the house next door, a judge had heard. It is understood that Mr. Steed, a paranoid schizophrenic, had made homophobic allegations against Mr. Cameron and printed out pictures of his home. A judge at Oxford Crown Court ordered Mr. Steed to be detained in a secure psychiatric hospital under the Mental Health Act, saying that there was a risk to the public. It was heard how obsessed Mr. Steed touched the wrong house after setting fire to an almost £800,000 farmhouse belonging to an 82-year-old woman who had been staying at her son's house at the time. He was stopped by the woman's son and grandson, while the police later found searches for Mr. Cameron on his computer, sentencing the arsonist to a Section 41 hospital order with restrictions. Judge Nigel Daly said, "I consider that there is a real risk that if he is released from hospital, if he is not under the day-to-day care of persons who can make sure he takes his medication as appropriate, that there would be a risk to the public of serious harm from him." Prosecutor Jonathan Stone said that Mr. Steed had travelled from his home in Wellingborough, Northamptonshire, through Aylesbury and Oxford to the village of Dean near Chipping Norton. Checks on his computer showed that he had searched the internet for the village where the former Conservative leader lived. Mr. Stone said at around 10 PM, Mr. Steed was seen in the village of Dean, swigging from bottles of alcohol. At 10:30 PM, he called the fire brigade, telling the call handler about a fire in the village. A neighbour also called 999. The fire report found the blaze that had gutted the house was started by a petrol bomb thrown through a downstairs window. The remains of a bottle of spirit and a petrol-soaked rag were discovered at the house. In a victim impact statement, the owner, a widowed farmer's wife who had lived in the property since the 1960s, said the news had been broken by her daughter shortly after midnight. Summing up her feelings when she heard of the fire, she said, "Murderous, furious, and shocked that anyone, regardless of their feelings, could do such a thing." The house had been valued at £800,000 before the fire, with the plot now only worth half of that amount. She had lost personal memories of her late husband in the blaze, as well as family photographs, her books, and a collection of croquette squares she hoped to make into blankets for her great-grandchildren. Judge Daly heard that Mr. Steed was arrested at the scene whilst making bizarre racist and homophobic comments about David Cameron. The arsonist leader told psychiatrists that he had gone to Dean after reading articles online. The fire was meant as a threat to Mr. Cameron, but he did not intend to cause him any harm. Mr. Steed, formerly of Wellingborough, admitted arson being reckless as to whether life was endangered. He had no previous convictions. Mitigating, Graham Blower, said that his client had been receiving treatment for paranoid schizophrenia at the psychiatric unit since his arrest and was responding well to the treatment. He had shown an insight into his behaviour. Judge Daly commended Mr. Steed for taking the help he had been offered, but raised concerns about the potential for him to stop taking his medication if he were released into the community. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Steve? Do you agree the judge did the right thing by sentencing the arsonist to a Section 41 hospital order with restrictions? Or do you believe a determinate sentence should have been given? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man who burned down a nightclub and bricked a pub to stop them from asking from CV19 passports. Owen Marshall, who was from Bristol, had threw a brick through a window of the Barley Mow pub with a note attached claiming that the new passports were a breach of human rights. Mr. Marshall, who was said to be obsessed with the pandemic restrictions, had burned down a nightclub to stop them from asking for a passport, has been jailed for 6 years. Owen Marshall set fire to a petrol-soaked towel and posted it through the letterbox of a club in SWX in Bristol. Mr. Marshall then went on to deliver a letter to the home of Bristol Mayor Martin Rees, where he claimed responsibility for the arson. The 29-year-old said that he wanted the attack to be a warning to other venues. Mr. Marshall then threw a brick through the window of the Barley Mow pub with a note attached saying that the new passports were a breach of human rights. Then, on August the 2nd of this year, a Bristol nightclub, Lakota, received a handwritten note saying that it would sustain substantial damage like SWX if it introduced a new passport system. Police officers tracked the movement of a man seen starting the fire back to a shop where Mr. Marshall had bought a box of matches. He was subsequently identified following a public appeal and was later arrested. Mr. Marshall pleaded guilty to arson, being reckless as to whether life was endangered, criminal damage and making threats to cause criminal damage at Bristol Crown Court in September. He was then sentenced for the 3 offences at the same court this Wednesday. Following the sentencing, PC David Stevenson said Owen Marshall's actions were motivated by completely misguided belief that the venues he targeted were about to introduce the new vaccine passport system. His obsession with COVID restrictions ultimately led to carrying out the extremely reckless attack at SWX, and it is only through sheer luck that no one was physically harmed. Staff had been at the venue just hours before and they could have easily been inside when he had used the accelerant to start the fire. More than 130 fire service personnel were also put at risk, tackling the resulting blaze, which took several hours to extinguish. PC Davison added, "The attack had a devastating impact on the club and the 3 businesses based below it, with hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of damage and lost revenue being caused. These were businesses which had all suffered as a result of the pandemic and which were looking forward to serving their community once more, only for their livelihoods to be put in jeopardy." While Mr. Marshall has never explained his actions, I am pleased that he has ultimately accepted responsibility and it has negated the need for a trial. The attack on SWX took place a week before it was due to reopen in July, following months of COVID restrictions. At the time, Mayor Rees said, "It's such bad news for Bristol's night economy, as the industry sought to recover from a tough year." Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of a man who had murdered his mum and stepdad and left their bodies for days whilst he celebrated with hired escorts and took a trip to the pub, but later ended up getting jailed for life. Knife obsessed Amol Singh Channa, who was 25, stabbed Jasbir Kaur, who was 52, and her husband Rupinder Singh Basan, who was 51, more than 40 times in a ferocious attack at their home in Albury in the West Midlands. He then dragged their bodies into another room and left them for 4 days whilst he celebrated with escorts and a trip to the pub. Mr. Channer denied murder but was found guilty following a 9-day trial at Birmingham Crown Court and jailed for life with a minimum tariff of 36 years. Police discovered their butchered bodies on February the 25th, when Mrs. Kaur's daughter, Kiran Singh, raised the alarm after she was unable to contact her mum. CCTV inquiries showed Mr. Channer had taken his stepfather's Toyota Aygo during the early hours of February the 23rd, and he had received hospital treatment for a bite on his thumb. The court heard that the injury was a result of Mr. Basan desperately trying to fend off his raging stepson. After the murders, Mr. Channer had been drinking and playing pool in a local pub and deposited money into his bank, which he stole during the killing. He also bought a plane ticket and dumped the car, but detectives tracked him down before arresting him on February the 25th at his home in Smethwick, West Midlands. Police searched his home and found the keys to the Toyota, his passport with travel details, with a blood-covered combat-style knife with a sheath on his bed. Jason Pitter QC, prosecuting, told the court during the trial how the couple had been murdered in cold blood during a ferocious attack. They had been stabbed multiple times, inflicting what can only be described as a horrendous injury. The tragedy is that they allowed the defendant to stay under their roof. What did he do when he killed them? He left them. He took their car and a small amount of money. Developed a fascination with knives, and knives had to be locked away in the house. Jurors heard that on one occasion, Mr. Channer had sent a message about his mother saying, "I want to knife her, pour boiling oil down her throat, pour her head into a chip pan." Mr. Pitter added, tragically, he did one of those things. During the sentencing, Mr. Pitter said that Mr. Channer treated his mum and stepdad with a real disregard and stole money from them after they had died. He said, there must have been some element of suffering given the prolonged nature of the attack. Mr. Basan was moved from one part of the house by dragging while he was still bleeding. This was a case where the defendant treated the deceased with real disregard. Sentencing Mr. Channer, Judge Mark Walk QC said, "You have had a deep-seated animosity for your mother. Despite your behaviour towards her, she has always sought to help you. Mr. Basan was nothing but kind to you. After the killing, you did nothing to assist your victims. You treated them in death in a similar way you had treated them in life. Instead, over the next day or two, you left their bodies and went to the pub and to sort out the company of escorts." Following Mr. Channer's conviction, Detective Inspector Hannah Whitehouse from the West Midlands Police said, "Mr. Channer carried out a despicable crime against his family in their own home, which should have been a place of safety. Our investigation revealed that Mr. Channer was fanatical about knives and had previously expressed a desire to kill his mother. Sadly, we do not know what led him to carry out such a vicious and sickening attack. My thoughts remain with the couple's wider family and friends. I can't imagine how they're feeling. The shock and pain that his actions have caused will stay with them forever. Knife crime is devastating, and this case has been a harsh reminder of the tragic consequences." The couple's daughter, Kira Channer, paid tribute to her parents, saying, "My parents are the most loving people I've ever known. My mum went through hell and kept going to look after me and my brother. She's the toughest woman I've ever known. Dad was the perfect match for her. He was the only person that was able to give my mum the space and warmth to relax and to be loved in a way we all deserve. I'm sad that their lives were ended so quickly without second thought by a person whom they both loved dearly. Their lives together had just started. Not only did he take their lives, but he tried to defame them in court to protect himself. I am angry at him for trying to use such tactics against their memory and against a person who always did her best for us. I have painful daily reminders that I won't be able to have their guidance throughout my adult life. The only comfort I have from any of this is that at least my parents are at peace together. Two beautiful souls together eternally, and that I'll always love them." Inderjit Basan, the former wife of Rupinder Basan, said, "We were married for 26 years and had one child, our son. My son and I were devastated and overwhelmed. Rupinder is a popular man in the Sikh community. He must have been very scared when he took his last breath. He will never see his son graduate from university." Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Channer? Do you think life in jail was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at an assault on a police officer with an air weapon in New Ash Green has led to a man being sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. Adam Woodbridge fired pellets in the direction of police who had been called to a disturbance in Bays Shaw. Officers attended the address following reports Mr. Woodbridge had made threats and assaulted a woman who was known to him. When requests were made by police for Mr. Woodbridge to come to the front door, he shouted abuse, threatening whoever comes in here is getting hurt. Shots were fired from inside, with one pellet penetrating the door and striking an officer in the hand. Additional resources were sent to the scene and entry was secured to the property. Mr. Woodbridge was arrested and an air rifle was seized. Appearing before Maidstone Crown Court, Mr. Woodbridge, aged 49 with no fixed address, pleaded guilty to possessing an air weapon with intent to cause fear of violence, common assault of an emergency worker and criminal damage. He denied a further count of common assault as well as a charge of assault by beating, both of which the court ordered to remain on file. Mr. Woodbridge was sentenced to 3 years and 3 months in prison. He was also made subject of a 5-year restraining order. Detective Constable Megan Hughes of the West Kent Vulnerability Investigation Team said, whilst no one was seriously injured, the custodial sentence Mr. Woodbridge will now serve is a reminder of the dangers air weapons can pose when in the wrong hands. The restraining order, also passed by the court, is a reflection of a lengthy period of distress that Mr. Woodbridge has also caused to the women involved in this incident. I hope the outcome of this case will at least provide some reassurance and comfort to her. So what are your thoughts about Adam Woodbridge? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a man who has been jailed after police raided his home and found guns, ammunition and orders for more weapons. Officers from the Serious and Organised Crime Group of Greater Manchester Police raided Aaron Melville's home in Buxton. Inside his home, on Walker Brow, cops found several homemade weapons, a revolver which was examined and found to be a modified revolver, a dismantled handgun, a number of rounds of ammunition in the process of being converted from blank firing to illegal ammunition. Officers also found a delivery note that showed Mr. Melville had ordered 3 Rite blank firing pistol replicas. The Turkish-made blank firing pistol can be legally sold in the UK, but criminal gangs have worked out how to convert them into deadly weapons. Detectives later discovered that Mr. Melville had ordered 25 firearms, 2 of which were found in the addresses by officers, and another one that had been found converted with his DNA on. His name came to the attention of police as part of a wider investigation into organised crime from in Manchester. Mr. Melville's phones were seized and images of him posing with firearms were discovered. The 21-year-old Mr. Melville was jailed for 5 years and 7 months at Manchester Crown Court after he pleaded guilty to possession of a firearm and ammunition. Detective Constable Christopher Chinnery from GMP Serious and Organised Crime Group said, Mr. Melville had a clear setup and a keen interest in firearms, which could have led to some devastating consequences. A lot of the work we are doing to tackle firearms aren't always visible, but the raid on Mr. Melville's home is an example of us acting on intelligence and taking another dangerous criminal off the streets of Greater Manchester. Converting Rite guns into live-firing lethal firearms is a national issue, and one we are absolutely committed to tackling in Greater Manchester, and Mr. Melville is one of many we are bringing to justice. So what are your thoughts about Mr. Melville and how he would purchase blank firing ammunition and guns and then would convert them into more deadly firearms? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a flirty prison officer who's been jailed for 10 months after bosses found a secret tattoo on her leg with a lad she'd in love with. Scarlett Aldrich was 20 when she had an armed robber's prison cell number inked on her upper thigh as a symbol of her affection, but the horrified officials found the body art when she was forced to undergo a medical examination. At the time, Miss Aldrich, whose mum and stepdad are both police officers, was a trusted member of staff at the maximum security Full Sutton Jail near York. She also wrote love letters to the convicted robber and smuggled in a mobile phone and SIM card. Hull Crown Court was told. Miss Aldrich, who was 22 now, who had a number of other tattoos, appeared for sentence via video link from HMP New Hall in Wakefield, where she is being held, jailing her for 10 months. Judge John Thackeray QC said he had considered a suspended sentence because immediate custody would have had a devastating effect on you and your loved one. But he said the offences were so serious that the least he could impose was 10 months custody with half to be served. He told her, "Your offending is obviously very seriously committed. While you were acting as a prison officer in a high security prison, you did receive the training about the obvious dangers of developing close relationships with inmates. Despite this, you developed a relationship with an inmate serving a sentence for robbery. You allowed yourself to be taken in by him. The judge said that you put the safety and the security of the prison in jeopardy. This was a huge security prison where mobile phones and SIM cards can be used as currency, providing power, influence, and disrupting prison life. You breached the trust that you had been given to you." The judge accepted that she had provided the phone and SIM card only for the inmate to speak to her, and there was no evidence that he had used it to commit any form of crime. "But I have to consider not only the intended harm, but the actual harm. In a maximum security prison, the risk of harm was very high. Miss Aldrich, who lives in the village of Swansea, near Fisk, North Yorkshire, showed no emotion as she was jailed. She admitted misconduct in a public office and smuggling a mobile phone and SIM card into the prison at the previous hearing. The phone was later found jammed in the inmate's backside. In his cell, officers found love letters from Miss Aldrich. They also intercepted a saucy snap sent to the prisoner, referred to as Jones, of a tattoo of her upper left thigh of his jail cell number. Suspicions began in August 2019 when Miss Aldrich and Mr. Jones were seen chatting together for up to 2 hours in the prison workshop. Prosecutor Eamon Coker said it was noted that the defendant would enter the workshop, greet other prison staff before going to sit with Mr. Jones and chat with him for up to an hour at a time. These visits became more frequent and other prisoners commented on the closeness between the two. Miss Aldrich's time with Mr. Jones in the workshop increased to 2 hours a day. Colleagues spotted they were being flirty and confronted Miss Aldrich about her behaviour. She was warned about what her behaviour looked like, but the defendant returned to the workshop and still chatted with the prisoner. Prison officers were alerted and jailers found the phone, which included a text sent on September the 9th saying, "Abby is coming over, so I won't be able to call you. I miss you. We'll try and get some credit. Sending all my kisses." Another message a day later read, "I'm at my mum's. I'm not ignoring you and I've got you a voucher." On September the 18th, 2019, Miss Aldrich was suspended, confessed to the governors that the relationship had started following a violent row with her ex. Susanna Proctor, mitigating, said she had a cut on her face. He was providing comfort towards her, and that led to the relationship she is now in court for. She underlined there was no sexual activity between the two, and that Miss Aldrich had no contact with Mr. Jones in his cell. She brought the phone in so he could contact her, said Miss Proctor. She understands that this man was not interested in her at all, and he was just using her to obtain the mobile phone. Mr. Coker added, she explained that she had been vulnerable due to her partner assaulting her, which left a mark. Mr. Jones noticed the mark. He contacted her and made threats towards her partner. She admitted she brought the mobile phone and the SIM card. She was then asked by the prisoner to hold up to £5,000 at her home, which would then be collected by a gentleman named Ginger Scouser. She became concerned and blocked the prisoner's number. In her first interview with the police, Miss Aldrich denied the relationship with Mr. Jones, claiming that he had called her home and threatened her family. However, a letter addressed to Mr. Jones was intercepted by the staff at HMP Full Sutton, which contained a photograph of a tattoo inside. The tattoo was of Mr. Jones' cell number, and whilst Miss Aldrich was in police custody, a nurse carrying out an examination on her body found the same tattoo on her upper left thigh. The court heard that Miss Aldrich, who had no previous convictions, joined the prison service after getting her A-levels because she wanted to help people and follow in the footsteps of her mother and stepfather, who are both police officers. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Aldrich? Do you think a sentence of 10 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a suburban housewife with a sordid double life who had been jailed for her role in a Breaking Bad style plot to smuggle £1 million of crystal meth into the UK. Paola Morrish, who was 42, who had also worked as an escort, plotted to sneak the drug into Britain disguised in bags of coffee and children's Mexican wrestling dolls made of plastic. The mum of one from posh Malmesbury in Wiltshire was arrested after Eagle Eye Border Force agents spotted a suspicious package at Stansted Airport in Essex last year in January and tracked it to an address linked to her. Last month, her husband, David Moorish, who is 48, also admitted a charge of assisting an offender at Swindon Crown Court in relation to the case. He had disposed of a package that had been received by Paola in February. Incredibly, it is believed the drug could have been linked to a shadowy Mexican crime cartel operating across South America, although it is unknown if they were due for distribution on British streets or were set to be dispatched to Europe. The court heard how Paola claimed to detectives she had made the contacts during her time as an escort, where some of her clients were involved in the importation of drugs. A London-based gang member, who was believed to be the intended recipient of the drugs, Paolo Matos, who was 35, fled his Battersea flat back to Mexico last year. He is wanted by the UK and Italian authorities. At Swindon Crown Court, Judge Jason Taylor told Mrs. Morris, "You were the glue that bound the countries together. You had contact with several people in Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, as well as others. You even asked two of those contacts whether they had ever thought about setting something up serious in Europe. I find you were an integral part of this chain of supply. You aspired and dreamt of large-scale imports and doing great things. If this operation hasn't been caught in its infancy, that's direction it would have been headed in. You were if not the major driving force." The judge described Mrs. Moorish as a quick-witted, canny and manipulative, but acknowledged that she had not made the money that she was expecting from her offending. "Foolish, naive and hapless criminals can still be highly culpable," said Judge Taylor. Paola was jailed for 6 years and 4 months, while her husband, a self-employed gardener and removal man, was handed a suspended sentence for disposing a bag which he believed to be connected to his wife's criminal activity. He received a 9-month sentence, suspended for 18 months, and was ordered to carry out unpaid work. Reacting to the sentence, Detective Inspector Adrian Hawkins of the South West Regional Organised Crime Unit said, "Mrs. Moorish was clearly heavily involved in the potential lucrative plot to smuggle large amounts of Class A drugs into the UK on behalf of a Mexican organised crime group. The work colleagues at the Border Force and our team has ensured that their network was disrupted and that the sentences handed down today show that playing part in any such plot has very serious consequences." Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Moorish? Do you think a sentence of 6 years 4 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Also, what are your opinions on her husband's sentence of 9 months suspended? Do you believe that was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. A man who stabbed a teenager to death in a row over a pair of £90 night trainers and who has been jailed for life. Romario Lindo, 21, was told he must serve a 21-year sentence at Woolwich Crown Court for murdering Perry Jordan Brammer, 15, who died 5 days after the attack. Mr. Perry confronted Mr. Lindo after he had robbed a 14-year-old boy of his Nike sneakers in the street after purchasing a pair of night trainers from JD Sports. As Perry tried to get them back, Mr. Lindo grabbed him around the neck and stabbed him 10 times on the Broadwater Farm estate in Tottenham, North London. Mr. Lindo had pleaded guilty to robbery but denied murder. The jury found him guilty, however. The court heard that at just 11 AM at Bruce Grove Station in Tottenham, North London, Mr. Lindo saw a 14-year-old boy carrying a JD Sports bag with a new pair of trainers. Mr. Lindo approached the teenager and made out he had a knife before grabbing a bag, but punched him in the face when the boy clung on to the drawstrings and the strap snapped and Mr. Lindo walked away carrying the stolen. The 14-year-old victim called his friend, who was with Perry Jordan Brammer, and told them his attacker was heading towards the Broadwater Farm estate. The friend cycled towards the area with Mr. Perry on the handlebars. Mr. Perry ended up riding the bike himself and caught up with Mr. Lindo and got into a Mr. Lindo grabbed Mr. Perry around the neck and repeatedly stabbed him, ignoring a witness who was screaming at him to stop. Mr. Perry dropped to the ground and Mr. Lindo cycled off on the bike he had used to get there. He dumped the bike and his blood-stained clothes as he fled. Police and London ambulance services rushed to the scene and desperately tried to save the schoolboy, but despite their best efforts, Mr. Perry died 5 days later from his injuries in hospital. After the case, Mr. Perry's family said
Perry will always be the light of our lives. We often wonder what our children will be like as adults. We will never know for Perry. Mr. Perry was unique, sincere, loyal, genuine, loving, honest, and a very caring son. He had a smile that would light up a room and had a gift for making people feel loved and important. We take some comfort that our child was done the right thing at the time he was being a hero. He was helping another child who he did not know, who was violently robbed of his trainers. For some there may have been a choice not to help. However, our Perry would, as he always stuck up for what was right. Our Perry did not deserve what happened to him. No one does. Detective Chief Inspector Neil John from the Met Specialist Crime North said, "This was a vicious and sustained attack on a young man who lost his life while simply trying to help another teenager. Mario Lindo is a dangerous individual who has robbed both Mr. Perry of his life and Mr. Perry's family of their precious son." Your thoughts about Mr. Lindo and how he took the life of a teenager over a row for the boys' Nike trainers? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at two men who have been sentenced for drug offences following an investigation by Tower Hamlets police. They are Connor Armstrong, 26, of Byng Street, and Stephen Brissett, 20, of Tiller Road. Mr. Armstrong was jailed for 3 years and 2 months at Snaresbrook Crown Court, having pleaded guilty to assault, dangerous driving and being concerned in the supply of cannabis. This is yet another timely reminder that cannabis should be legalised in the UK to stop it from falling into the hands of criminals. After all, it is already legal in so many places for medical purposes. Some who need it to relieve chronic illnesses sometimes are even granted permission for growing cannabis. Some people even use it recreationally in some places too. It's not that much of a big deal, especially if it would save so much of the authorities' time and lower drug crime rates too. Mr. Brissett was given a suspended sentence of 16 months imprisonment, having pleaded guilty to being concerned in the supply of cannabis. It's still probably very confusing for some how such companies like Stateside Wellness is considered a health and wellness centre for medical marijuana patients, but yet we are still fighting the war on drugs, saying cannabis has no medical advantages. It is a tenuous time for the drug, with many choosing to take it in CBD oil-based forms for the benefits, whilst others prefer the traditional method of smoking it in beautiful glass pipes. Either way, if there were more legal angles for obtaining cannabis, then these situations would decrease. The police investigation began after Armstrong was identified as a suspect for an assault in Hackney Road. The 31-year-old victim of the assault received injuries to his face which required stitches. During the investigation, officers discovered his extensive involvement in the cannabis supply alongside Mr. Brissett. Mr. Brissett was arrested at his home address after a search uncovered half a kilo of cannabis. Mr. Brissett admitted to being a street dealer. Mr. Armstrong was arrested at Epping High Road, Buckhurst Hill. The court heard how he was supplying Mr. Brissett with large amounts of the drug. So what are your thoughts about this drug dealing duo? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Two drug dealers have been jailed for a total of more than 16 years after being concerned in the supply of £310,000 of cocaine on EncroChat. John Gates and Andrew Brearley, who were also involved in 4 kilograms of cannabis grows, had been using the encrypted communications platform to deal 7.75 kilograms of the Class A drug on Teeside. The court heard that while 2.25 kilograms of cocaine was returned because it was too poor in quality, the remaining 5.5 was sold to users for a total of £200,000. Prosecutors heard that Mr. Gates had a leading role in the criminal enterprise by sourcing the drugs from upstream suppliers, while Mr. Brearley acted as his trusted lieutenant by dishing them out and taking payments. However, the pair's secret scheme came to light when the French police managed to intercept EncroChat in 2020, and their details were given to Northumbria police. Now, Mr. Gates, who was 34, of Green Hills in Killingsworth, has been locked up for 9 years and 7 months, and Mr. Brearley, 31, of Allendale Road in Walker, has been jailed
jail for 86 months after both men pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply cocaine and conspiracy to supply cannabis. Mr. Brearley also pleaded guilty to a further charge of being concerned in supply of a Class B drug. Newcastle Crown Court heard that EncroChat is a subscription-paid service providing a fully encrypted communications platform, which users have used to purchase mobile phones in order to access. As a result of an investigation by French police in 2020, the EncroChat system was exposed, resulting in Mr. Gates and Mr. Brearley's illegal scheme also being unearthed. Paul Cross, prosecuting, said Mr. Gates had the username No Dramas and Mr. Brearley went by the name Normalhead, and the pair were involved in the dealing of cocaine in Teeside, Gates between December 2019 and May 2020, Mr. Brearley between March and June 2020. Mr. Cross added, "The prosecution say that this conspiracy was plainly already running when this data became available." Mr. Cross said that there were numerous messages and calls found concerning the supply of cocaine and evidence of cannabis growth and supply. He continued, "There was evidence that Mr. Gates employed Mr. Brearley. Mr. Gates didn't have possession of the actual drugs, but used Mr. Brearley for that. Mr. Brearley also accounted for the money." The court was told that Mr. Gates sourced the cocaine from an upstream supplier and used Mr. Brearley to take possession of it and sell it on to users. In total, he had dealings with 7.75 kilograms of cocaine, worth £40,000 per kilogram, but 2.25 kilograms was sent back because it was of poor quality. The pair were also concerned with 4 kilograms of cannabis grows, worth £18,000, Mr. Cross said. When arrested, Mr. Gates tried to smash one of his mobile phones, while neither of the duo's EncroChat mobiles were recovered. Police, during an interview, said that Mr. Gates remained silent, while Mr. Brearley denied any knowledge of drug dealing. Oliver Kirk, defending Mr. Gates, who had 31 offences on his record, including 8 relating to drug possession and supply, said there were others higher up in the chain. Mr. Kirk continued, "Mr. Gates acted as a middleman. The reality is, Mr. Gates was a local supplier, and although there is an indicative suggestion of a leading role, there is no evidence of substantial financial advantage or close links to the original source." Mr. Kirk said Mr. Gates had become involved in the conspiracy as a result of being in debt. Jonathan Rosen, defending Mr. Brearley, who has one unrelated past conviction, told the court that he had also become involved in the scheme because of debt. Mr. Rosen added, "His father is extremely ill. Mr. Brearley knows that today, having come to court on bail, is probably the last time he's going to have a face-to-face contact with his father. It's unlikely he'll be able to visit his son in prison." Sentencing the pair, recorder Mark Giuliani said, "You, Mr. Gates, can be classified as having a leading role. You were directing the organising and selling of drugs on a commercial scale through your trusted lieutenant, Mr. Brearley. You had contact with the upstream suppliers and you were able to obtain credit. You were given directions that you wanted the drugs to be Colombian. You gave instructions for an upstream supplier to contact Mr. Brearley directly." Recorder Mr. Giuliani said, "You, Mr. Brearley, can be correctly classified as having a significant role. Did have an operational function within the chain and an understanding of the scale of the operation." Speaking after the sentencing, Northumbria Police Detective Chief Inspector Mark Michael praised the continued work of his team. He said, "We have made incredible strides over the past few years through our continued activities as part of Operation Sentinel. Today's results are just another example of what the dedication and effort can achieve, as we now have 2 members of an organised criminal group behind bars." Mr. Brearley and Mr. Gates were observed over a period of time carrying out illegal business activities in plain sight, using their encrypted devices to buy and source cocaine and a variety of other items like cannabis and MDMA to sell for profit. Their brazen and shameless behaviour has now landed them behind bars and their criminal cash and drugs seized. We will work to continue to dismantle and disrupt organised criminality because it has no place here in Northumbria. Illegal drugs harm our communities by exploiting and manipulating those who are most vulnerable, and we know the profits of their sales never benefit the neighbourhoods they are sold in. They are funneled back into more serious crime. I'd like to thank the team of officers and staff who helped us secure these convictions. Thanks to their hard work, this pair had no choice but to admit their guilt in court, and I am pleased they have been dealt with. drunken lout has finally been locked up after she assaulted a police officer for the 10th time. Ashley George, also known as Wilson, was on 2 suspended sentences for lashing out at constables when she failed to keep her intoxicated temper in check once more. On this occasion, the 32-year-old kicked an officer as she was getting arrested for breaching the peace, hitting her shin, a court was told. The thug of Allendale Court in West Denton previously pleaded guilty to assaulting an emergency worker, and her case was adjourned for a pre-sentence report. However, on Tuesday, District Judge Paul Courier told her that she'd reached the end of the line with her chances to keep freedom, jailing her for 26 weeks. The judge said, "You have assaulted police officers 9 times in the past and on 6 occasions in the last year alone. In relation to each, you were told how serious it was, and you were told you would go to prison if you committed any further offences. Unfortunately, you became involved with the police again, and you were drunk at the time and you lashed out after losing your temper. Unfortunately, you have reached the end of the line." Newcastle Magistrate Court heard that Miss George was on 2 suspended sentences for assaulting police officers when she was arrested for breaching the peace at her accommodation on the 21st of April this year. A constable who had attended the scene but was not involved in detaining Miss George was watching as she was transported to a van. Paul Clark, prosecuting, added, "As the defendant approached the officer, she raised her right leg and kicked the officer in the shin. She was further arrested for assaulting an emergency worker." Alala Winscraft, defending, said Miss George had problems with alcohol and drugs, and she was vulnerable to exploitation from others. She accepts that she recklessly kicked out and it struck the officer. She's 32 years old and made full admissions when interviewed and apologised. Miss George lost her temper and had to be detained and escorted from the dock to the cells by 8 security workers. When she was told she was getting locked up. A Heaton teen robber left taxi driver praying for his life after a ferocious attack. Christopher Tams of Heaton has been jailed for robbery and racially aggravated criminal damage. A taxi driver was subjected to a ferocious and terrifying robbery during which he was punched, kicked and throttled and racially abused. Christopher Tams was already on a community order for supplying drugs when he targeted a cabbie who picked him up with a friend in Newcastle. Despite being told to take what he wanted by the frightened driver, Mr. Tams rained down the punches and kicks and shouted vile racist insults and left him fearing death as he throttled him from behind. A court heard that Mr. Tams told the driver, prayed during the onslaught, "No one's going to save you now, and you're gonna die." Newcastle Crown Court heard the taxi driver was asked to pick up customers from the Metropolitan pub in Newcastle at around 5:30 PM on December the 18th last year, and Mr. Tams was one of the 2 men who got in. During a trip to the hostel where they were living, the cabbie felt intimidated by them. When they got to the hostel, Mr. Tams asked the driver to wait, but then came out and said he didn't need the taxi anymore and asked for the £10 which had been paid at the start of the journey to be handed back, but was told the fare had already reached £8. Omar Ahmed, prosecuting, said the defendant became hostile and the driver was frightened and so returned the money. The defendant then proceeded to punch him in the face and demanded he hand over his takings for the evening. He handed over £40 and the defendant punched him again. He then got in the passenger seat and punched him again in the face before getting out the car, opening the driver's door and kicking him several times in the stomach. Mr. Tams then got in the back of the car, shouting vile racist abuse and punched a plastic screen, causing damage. Mr. Ahmed said he then grabbed him round the neck and pinned him to the side. He couldn't breathe. The victim tried to drive a short distance, hoping he would get away from Mr. Tams, but he then punched the car key, breaking it. Cabby then ran from the car to seek help. He was left with a cut lip, bruising to his eye and a suspected broken rib. The car was later found with liquid on the bonnet, with a rag hanging out the fuel tank, but the prosecutors could not prove who did that. The taxi driver said in a victim impact statement, "The impact has affected every aspect of my life, and I still feel very scared and keep getting flashbacks. I've been traumatized and I'm not sleeping well because I have nightmares. I honestly thought I was going to die when he said he was strangling me with the seatbelt. Prayed to Allah to save me, and he said no one's going to save you now, you're going to die." He added that he was unable to work full time or help his wife with 3 children as a consequence of what had happened to him. I would like the court to ask Christopher Tams why he attacked me when I told him to take everything he wanted and not physically assault me. Mr. Tams, who was 19 of Simonside Terrace, Heaton, Newcastle, has 9 previous convictions and he was on a community order imposed last November for supplying Class A drugs at the time. He was caught in a crackdown after students had died, but there was no suggestion he had sold any of the drugs that caused that death. He pleaded guilty to robbery and racially aggravated criminal damage and was jailed for 3 years. Recorder Brian Whitehead told him, "It involved quite ferocious violence, punching, kicking and shouting racial abuse, and then getting in the back and grabbing him round the neck so he couldn't breathe." Jane Foley, defending, said he had a troubled upbringing, had spent time in care, and added he remembers very little about the events from which we are concerned. He is a vulnerable young man with a history of mental health problems associated with a complex childhood trauma. Mr. Tams himself added, "I'm horrified in myself, and I want to apologise to the court and to the victim."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man acting as a minder for a 6 kilo stash of Class B drugs worth £75,000 was given a suspended jail sentence. Edward Bouchan, 38, pleaded guilty to possessing the Class B drug with intent to supply on the basis he was a custodian. Following his arrest, he initially claimed he had paid £1,000 for the drugs found stowed in a suitcase to binge out on and smoke himself following his mother's death. However, Leicester Crown Court was told he admitted he had been offered £1,000 to look after the stash for a short period after was intending to return it to the owner. Mr. Bouchan, formerly of Bank Terrace, Barwell, was given a 16-month jail sentence, suspended for 2 years with a 5-day rehabilitation activity requirement. He was ordered to do 150 hours of unpaid work and placed on a 3-month nighttime curfew between midnight and 5 AM. The case was originally adjourned for trial of issue for a judge to hear evidence surrounding the circumstances of the offence, but the prosecution accepted his basis of plea to be a custodian and not a dealer prior to sentence. At an earlier hearing, Mara Silva Romefort said there's no way he was dealing in drugs. There's no mobile phone evidence to suggest that he was a dealer. He accepts he was a user of cannabis. Mitigating at the sentencing hearing, Miss Silva Romefort said the defendant had been mourning his mother's death at the time of the offence. She said he was now devouring to wean himself off cannabis and had since moved to Cardiff where he had employment. So what are your thoughts about Edward Bouchan? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of a man who exposed himself to women, including off-duty police officers, over a 5-year period and changed his outfits to avoid being detected. Transport police arrested Tajinder Saherbal, who was 40, from Bedford on April 3rd, 2021, after he was spotted exposing his genitals and touching himself inappropriately while sitting across from a woman on a train travelling from London Bridge to Cambridge. After the woman challenged Mr. Saherbal, an off-duty police officer arrived and removed him from the train and arrested him at St Pancras station. Officers searching Mr. Saherbal found several items including clothing and a number of hats which matched previous CCTV stills from earlier incidents. British Transport Police were able to link Mr. Saherbal to an incident when an off-duty police officer boarded a train from Red Hill to London Bridge on January 30th, 2021. Mr. Saherbal spotted the woman, moved across the aisle from her and began touching inside of his shorts. Inner London Crown Court heard that the officer challenged Mr. Saherbal, who pushed past her violently when the train arrived at Colston South and ran out of the station. He was found guilty on 7 counts of outraging public decency and 1 count of assault against an emergency service worker. The offence dated between 2016 and 2021 on trains around London and Surrey, as well as the 18-month jail sentence. Mr. Saherbal was handed a sexual harm prevention order. Officers examining the CCTV footage of the journeys discovered that Mr. Saherbal routinely changed outfits after offending to avoid detection. When he was eventually arrested, he was found carrying several of his disguises, which were linked to previous offences. Detective Constable Olivia Hill of the British Transport Police said Mr. Saherbal's odious actions were evidently premeditated and for his own sexual gratification.
These incidences would have led to serious impact on the victims' lives, and we believe no one should be subject to such vile behaviour on a railway. I am pleased he will have plenty of time to reflect upon this in prison. Thank you for joining us. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Sahab? Do you think 18 months in jail was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, press that bell and hit subscribe so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Two men have been jailed for their involvement in the plot to manufacture and supply firearms, which were made at home using a 3D printer. Sabusio Moyo and Christopher Gill were convicted of the charges in what is thought to be the forced prosecution of its kind. Police found the homemade guns alongside bullets and other gun-making equipment in the raids at addresses in Bradford and Hull, where the weapons were manufactured on a kitchen worktop and a domestic garage. The weapons, described as a hybrid 3D printing gun with metal parts, were destined to be used in organised crime. Officers stopped Bradford man Majid Rehman, an associate of the pair, in his BMW car on the 17th of May last year. A search of the vehicle found an FG C9 homemade automatic submachine gun, magazine and bullets hidden in a supermarket bag for life in the rear footwell of the car. They had earlier seen a man, later identified as Gill, get into the BMW while carrying the bag. Further investigations led the Yorkshire and Humber Regional Organised Crime Unit (YHROCU) found two further almost complete FG C9s in a holdall hidden Gill's loft. Mr. Moyo was later arrested, and the evidence obtained that he had been manufacturing FGC9s at his home address in Hull, where he had obtained two 3D printers and other component parts to make the weapons. They also found a range of other tools and parts, including springs and screws, that could be used to make the guns as instructed in an online manual. Evidence also included videos and pictures of firearms at various stages of construction. These images were taken in residential premises, which included Mr. Mayo's kitchen and garage, as well as Mr. Gill's home address. Mr. Mayo's DNA was also found on the weapons taken from the BMW. The court heard that forensic firearms experts based at the Royal Armouries in Leeds had tested the seized items and confirmed that they were viable firearms. Appearing before Sheffield Crown Court for sentencing, Mr. Mayo, aged 41, of Eleanor Grove Hall, was found guilty of illegally manufacturing a firearm and a separate identity fraud offence following a trial, and he was jailed for 18 years. Mr. Gill of Dick Lane, Terrassel, Bradford, was found guilty of illegally manufacturing a firearm and was jailed for 13 years and 8 months. Mr. Raymond, 46, of Central Avenue, Littlehorn, Bradford, was found guilty of possession of ammunition and conspiracy to transfer a prohibited firearm, and he will be sentenced at a later date. Speaking after sentencing, Senior Investigating Officer Detective Chief Inspector Andrew Howard of the Yorkshire and Humber Regional Organised Crime Unit said, "Over recent times we have seen the tragic and devastating consequences that criminally held firearms being used by offenders have caused. These include the fatal shootings of innocent people and the shattering of lives of those close to them, not to mention the impact such incidents have had on our communities. Today, two men who were involved in the manufacture, supply and distribution of privately manufactured 3D printed automatic weapons have received significant sentences for their roles. Our investigations found that Mr. Mayo and Mr. Gill followed detailed instructions and systematically bought items to manufacture and construct these deadly firearms and ammunition. They demonstrated levels of sophistication in the manufacture process and successfully produced viable firearms. Majid Rehman, a close criminal associate, was found guilty of distributing one viable FG C9, a 3D printed firearm with ammunition clips containing 8 live rounds of ammunition. The manufacture of viable 3D printed firearms is a real threat, and these firearms were built for only one purpose: to be supplied to other organised criminals who would use them to inflict harm. This has been a groundbreaking, complex investigation supported by the National Crime Agency into the new threat posed by 3D printed guns. I would like to pay tribute to the team of officers and staff who have shown the tenacity and determination in successfully bringing this case to trial. Their professionalism has been recognised by the courts today. These are officers that put themselves in harm's way on a daily basis to protect our communities from dangerous offenders armed with weapons. The Yorkshire and Humber Regional Organised Crime Unit welcome the sentences imposed by the court today. We are determined to keep the public safe by tackling those that chose to manufacture these lethal weapons. Those that do this will be hunted down, and they will feel the full weight of the law and should expect to see very lengthy sentences. Matt Perfett, the operations manager at the National Crime Agency's National Firearm Targeting Centre, said, "The NCA's National Firearms Targeting Centre coordinates the national intelligence picture on firearms and played a key and decisive role in this investigation, working alongside the YHROCU. This organised crime gang was the first in the UK to be convicted of trying to supply other criminals with 3D printed firearms. Gun crime in the UK continues to be relatively low compared to mainland Europe and is amongst the lowest in the world. However, demand for firearms in the criminal market continues. Suppressing their availability is therefore a national priority for the NCA and UK law enforcement. The NCA works closely with our policing partners at home and abroad to target criminals with using firearms and to cut off the supply routes into the country as well as the distribution within it." Two men who pocketed hundreds of thousands of pounds from a 3.9 million Ponzi scam have been jailed. Ex-Spalding United chairman Christopher Toyton and Ross Gibson tricked hundreds of people into investing into the Lottery Syndicate Club. Between them, they spent more than £500,000 on holidays, cars and watches, while much of the remaining money was lost when the scheme collapsed. Both men were jailed at Lincoln Crown Court. The scheme operated between 2017 and 2019 when an investigation was launched by the police following complaints of a suspected fraud. Mr. Toyton acted as the sole director, while Mr. Gibson, despite his lack of professional experience or qualifications in financial investment or market trading, was appointed the scheme's trader. The court heard the men convinced several hundred people from across the country, including Lincolnshire and Cornwall, to invest in the scheme, telling them that it was legitimate and their investments were safe and that it was a low risk. Ponzi scams, named after the fraudster Charles Ponzi, offers investors high returns on their money, but those returns are in fact paid for with other later investors' own deposits into the scheme. Lincolnshire police said when the scheme collapsed in 2019, it was discovered that Mr. Toynton had spent £134,000 of investors' money on luxury cars and holidays, whilst Mr. Gibson spent £400,000 on holidays and designer watches. Mr. Toynton, who was 73 of Horseshoe Road, Spalding, was found guilty on 4 charges of fraud by false representation and 5 charges of fraud by abuse of position and jailed for 4 years and 6 months. The jury was directed to clear Mr. Toyton of a regulatory offence after the trial judge ruled that there was insufficient evidence to conclude that he was acting as an agent or offering financial advice. He was also cleared of 1 charge of fraud by false representation. Mr. Gibson, who was 27 of Eve Lane, Upper Cornwall, Dudley, pleaded guilty to fraud by abuse of position, carrying out regulated activities, and fraud by false representation, and he was jailed for 4 years and 5 months. A gang who supplied golden ticket falsified passports to fugitive criminals, including murderers and drug dealers, has also been jailed. Anthony Beard, who paid vulnerable people for their expired passports so he could apply for renewals using their names but criminals' photos, was sentenced to 6 years and 8 months at Reading Crown Court. He was jailed after admitting conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and conspiracy to make false instrument with intent. Another 74 offences linked to fraudulent passport applications were taken into consideration. High-level criminals paid up to £20,000 for the fraudulently obtained genuine FOG passports that enabled them to go on the run and start new lives abroad in countries including Spain, Portugal and cities such as Dubai. Mr. Beard, who was 61 from Sydenham, South East London, put contact numbers of his own burner phones on official forums and countersigned some of them himself as he shepherded more than 100 fraudulent applications through to completion. He would find people with similar facial features to his criminal clients and pay them to donate their expired passports, with other contacts pretending to be professionals to vouch that the criminal photos were genuine. Evidence of his offering went back to 2007, but Mr. Bird was heard bragging that he had operated the scam for 20 years. In 2019, he began working with Christopher Zeta, a broker who represented a Glaswegian crime gang allegedly run by two brothers called James and Barry Gillespie, and a man described both as Zetek's trusted lieutenant, but also his dog's body, Alan Thompson. Mr. Zetek, who was 67, who had homes in Sydenham, Ireland and Spain, was jailed for 8 years for conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, conspiracy to make false instrument with intent, and converting criminal property. Mr. Thompson, who was 72 from Sutton in Surrey, was sentenced to 3 years for the same offences. Both men were found guilty on March the 17th after a trial. Passing sentence. Deputy Circuit Judge Nicholas Ainley said of the scheme, "It was to enable very wicked, sophisticated, violent criminals to escape justice by providing them with documents that, because they were genuine, would deceive the authorities and enable them to escape." He said that Mr. Zetek was clearly the organiser, providing a link to serious criminals, while Mr. Beard was the legman and Mr. Thompson had a lesser role. Mr. Zetek, formerly known as Christopher McCormack, was also once an enforcer for North London crime group the Adams family, investigators believe. Lawyers for the trio pointed at their age and various health problems for mitigation. Craig Rush, for Mr. Thompson, said he had been forced to retire on medical grounds in 1999, and by 2017 was so bored that he was driven to crime. Describing Mr. Thompson meeting Mr. Zetek, he said, "These days from 1999 to 2017 or 18, watching Homes Under the Hammer, Daytime TV, totally bogged down in a world of boredom, were lightened by a man who could spin an interesting story." Mr. Thompson had become a gopher for Mr. Zetek, not for money, but because it gave him something to do, Mr. Rush told the court. Investigators from the National Crime Agency believe Mr. Beard was responsible for at least 108 fraudulently obtained genuine passports being issued, with several more unsuccessful applications being made. The passports enabled serious criminals to go on the run from the UK and start a new life abroad, remaining undetected even if they had a brush in with the law under their fake name. Craig Turner, the NCA Deputy Director of Investigation, said this was the golden ticket for the organised crime networks in order that they could evade arrest, evade identification by local law enforcement, either internationally or at home in the UK. Once the passport scam was uncovered, the fake identities of around 50 fugitives were discovered and they were arrested. Their trial focused on 12 passports that were obtained for customers, including Glasgow murderer Jordan Owen and Christopher Hughes, Liverpool drug trafficker Michael Mugan, Manchester fugitive David Wally, and suspected Scottish drug traffickers Barry Gillespie, Jamie Stevenson and James White. Mr. Beard also obtained fake passports for Stephen Lawrence murder suspect Jamie Alcott, Irish drug kingpin Christy Kinahan Sr. and firearms trafficker Richard Burdett, although these are not part of the trial. Mr. Alcott spent more than 2 years on the run using the name Simon Alfonso, having been accused of leading a £3 million drug smuggling plot. He was arrested in Barcelona in Spain 2018 after being spotted in surveillance footage of an associate of Mr. Beard by NCA investigators. He was later jailed for 9 years for the plan that moved around 750 kilograms of cannabis. The fake passport was obtained by him by Mr. Beard but ultimately never reached Mr. Alcott. The NCA said it now plans to make an application to recover proceeds of crime from 9 men involved in significant drug supply and distribution networks between Liverpool and Northamptonshire have been jailed for almost 62 years. Through a large-scale investigations, detectives from the East Midlands Special Operation Unit, Regional Organised Crime Unit, the EMSOU-ROCU, unravelled the men's various roles in bringing Class A and B drugs from Merseyside to Kettering, Corby and Northampton over a period of at least 24 months. Between August 2019 and August 2021. Officers were able to establish that 3 Liverpool men, Paul Campbell, aged 43, James Connor, aged 35, and Wayne Toner, aged 51, had made at least 28 trips to Northamptonshire, delivering packages of cocaine and amphetamines and returning homes with thousands of pounds in cash. Investigations revealed repeat meetings with 47-year-old Gilbert Sterling in Kettering, and with at least 6 further wholesale purchases in Northampton and Corby. John Chapman, aged 79, Stephen Davison, aged 32, Connor Sherwood, aged 28, Darryl Marshall, aged 35, David Madden, aged 46, and Aaron Vidler, aged 24. On September the 29th and October the 1st, 2021, a number of warrants were executed in connection with the investigation, resulting in the arrest and charge of 10 of the range of drug-related offences. All went on to enter guilty pleas during subsequent court hearings, with Mr. Toner, Mr. Vidler, Mr. Madden and Mr. Chapman all pleading guilty at the outset of their trial on May the 2nd and May the 3rd. At Northampton Crown Court, Tuesday the 30th of May, 9 of the group were sentenced to a total of 61 years and 8 months in prison, with ringleader Paul Campbell receiving a total sentence of 12 years and 9 months. Sentencing, Judge David Herbert said, Mr. Campbell is a principal member of the defendant group. He occasionally came to Northamptonshire to oversee business, and he would have been the person out of all these men who had profited the most. Speaking afterwards, investigator Hazel Score from the EMSOU-ROCU said, this sentencing results represented a huge amount of painstaking, tireless work by our team, who gathered detailed and compelling evidence which gave these 10 defendants no choice but to enter guilty pleas. A substantial amount of illegal drugs were brought and sold by these individuals, with a conservative estimated street value of £885,000, which illustrates the large-scale nature of dealing involved. Paul Campbell in particular has shown to be in contact with every single person in the case, and no doubt many others elsewhere. So in breaking up this network of criminals, we're confident we've removed a major source of Class A and B drugs into Northamptonshire and beyond. Detective Inspector Darren Brown, also of the EMSOU-ROCU, added, I'm really pleased with the sentences imposed. They reflect the severity of the offending, and also the dedication and attention to detail our team put into this case. Rest assured, if you're involved in the supply of illegal drugs in our region, sooner or later we will catch up with you and it will be your turn to face justice too. The charges and the sentences were as following. Gilbert Sterling, aged 47 of Eastbrook, Corby, pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to supply Class B drugs, namely amphetamine, and he was sentenced to 4 years 10 months. Stephen Davison, aged 32 of Helmsley Way, Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs, conspiracy to supply Class B drugs, possession with intent to supply Class A drugs, and supply of Class A drugs. He was sentenced to a total of 6 years and 9 months. Connor Sherwood, aged 28, of Nithsdale's Avenue, Market Harborough, formerly of Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was sentenced to 4 years. Mr. Sherwood was also sentenced to a further 12 months to be served consecutively after admitting 1 count of controlling or coercive behaviour relating to incidents in Corby in July 2022. He was also given a 10-year restraining order. Darryl Marshall, also known as Darryl Alcorn, aged 35 of Bridford Square, Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and was sentenced to a total of 6 years. Aaron Vidler, aged 24 of Westfields Road, Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and was sentenced to a total of 5 years 6 months. David Madden, aged 46 of Beanfield Avenue, Corby, pleaded guilty to being concerned in the supply of Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and was sentenced to a total of 6 years. Paul Campbell, aged 43 of Tom Man Close, Liverpool, pleaded guilty to supply of Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and was sentenced to a total of 12 years and 9 months. James Connor, aged 35, of Wapshire Road, Liverpool, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was sentenced to a total of 8 years, 7 months. Wayne Toner, aged 51, of Wapshire Road, Liverpool, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was sentenced to a total of 6 years and 3 months. John Chapman, aged 79, of High Street, Upton, Northampton, failed to appear at court for sentencing, and a warrant has been issued for his arrest. Mr. Chapman had previously pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and possession of Class B with intent to supply, sentenced at a later date. A man has been jailed for murdering his brother in a row over an incident in Lidl. Lenville Waite, who was 59, stabbed to death his older sibling, Clifton Waite, who was 61, at their home in Waverley Road, Small Heath, on November the 7th last year. He then went on the run, first staying at a homeless shelter in Birmingham city centre, before travelling to Coventry, where he brought new clothes from Primark before he was arrested. Following a trial at Derby Crown Court, Mr. Waite was found guilty of his murder. Today, he was sentenced to life with a minimum term of 17 years. Judge Sean Smith KC said, "On the 7th of November, there had been a build-up in your family because of the fact your brother Clifton, the deceased, didn't really like you being in the house. There had been a previous occasion where you had confronted him when he was harassing you by taking a knife in order to scare him, and that worked. You told the jury on this occasion, when in the front room, that's exactly the reason you picked up the knife again." The trial had heard that the family had argued that day over a news article with a picture of Lenville that implicated him in some sort of incident at a little shop where security guards was attacked. At one stage, the brothers left the house separately, but resumed the quarrel after they both had returned. Judge Smith continued, "There was some sort of confrontation. Probably nothing to do with that, about a fan. Going back to what you told the police, your brother would find fault in quite a few things to start an argument. During the course of that, the little incident got brought up again. Your brother said you couldn't do to him what you did to the Somalian, in reference to the security guard knocked to the floor at the shop. Your temper clearly just went at that moment in time. I accept initially you picked up the knife in the way you picked it up previously, but when your brother wasn't having that, when he wasn't going to back down as he had done previously and started wrestling you, that's when you decided, albeit momentarily, you weren't going to use it to threaten him, you were going to use it to stab him, and you did stab him. It went in the wrong place as far as he's concerned. It could have gone anywhere. It didn't. He died very, very quickly." The judge concluded the offence was aggravated by the use of the knife, but he accepted Mr. Waite had not premeditated the killing and had an intention to cause really serious harm, but not an intention to kill. The judge also accepted there was some small elements of provocation and self-defence. Mr. Waite had told the police he was glad it was all over when he was arrested, and he was said to give a consistent account of the background to the attack over the course of 9 interviews. Judge Smith added, "To be fair, I don't think anybody really disagrees with the picture painted. What was in disagreement was how you used the knife. The jury decided and assured you used it deliberately to stab him."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the moment a gun-toting robber stole 10 grand from a pensioner's home but was captured on their home CCTV. Jamie Porter from Kensington knocked on the door of a property in Wigan at 8:30 AM armed with a fake firearm. The 39-year-old lied to the occupant that he was looking for his wife, but then pushed past the 73-year-old, revealing the weapon which he had hidden underneath a newspaper. Mr. Porter forced the man to hand over cash and jewellery with a combined value of 10 grand. Mr. Porter also stole a mobile phone that contained a number of sentimental pictures, but because he had left a perfect image of himself behind, a vital forensic evidence, police managed to catch up with him the next day. Mr. Porter was arrested the following day in Liverpool and found to be in possession of £4,150 in cash. Jamie Porter of Hannon Road pleaded guilty to robbery and possession of an imitation firearm and was jailed for 7.5 years at Bolton Crown Court. Detective Sergeant Nigel Rigby of Greater Manchester Police said this was a brazen robbery that targeted a vulnerable member of our community. Mr. Porter, though, nothing of threatening a lone 73-year-old man, was an imitation gun during what must have been a terrifying ordeal.
We are thankful that no one was hurt during this robbery, but the psychological impact of this kind of crime can be considerable. Mr. Porter was clearly visible wielding a fake gun in the footage obtained by inside the property. He was also forensically linked to the crime. The evidence was irrefutable. Quite frankly, he didn't have a leg to stand on. This was a bungling robbery by a foolish and clumsy offender. We are pleased he is now behind bars where he belongs. So what are your thoughts about Jamie Porter and his ruthless robbery of an elderly man in his own home? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.